introduce myself. I'm Tim Schmidt.
Oh, hey, Aaron Bergstrom.
I took my USB out a little earlier, put it in. It's sitting right here,
Okay.
and checked it out. So everything's
All right. Then I won't copy the one I have
yeah,
over.
that's probably best.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
So what do you do like when so I'm trying to do the same problem. It's not a problem with like a challenge. Like some of the data that I'm looking at is like it's in tables, but like the governments they don't really give their statistics in table format. Some governments in developing and we give you like with some with numbers. How can you actually extract data from the OCR?
It's kind of clunky if we go through it. Yeah. They'll do the job.
It'll do a job. Okay.
it's doing?
I'm trying to figure out if the keynote PowerPoint presentation that was sent opens on this version of
Oh, did he send one? I thought he was told me he was bringing it.
Megan Lang is. Let's see if it. No, it doesn't like that. All right. So I need to convert it somehow. It's all right. She doesn't present until tomorrow.
You don't have the keynote.
Yeah, but you can convert it. I'll just upload it to Google Docs and then download it as a
You
PowerPoint.
mean what? But I don't see the keynote person. I thought he was bringing it out.
No, not Keynote.
Oh.
Keynote is in the software on a Mac.
Sorry. Megan's is in keynote
Yes,
format? Oh.
yes.
I can send her a note and just tell her to
I
reformat
can
it.
convert
Yeah, because it's tomorrow anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's-
okay.
I just want to make sure I still have it on this.
So who are we missing is the question.
So,
Go ahead.
um,
We've got Tim's.
we got Jim's.
Fenn's
Hers,
not having any.
okay, and
And
then
we've got Barkley,
yep,
right? You've got
and
Jim
then
Barkley.
Peter Christensen's were missing.
Peter's driving up this morning. I couldn't begin.
Yeah. And then Beth and Richard.
Keith
were
sent his.
Yep,
You have
got
those?
both of those
And
are on
Tim's. Okay.
Assume the moderators don't have any.
Right.
Beth don't have hers, don't have Richard's, don't have any of these.
Okay, Charlie's not coming. We've got, oh my God. And I don't, oh, she used the wrong file.
Hmm?
Your person from North Dakota State's not on here.
I thought she was on a different one.
She's on, no,
That's, I,
am I looking at the wrong, no, she's on, supposed to be on the sensor panel.
I thought I saw her on here somewhere.
No, and I don't know how she fell off the, oh good.
I swear to God I saw her on here somewhere.
Flip back the page. Oh my God. I fixed that on purpose.
Well, I picked this up from right here.
Yeah,
so
that's mine. No, it's not the wrong one.
Why did I saw her name this morning though. Did I
Was
see
it out there on the badges?
Maybe it still was. I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, I don't have hers either.
Okay, we'll take care of that lunchtime. There's not much we can do about that right now.
Oh, that's not mine.
That's mine.
All right.
Did you not have a badge?
Apparently, even though I registered before,
Everyone?
before the thing
No,
crashed.
you're on the list.
But yeah, no, I didn't have a badge, but it's fine.
Oh.
I had the lovely version that
We
Candace.
just got Fens. I'm going to forward it to you.
Oh, okay. Now she's in. All right. I gotta. Let's see.
Oh, Jesus. I've got to use my laptop to send it to you. It's too big.
Did she send it to me too, or just you?
No, she didn't send it to you. I have no idea what I did. Okay, let me go put it on the thumb drive.
a second here.
No problem. I'm not going anywhere for a while.
Let's see. This PC. Why didn't it not recognize it? Did I stick?
I don't know, it's in the right way. Maybe just went in far enough.
You gotta be smarter than the thumb drive, right? See if I am now. There it goes. This one here?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
There you go.
I'm falling apart here.
Yeah. Happens to everybody, right?
I know it. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, Aaron?
Yes.
Dick Baker from Indiana State.
Ah, hi.
Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
But it's basically like your decision or your whatever choice is conditional on your neighbor's choice. So it's just a way of reasoning about things. In other words, it doesn't make sense. Like if you have two people in one county and one is like like has a really bad health problem, and the other one also has a really bad health problem, and you can't say the whole county. So if there is something in the neighboring county that you because they don't that's the
using data like pay attention. Methods of accumulating data. That was my previous impression. So when you talk about communicating science, it's obviously
Yeah.
and then
So maybe that's some into that. But he's, you know, but I was gonna say.
even in my classes, I just try to get as much structure. You know, they just wouldn't do that. You know, like they can't even connect with that. So he's done amazing things in education and he has he's got data science standards embedded in the states. And then he also mobilized a system by which teachers can in data science.
Good morning. Let's try again. Good morning. Do we have some there we go. Okay. Good morning. Well, welcome. For those of you that maybe didn't see breakfast, let's start with that. That's important. It's around the corner, so down the hall around the corner. Directly next to the breakfast and what will be the lunch station are the restrooms. So we'll just start with those two important things right there. So we had the honor yesterday of helping to host the NIFA Data Science and Agriculture Summit. So that was yesterday, and welcome to those of you that are here from yesterday's meeting. We appreciate your participating in our all-hands meeting. So that's just quick note, we've got some extra folks here today that we hope to build some new partnerships with over the year. So let me move forward really quickly. So I'm Melissa Cragen. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwest Big Data Hub. We're really pleased that we were able to put this program together over the last few months. The goal for this meeting is really to help us launch our year 2 and to build some new partnerships, new network and collaborations to be able to mobilize around data-enabled solutions, both for science and societal concerns of interest to the Midwest. So there are people here, I'm happy to say, you'll hear me say this a few more times, we've got folks here from all 12 states in the region. That's a great feat. And we're also live streaming today. So this is also great. And I want to thank the Iowa State folks for handling the AV top-notch team. So let's move on. Many new people and organizations have joined the hub or in the process of joining us in our great movement toward what we're hoping will be really great results and outcomes from the kinds of networks we've been able to already launch here. And I'll say that even in the last 2 days, we've already initiated some new partnerships that I think will be quite fruitful, if not for the next spoke solicitation, for the one after that, and for other initiatives coming out of some of the other agencies. I'll be giving an update on Wednesday morning, so tomorrow morning I actually will tell you about what we've been doing over the last 6 months. I've traveled quite a lot, as you might imagine, but we're also now trying to mobilize some new activities throughout the region, and so I'll be visiting new schools and new organizations in the upcoming months. We'll talk about that as well. And for those of you who are new, if you'd like me to come and visit you, I'm happy to do that as well. Okay, so we anticipate the new spoke solicitation from NSF shortly, and there'll be time at this meeting for networking and thinking about planning for new proposals on that. Okay, so first off, let me thank the planning team, and I'll apologize up front. I'll be thanking more people tomorrow morning, but if I've inadvertently left someone off, that mistake is mine. So these folks have been very active in helping us put together the meeting and think through how we would organize that. And I need to include Radesh from Iowa State and Bernice from Indiana as well, and we're grateful for all their efforts. So logistics, and then we'll jump right into panels. We've got a very full meeting today of panels and a keynote speaker after lunch. The schedule we have, as you might imagine, with a big meeting like this, we've had a couple of speakers not able to make it. We've had people in attendance step up and take join us in those panels, and we're really grateful for those efforts and a last-minute invitation. The Wi-Fi cards are on the table, as you can see. For breaks, coffee will be available throughout the day. There's coffee outside, but also, again, lunch is down the hall. Poster session and networking will be tonight in the Continental Ballroom over at the Aloft Hotel. And there'll be some refreshments available there. And again, we're live streaming. Feel free to tweet that out. We've got a student team here. I'll thank them in person, name them tomorrow. But we've got a student team here being scribes, acting as scribes, and doing some tweeting. And hopefully we'll get some new blog posts out as well. So we're grateful for all of this. I believe that I have one other announcement, and that is for speakers on the panels and other speakers today, we do need you to sign a release form. We'll have those in the back, and thanks for that. I think that's all for now. We'll make some other announcements as we need to later on. Let me welcome the first panel, please. Come on up, Clara. So Clara Narstead from the University of Illinois. She's the director of the Coordinated Science Lab at Illinois and also a professor in the College of Engineering. Clara will be the moderator today, and actually I won't be introducing everyone. I'll be letting the moderators come up and introduce folks in between. Thank you. So for speakers, let me add one more thing. Our mics are pretty unidirectional. You will need to adjust them directly so you're speaking into them. So we might need to do adjustments in between, and I can help with that. There you are.
So good morning. We will start with our first panel. I would like to ask Tim Schmidt from DOT, Fen Zhao from NSF, and Jim Barkley from UI Labs to come forward as the panelists, and I would like to introduce them before they give their position in this panel. So this is a panel on academic-industry government partnerships for big data challenges. We will discuss academic industry government engagement and the potential for big data hub partnership. And for this particular panel, we have three excellent panelists that very much fit this particular theme. Is Tim Schmidt, who is a senior advisor in Further Fairbank Highway Research Center, Federal Highway Administration. Tim works in close coordination with senior federal and state Department of Transportation leadership. He works on relevant boards and councils along with academia, and he's also responsible for assisting with the coordination, integration of the various technologies and practices, and data science, policies, guidelines, procedures. So we really want to make sure, and he wants to make sure, that effective and economical, tactical, and strategic research planning is being provided in support of the various national objectives. Our second panelist is Fen Zhao. She is interdisciplinary staff associate in Computer and Information Science and Engineering Directorate at the National Science Foundation. And Fen, as many of you know, she leads the Big Data Regional Innovation Hubs at NSF Science Directorate. Particularly, her goal is to establish spokes to advance big data applications and focus on building public and private partnerships. So again, very much to the theme that we will discuss in this panel. Prior to SAIS, Dr. Zhao was an AAAS fellow at the White House Office of Science Technology Policy, working on national security, science, and technology issues. And our third panelist is Jim Barkley. He is the director of the UI Labs here in Chicago, particularly in the Digital Manufacturing and Design Innovation Institute. Currently, Jim works on the Digital Manufacturing Commons. Many of you know particularly this initiative, since the goal is actually to do open source next generation platforms for bringing together manufacturing related data, tools, people, and projects in a cloud-hosted web platform. Prior to this position, he was a principal engineer at the Mitre Corporation, and also served as the chief engineer for DARPA's Vehicle Forge program, General Dynamics Advanced Information System supporting the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Satellite Services. So we have three accomplished panelists, and I would like now to ask Tim Schmidt to give his remarks.
Go through the adjustment phase here. Let's see if I can do this. Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm gonna have to get closer to this. Let's see if we can do this. I'm going to start with just the theme of what I think a lot of us need to understand and continue to work on. If the theme is anything, I call it collaboration, communications, and synergy. There's a lot going on that touches every one of us here, especially across state, federal, local boundaries. Again, can you hear me okay? Okay. So, and because of time, I'm really going to go through these slides fairly quickly and rely on what's up on the screen, and then try to fill some gaps, because there's a lot of great speaking that takes place after me, and I'd like to get to that as fast as possible. So federal, state, and local transportation agencies. One second. Okay. Wait 1 second. My display settings are wrong. Okay. Our roadway system has many stakeholders, and different agencies have responsibility for building and maintaining these roads. The federal government is responsible for only a small portion of the roads, and within each state, the state DOT is typically only responsible for 20 to 25%, with some exceptions. The MPOs and counties really have responsibility for the remaining roads, as most of you know. Most agencies have their own data domain, and more than not, these domains tend to not be able to readily talk to each other. Again, something I'm sure you're painfully aware of. Things have got to change if we are to move forward with a fully realized connected or automated highway system. Today, the staff experience with big data at state DOTs and MPOs is limited. Likewise, their knowledge of contemporary, quickly evolving cybersecurity practices, along with protection of privacy, or PII, is lagging. Solutions are needed to help DOTs manage and analyze the anticipated volume of data, along with protecting the data with PII. And I'm going to talk about that more with an example of a fairly large data repository. A connected automated highway system requires careful integration within different technology areas and across agencies to communicate and share resources, including data collection and analytics. The realization of seamless communications and coordination capabilities must include the road authorities, DOTs, MPOs, and counties, and the various users and stakeholders these road authorities are providing services for, such as passenger and commercial vehicles, as well as emergency and event management. This is not a trivial endeavor to integrate just the roadway part of the system, not to mention vehicles and other users, such as bikes, pedestrians, animals, and objects or debris. This requires standardization of data and processes, and robust QA in both the operational domain and the research domain. Processes need to be in a non-proprietary configuration and must leverage interoperable formats to the fullest extent possible. Decision makers have relied on information derived from predictive models using non-observational, less objective data, such as police reports and household surveys. Billions of dollars have been spent to date based on this information. Having said that, to make wiser decisions in the future, we need to better understand how people actually drive. Driver behavior is the next frontier in highway transportation, the thing we know least about. Even an automated robot car can benefit from a better understanding of how people actually drive, so that as they operate, they can drive in more predictable ways as understood by a person. As we enter a mixed fleet scenario in transition to a more fully realized automated system. And you can see that if you're paying attention to what's going on with automated trials, everything else. Mixing human behavior while we're transitioning into an automated environment can have terrible consequences, because machines, no machines. The day that everything is automated, if that happens, would be a beautiful day probably for a lot of us to see less expenses, probably less accidents, and a set of rules that are truly integrated. But that's a big leap. A new database called the SHARP2, and for you that don't know, SHARP2 is the Strategic Highway Research Program 2. And we have a naturalistic driving study, or NDS. This was originally conceived to better understand driver behavior for safety. It offers opportunities for new insights into driver behavior under a variety of real-world conditions, as well as a host of other opportunities for big data analysis. Originally collected for highway safety research, value extends into other areas, planning, operations, and research, including connected automated systems and components. We've invested $70 million in data collection, but the maximum use of data is crucial. The challenges. The size of this database right now is 2 petabytes plus backup. There's lots of PII. There's over 1 million hours of video. Quality of video data is an issue. Data management and associated cost to not only maintain databases, but to support data extracts. And original data needs to be tracked and destroyed 20 to 30 years out. And of course, everyone in this room probably wants to get their hands on that data, along with the rest of the world. And they're not making that not known. The U.S. DOT does not technically control NDS data. The Transportation Research Board of the National Academy of Sciences, or TRB, is responsible for the NDS through the period called Phase 1 of the SHARP2 safety data implementation, which lasts into 2019. Phase 2 to this overall effort begins sometime in 2019, and the data hubs are engaged with TRB regarding possible solutions to be considered for Phase 2. I have the honor of being on the Phase 2 team, and we're starting to think about all that right now, how we make the transition from really a research environment to more of a, how do we really get this data out there so people can do things with it? The analysis, the realization of new ideas, and how we can actually make the environment safer, how that might matriculate into the states, locals, the OEMs, and what can be done with it. How do we give that data to overseas partners that also want to do things? We have data users to date that are using some of the initial, generally non-PII data that's out there. It was available in March and April of 2015 in a very limited environment. We have about 149 data use licenses active. These all cost a few thousands for a very small sample to over $100,000 for larger but not huge data sets. And again, they have limited value because we haven't nailed down exactly how we're going to work through the PII issues and how the subjects are treated with the agreements that were put in place. We have pending DULs that total about 27 right now. And again, more of this will happen as we start evolving into Phase 2. We've completed 10, and there will likely be more in this category in the next 6 months, since the earliest DULs will be expiring. The Insight website, which again is a subset of the overall data repository, and it's got information that does not include PII. Registered users total about 2,105, and of those, 1,026 are qualified researchers, meaning they have successfully submitted a valid IRB training certification, which is another condition. This is an overview of the SHARP-2 data. And for more details on the data, there's a webinar recording on the stack, which you can read about here. And that's a website provided at the end of the slides. So you can sign up to be a registered user on the NDS Insight website. There's about 5.4 million trip summary files with over 100 coded variables, forward, video, and manually coded description of 4,300 events, crashes, near crashes, participants' questionnaires, plus other useful information linked to the slides. The left-hand part of the slide represents the NDS data. This is the driver, driving, and vehicle data. The right-hand side represents the complementary database to the NDS, which is the SHARP-2 Roadway Information Database, or RID, a geospatial database which essentially provides the context for the millions of NDS trips. The two databases are linked by an underlying base map. The 6 study sites, Seattle, Bloomington, Indiana, State College, Pennsylvania, Western, Buffalo, New York, Raleigh, Durham, and Tampa, Florida, are included in this data. Data saved at native resolutions, adding to a variety of challenge with these data. Those are things we're just working through. Participants' personal vehicles are instrumented. That's how they sign up. Variety of sensors in those cars, for video, GPS, accelerometers, CAN bus data, and then a few more. The data was collected continuously. That means when the key is on, data is being collected, off is off, providing unprecedented data of how people get into crashes, how they avoid crashes, which is most interesting, and how they typically drive. The needed exposure data, not only for safety risk analysis, but also data that practitioners and researchers in the planning and operations domain have never had. So there's a little bit more here about the STACK, which is the Safety Training and Analysis Center. We've stood up the STACK now at the Turner Fairbank Highway Research Center as a prototype for what Phase 2 may start looking like. Will the data get franchised out to regional or educational or foreign components under strict controls for how they would serve up data extracts to researchers that need to get information to do their work? All of that is in a prototype condition. How do we move data out from the central storage repository? What do the APIs look like that help connect different communications disciplines out to the stack? Again, how do we control it? How do we adhere to the IRB conditions for each researcher? What kind of monitoring takes place? Because we hold that very, very sacred. I'm not going to go into this a lot because I just really explained what the stack's doing. It's in an early stage. We can talk about that probably a little bit offline if you've got specific questions. So we also have other efforts going on with our Exploratory Advanced Research Program, or EAR, and we have video analytics for NDS. And some of those ongoing items of research we're doing is post-processing of challenging video data, quality real-world driving, not in a lab, the feature extraction, which you can see. Oops. Sorry, I lost a page. Anyway, some feature extraction here. All of this, though, in most cases, are pixelated because, again, and these are internal government subjects, so We don't have a PII issue here, but that's an example of what a lot of the data look like. But we're working very hard on trying to make it even easier. How do we do this? Do we animate those, turn those subjects into avatars so we can really provide you a blind view with all the features of movement and eye movement and reactions? And we've got multiple things we're looking at to cause that to happen, working with other groups and agencies. How do we integrate this with other things like pedestrians, animals, and vehicles? We've got instrumentation to the SPAT, or the signal phase and timing. So all of these are working in parallel. Some of the other groups we've got working with us on this is the Face Perception Lab at UDallas. We've got some of the SPAT work at CMU and SRI and University of Wisconsin. Project teams working on ID masking include the CMU team and SRI. I'm probably missing a few here. And then again, on the last slide, there's going to be a web link that you'll be able to use to get into more of this information. The key person you want to talk to if you want more information is Charles Fay, F-A-Y, and his information's on the back of this this deck, which we'll get out. I know I'm getting the hook. So I'm going to speed ahead here. As I mentioned earlier, the stack can be considered an initial concept idea, with many of the activities being pursued extensively beyond the SHARP2 NDS data. The stack has a desire to create an environment that can serve as an interdisciplinary meeting place related to urban dynamics, connected cities, and roads, especially concerning sensitive data. Seeking new synergies as disparate disciplines come together to work on the problem. Fellowships might be an initial way to proceed, and I mentioned earlier that there will be opportunities for data scientists, which we think is a huge investment we all need to make to raise the level of understanding. It's a whole discipline that we've just scratched the surface on of what are we doing with this, how do we protect things, how do we analyze it, and how do we make it useful for real use. So the U.S. DOT, Federal Highway, Turner Fairbank, the STAC, Hubs, and NSF, and others could facilitate maximum data use, leveraging resources, including infrastructure, and minimizing duplication of work, which we all need to do. Thinking into the future, things the STAC will be looking into include secure remote access for connected vehicle data, and developing and or applying data sanitation techniques. Running challenges in video analytics and sensor fusion. We'd like to seek out opportunities with the hubs, and we see you all as a critical partner and team member to what we're doing. And we're going to look for fellowships and sabbaticals for data scientists, computer vision, human factors at the Turner Fairbank Highway Research Center and the STAC. So I want to thank you very much, and we'll go to the next person.
Our next speaker is going to be Fed.
Does this work? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, let me get out of this.
Can you hear me?
Ben, use the voting mode, but I can't hear you.
Okay. Right.
Thanks.
There are two mics here, which, all right. All right, can everybody hear me? All right. So how's everybody doing? Thank you for joining on a Tuesday after a federal holiday long weekend. So everybody just stretch a little bit, wake up. It's a good morning. It's a brilliant morning. I'm coming from Washington, D.C., from the National Science Foundation, and I will say that weather here in Chicago is better than it is in DC, which is kind of a rarity. It's lovely. So what I'm going to talk about today, I've been asked to give sort of two bits of information. One is to talk about some of the opportunities at NSF for funding partnerships with industry. So I'll go into that, and we have a whole portfolio of different programs that can support that. So talk about a little bit about those funding opportunities, and two, to talk a little bit about the National Big Data R&D Initiative. This is the cross-agency initiative. We've written a research and development strategic plan for big data. All right, and so I'll talk a little bit about what the form of that is and how people can sort of view and think about some of the topics brought up in that strategic plan. So first, on NSF programs to fund interactions with industry. A little bit about NSF, we're split into directorates, right? Each has its own topical area. So I come from the computer science directorate, but we also have engineering and geoscience and biosciences and math and physical sciences, et cetera. There are plenty of programs within those directorates that fund interactions with industry sort of on their own. The Big Data Hubs is led from computer science with several other directorates, and so that, that itself, the Hubs and the Spokes program is meant to fund some of those interactions, some of that consortia building around working with industry and other partners, state and local governments, right, nonprofits as well. And so it's one of the many sort of topically specific programs about funding interactions in industry. However, within our engineering directorate, we have a division called Industry Innovation and Partnerships Division, and they fund a series of broader scoped programs that are actually they're meant to service all of the directorates at NSF. So if you go into that division's page, you'll see their whole list of programs which serve a lot of different topical areas, mainly with the focus of some sort of structure for funding interactions with industry. I'll list a couple of them, all right, and then I'll focus on one that's called the IUCRC. There are research centers with industry. One example of the way that we fund interactions in industry is through a supplement process called GOLI. This is, you have an NSF grant, you've done some research, and you have some sort of topic that you'd like additional funding to work with industry on, right? So you can go to your program officer and say, I've done some research, it's faring well. Can I get some funding for our grad student to go work with industry right now for some period of time? And they can decide, okay, we're going to give you the supplement to do this activity. So it really applies to anybody who has an NSF grant can apply for this supplement. So it's quite flexible. Another program that we have is called STTR. It's a complement to our SBIR, which are Small Business Innovation Funds, which typically funds a small business or a startup working in some sort of science or tech sector, right? STTR says you have a small business or a startup, and they're going to work with a university partner. Right? And often what happens is, a professor works on a bit of research and it's successful and it wants to spin off into a startup. That's often what happens. And so you have a team that's affiliated with a university that, wants to take this technology into commercialization. So that's another opportunity, and there are multiple phases, there are multiple funding amounts, so you can take a look at all those solicitations. They're fairly complex, but they're STTR and SBIR, they're mechanisms that Congress has mandated for all the research agencies. It's basically a percentage off of all of our research funds we have to dedicate towards these small business grants. So it's a large pool of money. It is a large pool of money, and many things get funded out of them. So I encourage everybody to take a look at those mechanisms as well. The one that I really want to focus on a little bit is something we call the IUCRC. It's the Industry University Collaborative Research Centers, right? What this is actually very unique at NSF right now. It's been around for a very long time. This program is a cost-sharing mechanism for NSF to put in some funding and for industry to put in some funding towards research in an area of mutual interest. And I say cost-sharing is unique because actually none of our other programs are allowed to do cost-sharing anymore. So this was grandfathered in as an older program to still allow for this cost-sharing mechanism. The idea is that NSF would put in some seed funding to establish this research center. This research center at an academic institution would be able to go gather membership and membership fees into a collaborative research area, that research activities they work on. Membership within the within this IUCRC, the different industry members would get different perks, access to certain kinds of IP, royalty-free licensing, things like that. But they would pay into this membership and then also support these activities. There's a few different unique phases to this program. So what we do is we often start out with a very small planning grant for people to go out and do some outreach to see if it's feasible. Then we do a phase 1 activity, which is 5 years. And then NSF kicks in, I think it's like 125. Also, let me back up. I'm going to try to describe this program. It's actually fairly complex in its structure, right? It's one of the more complex structures. So I'm going to try to give you some overview so you have some idea what it's talking about. The IUCRCs can be multiple universities or it can be single universities. The numbers I quote, they vary based on the two different structures. So if you're a multi-university site, each site has to get about $120K in phase 1 from NSF, and then it has to get certain matching funds of about the same amount from industry, and it has to have up to 3 partners. There's also a phase 2, which is another 5 years, and a phase 3. Each time we go up a phase, the amount of NSF funding goes down, the amount of required outside funding goes up. The idea is that NSF funds more of the primary research, and then after a while, we're able to transition that to more commercial side research. If you're a single node, if a single university IUCRC, you get about 400. You get about 400K, and you have to get similar sort of matching funds. It's just basically different numbers if you're a single unit. The overall structure of the IUCRC is, every IUCRC has a center director, executive director that manages it. You have an IAB, an industry advisory board, and then there's a list of about 8 or 9 other requirements you have to have grad students that the program requires. But really, it is a mechanism where if you have industry partners that might be able to put in a little bit of funds to get access to some research or technology the university is working on that you're working on, NSF will be able to put in some matching funds for that and be able to support those activities. Overhead is actually capped at 10% for this program, so another interesting thing that comes out of it. 90% of the funds has to be used for staff, fringe, things like that. But the overall university overhead, there are specific limits for applying to this program. So that's the overall structure of the IUCRC. You can ask me more questions about it, or you can take a look at the solicitation. And also feel free, we have a great team of program directors that can answer all of your questions about this program. It's been long-standing. We have a lot of centers that are around computer science and data analytics, a few. One of them is the CDDA out in the Northeast hub works with them. It's the Center for Dynamic Data Analytics between Rutgers and Stony Brook. The IUCRC is primarily funded through the Geosciences, Computer Sciences, and Engineering Directorate. So those are the topical areas, pretty large set of topical areas. Data sciences, when we think about data science as an enabler, it can enable a number of different fields. For example, the CDDA works on a lot of medical-related data sciences. So even if biology is not listed in those 3 because it's a data science-related topic, then those kinds of technologies are still considered under scope. So I'm going to move on from there, but feel free to come to me and ask me any questions about the program. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the National Big Data R&D Strategic Plan. So we released that a few months ago. And first, let me, I assume most people here are academics or researchers. So when you think about a government strategic plan, you're probably wondering, what is it? What is a strategic plan for? So this is what a strategic plan in general from the government means. It means a lot of agencies, federal agencies who work in the area, in this case, agencies that fund research and development in big data. In big data, in this case, really refers to all of data science. It's sort of an older term now. Now we call it data science. came together to think, what are our major priorities for funding things over the next sort of 5 years or a little bit beyond. And then they come together and try to put a document that articulates all of those priorities together in a single framework, right? So that we can say, both NSF and the Department of Energy and the, National Institutes of Health think that this specific track in data science is important. We all want to do something in it. We all want to make progress in it. And then we put out this document after a lot of sort of public vetting, and we do a lot of internal clearance, and then finally we put out this document. And later on, when the agencies go out and try to write their budget with, submit it to the president, they're able to write a budget proposal and say, we want to do this program, and it's synchronized with this overall federal strategic plan, right? It makes sense where we're connected and we're plugged into what other agencies are doing. We're not being duplicative accidentally. We've thought about it. And so what the strategic plan is for the sort of general public is it's sort of a quick view on some of the priorities that agency leads have within your area. It's a view of some of the things that agencies want to fund over the next few years, right? So it's a way of seeing before the programs are announced, at least strategically, what are these strategic priority areas. What I think is unique about the Big Data Strategic Plan, which is an R&D plan, it really is focused on both fundamental research, is that it's not only focused on fundamental research. If you look at the priority areas, you see that we're quite interested in the application of data science into different fields. We have this framework, we call it data to knowledge to action. Right. We've funded a lot of that fundamental research is very good at doing data to knowledge, right? We're not very good at doing knowledge to action, right? How do we do decision-making systems? How do we work with end users? How do we do research, real research into improving that aspect of technology? And so you'll see that, the second major priority listed in the strategic plan is this emphasis on knowledge to action, on really understanding how do we convert all of this information into decision-making systems and other kinds of systems. Other things you'll see in the strategic plan is a focus on privacy. Privacy being, and this is interesting because when we first promoted our framework publicly, it didn't call out privacy as a separate priority area. It was sort of integrated into all of them, and the public responded very strongly that we wanted to see privacy as a specific call-out priority area. So we put that in there. And there's also a national privacy strategic plan where the privacy experts in the federal agencies went in there and wrote a very long, very specific plan for the research that they want to fund in the privacy arena specifically. Speaking of which, the National Big Data Strategic Plan is tied to a few others, is connected to a few other strategic plans that have also been released. There is a National Strategic Computing Initiative that really thinks about advanced computing and supercomputing applications, and that articulates a lot of our strategic goals on the compute side. There is definitely overlap between the Big Data R&D Initiative and the compute side, and we talk a little bit in there what the overlap is and how we view it. I think the National Strategic Computing Initiative is one that, there's been articulated some details, but it's very much in development because part of that is developing the next generation of supercomputers, and that's a long-term process that takes a lot of time and effort to actually decide the strategic directions of, and so there's lots of workshops still being convened to decide, beyond that first initial statement of what it's going to be, what the real design points are. So that's an ongoing program, an ongoing initiative in some sense. Within that, we also talk a little bit, since this is about industry participation, how do we want industry to participate in some of these activities? And the very last section is really about how do agencies work with each other, how do agencies work with industry? So we talk a little bit about building development sandboxes for multiple agencies, building test beds that multiple agencies can share, potentially with industry, and also talking about how do we coalesce rapid response data science teams. For example, there's of great concern to our earth science and other federal agencies. For example, when they were responding to Deepwater Horizon, major catastrophes that happen, how do we actually assemble a team of data scientists to look at the information to be able to give you advice on that sort of data to knowledge to action in a very rapid way. And so those aspects from the mission-driven agencies, people who are funding research because they want to further their mission to protect the environment, to deal with natural disasters or man-made disasters, is also a part of the strategic plan. So you'll see that embedded as well as a priority area. So I think Melissa gave me the the sign of death. I only have 1 minute left. So I just want to leave it that I will be here to answer more questions, and I'll be here today and tomorrow if you want to ask about the big data hubs. I'll talk about the hubs. I believe I have some time to talk about the hubs and the spokes specifically tomorrow, give you a little bit more information on updates to the program. But if you want to ask me about other NSF programs, please do feel free. All right.
Our next panelist is Jim Buck from UN.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. So I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I think one of the most important things about what's happening in the big data movement is really aligning such a large and diverse set of players. And, that's one of the really important things about what is happening with the big data hubs and spoke and ring communities. It's also important to us at UI Labs, so let me start by telling you a little bit about how we do that at UI Labs and how we see that. So first of all, the UI in UI Labs stands for Universities and Industries, because we see ourselves as bringing together a variety of partners to solve problems that are typically bigger than they can solve on their own. UI Labs is a 501c3 nonprofit that was founded in 2014. So it's a pretty young company, and that's the vision, is transforming industries. So the labs in UI Labs, we've got 2 labs. One is City Digital, and it's focused on smart cities and urban planning and things like that. They work very closely with the city of Chicago, where we're located, both at the municipality level as well as all the way up to the state level. And there's a bunch of citizen involvement as well. On the other side, we've got the Digital Manufacturing and Design Innovation Institute. This is, excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. This is a lab that's focused on digital manufacturing. And that's where I work. On the digital manufacturing side, so first of all, just a real quick bit of history, in case you're not aware. This is one of now 9 national manufacturing institutes launched underneath the Obama administration. Thank you. With the explicit mission to increase the competitiveness of American manufacturing. And the way that they proposed to do that was through these public-private partnerships that they're spawning across the country. And the reasoning behind that, if you go back and read some of the reports on manufacturing.gov and from some of the research that the Office of Science and Technology Policy did and others, you'll see that it, first of all, they looked around at some of the most successful manufacturing enterprises in the world. We looked at the Fraunhofer Institutes in Germany, and Japan's got sort of a similar thing where the government injects money, but then you've got sort of these public-private connectors. And at DMDII, our organization has over 270 members. It's a consortium of industry, academic players, big industry from OEMs like General Electric and Lockheed Martin and Rolls-Royce, all the way down to a bunch of smaller suppliers that you've never heard of, Atlas Toolworks Inc. and ITAMCO, mom and pop kind of machine shops, as well as independent software vendors. There are also middle tiers, manufacturing partnerships that are other nonprofits that promote workforce development and engagement. There are sort of federally funded research and development centers like Argonne that are involved in these things. We're starting to see the high-performance computing centers come out and play a little bit more. So it really is a huge, broad, and diverse ecosystem. And even, internationally with globalization and things like Trans-Pacific Partnership, people are trying to figure out how some of these different functions and structures play with each other. And so one of the things that we focus on to provide value for our members at UI Labs is by providing access to that network and bringing together some of those key players to solve problems in what they might typically think of it, oftentimes as unnatural relationships. But finding solutions that are satisfactory to all of those stakeholders is doable, and it's really valuable. And I think I see a lot of that sort of thinking in how the Midwest Big Data Hub is unfolding and the other hubs at NSF. For us, one of the ways that we do that is by making sure that we understand what the value proposition really is for each of those players. So, for industry, it typically has to be economically rational. For universities and researchers, there may be other motives. And so we work really hard to understand what that value chain is, align the right parties, and then facilitate them to really rapidly get to some kind of impactful outcome. So it's really about the network, leveraging that network to get to an outcome as rapidly as possible. I'm always amazed at how much energy goes into aligning these stakeholders and getting everybody on the same page. What's really exciting about and amazing to me about the era of big data is that it's not just disrupting and transforming industries, it's also creating new ones. I mean, there are whole new economies that have sprung up, and people are just starting really, I think, to think about data as derivative currency. Sure, people have been selling, email lists for a long time, but thinking about every aspect of the data that you produce as having value that you can use to sell or barter or trade or negotiate is really valuable, powerful concept. The second thing that I wanted to talk about that leads us into is how to make that data accessible to people in those kinds of, to think about things in those kinds of ways. And one of the big challenges I see facing the world and facing the country with big data is alignment on standard distribution channels for this data. If you're not a data scientist, it's incredibly overwhelming. If you are a data scientist, it's still pretty overwhelming to try and seek out the data that you're looking for from the 10,000 or 100,000 silos, each hosted on their own web page with different access requirements. And, so we've started to condense some of those things. I laud all of the data sets that have been released at data.gov. But the tools are kind of in the same shape, and everybody's doing the next effort to bring those things together, but it actually just creates an even more challenging ecosystem to approach. So, starting to converge the thinking on where people go for access is a huge challenge. And we see this. I see this a lot in a lot of the kind of city work, not just in Chicago, but in other kind of citizen access channels for contributing to their cities. There's just a million different data sets in a million different places, and they're not organized well. So a lot of efforts do a great job producing some data set or some tool, but it sits unused because people just have a hard time finding it. So I think that's a big challenge. The third one and last one, I would say, around accessibility is just allowing people to use that data in a way that is easy. And I know that sounds really obvious, and I forget that great quote, everything is obvious once it becomes obvious. But right now, projections show that computer scientists and data scientists are some of the biggest skills gaps in the next 20 years. That's because it's highly sophisticated work. And a lot of the really successful efforts that I see going on are not tapping into that group of people and that skills, but they're actually reducing the skills needed to access and do data analysis and things like that. So they're bringing down the barrier to entry for what it means to be a data scientist. So part of it's about education, but the other part of it is about continuing to build abstractions on top of abstractions in the tool base, so that it becomes easier and easier, and every citizen has the potential to tap into some data for some experimentation, maybe right on their phone. So with that, I'll wrap it up and turn it back over for questions. Thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you very much for the various positions. We have 5 minutes. So I will open it up to the audience. I have a few questions, but I would like to open it to the audience if anybody has questions. All right, so maybe I start with the question that it was mentioned particularly by the last speaker and also by the first speaker, and also Dr. Zhao was mentioning some of the industrial standard issues. And so I have a question for all three of the panelists is, who should lead standardization of data formats and the data processes? Should it be the government? Should it be the industry? Should it be the academia? Where would you see in computing and so on, you have, in industry, you have IETF, you have IEEE, you have ACM. Many of these organizations try to do more processes and algorithms type of standardization. Where do you see data standardization belong?
I don't know if
Is that working?
my mic working?
That's me. Just talk.
Okay. I don't think it should be the government. We keep trying, we make things 10 times longer than it should take. I think there's a lot of great ways of, again, back to collaboration, communications, and synergy. What the government's okay at is once a standard is there, we can push it to a formal state. If it has to go in front of Congress, we can get it over there, we can talk to them about it. But asking us to do something through overly protracted research cycle is usually not a good outcome, and I'm just talking from my years of experience. So an example would be something like a Wikipedia kind of environment where standards start forming and they start getting tighter, and there's large consensus about how that standard will be used, how it can migrate, how dynamic that standard can be, how it gets secured. All of that, I think, is where we start. And let the government help at the back end and not so much on the front end.
So I think that standardization is something that has to be community driven, and by community I mean everybody that you've listed in your list, right? And we funded things like the Research Data Alliance that thinks quite a bit about this, and they as a group engage government and industry and the academic university to think about data standards and think about how we want to go about doing that. The government owns many major data sets that people want to use. So the government has a role to play, but it's not the only role. They can't be the arbiter of those data standards. It has to be done in conjunction with everybody else. The other thing I want to mention about data standardization is thinking about the role of education workforce development in data standardization, right? The approach for at least a lot of research data harmonization is thinking about creating curricula and documentation for a certain set of tools that you want the whole community to start using, right? And that as a mechanism towards at least harmonization and standardization is something that I think people tend to not focus on, because really if you train the next generation to use a certain set of tools to be able to think about data in a certain way, in a cohesive way, then you have taken the first major step towards standardization.
I'll say, so I see things a little bit differently, just because I think industry sees things a little bit differently often. In scientific communities, there has been great successful partnerships where they form standards sort of organically and communally. In industry, that happens less because, frankly, a lot of times industry players, if they're going to invest money, they want a return on that, and they view standards as a leverage point for their market. How many years were PDF and Word incompatible formats? And so I think it's a challenge, and it's industry to industry, depending on the tolerance for the various industries to form some of these things. I'm a big open source guy, and so it pains me when I see standards that aren't sort of open and accessible. But there are some that have done that in a really successful way. Nevertheless, I think the sort of egalitarian dimension is really important, because at the end of the day, a bunch of people have to implement that standard. If you're in an industry where you've only got four people that need to implement that, maybe a closed standard might be a fine approach, but most industries have a lot more people like that. I do think there's an important role for government to play, and NIST has shown a lot of leadership over the years. In fact, the standard definition of the cloud computing tiers came from NIST, and that's still a foundation that a lot of the evolving cloud technology is based on. So having folks like NIST or even independent sort of nonprofit parties like ASTM be the driver and the forum and the facilitator for standards development within a group of industry players, I think is a really winning formula.
Might illustrate a bit of bias here, but one group I thought of as well is the National Academy of Engineering or National Academy of Sciences, which often gets into this kind of arena, including last year a really great report on manufacturing. So the capability of bringing to that pretty highly recognized credibility, a broad spectrum of persons would seem to make sense.
Any further questions from the audience? So I will have one more question before we conclude. I would like to ask you, where do you see currently, for example, the IUCRCs could help the Midwest Big Data Hub, and how could Midwest Big Data Hub help some of the IUCRC or MDDI? What's the role, from your perspective, where the Midwest Big Data Hub could help in these partnerships between academia, government, and industry?
Well, so the The IUCRCs are all focused on particular technology or science topic areas, right? So they don't have the overview that the Midwest Big Data has of a broad range of topics, right? And so being able to bring in partners that they may not be aware of, that they may not be focused on, into some an IUCRC. So the Northeast Hub is already quite engaged with the IUCRCs in their region, and you take a look. I don't know the full list of sites right now. If there's some in the Midwest region, you can already of the existing ones, but also in the formation of new IUCRC proposals, that could be a role for the Midwest Data Hub as some of these spokes spin up. Right, they are probably looking for sustainable models for support. Right, an IUCRC grant is one option, depending on the type of work that people want done.
Okay. I have a question for Penn. You mentioned the IRCRC, so I had worked with them, worked with a plan. Thank you. Question for Penn. I had worked with an IRCRC planning grant a number of years ago in talking with software companies, and the problem we had at the time was the licensing, and the program managers at the time they were quite persistent about a particular license, and that license was problematic for companies, at least that we had engaged with. Do you know if the program has eased over time in terms of how one talks about licensing within the program? Because there was a single license, everybody had to sign on, all your companies had to sign on, and it was rather rigid, and that turned out to be why I was not able to make something lasting. So if you could comment on that.
Yeah, so there are a few different licensing options, and some of the other IUCRCs in data have been able to negotiate different kinds of things with their partners, right? The CDDA, so if you want to talk about specifically for data science, reaching out to the CDDA and Jim Milkey, who is the executive director there, he can talk to you about some of the options they've been able to do with licensing, but also with just sharing. The fact that if you're a data science related project, what data do, what technologies, what software does each partner get access to, right? We have actual competitors who are both members of the IUCRC, and how much of, what software do they get access to, what software, does the team get access to of specifically potentially competitor company. That's something that they had to sort of negotiate. So the IUCRC program does change every year, right? And there are different teams, and there's different solicitations, different rules. So I would recommend actually just checking in with the program officer to see if they have the same rules. I don't know if the particular license that you're talking about is still being mandated. I know that other IUCRCs in this space have been able to sort of have some flexibility around it.
Okay, well, we have to conclude this panel since the next panel is due. Thank you so much to all the panelists for interesting comments.
Very short audio announcement. We are aware of the dropout in the room. That's a known issue here that they're working on for us. So thanks for that. For people at your desks or at the tables, your mics on the very bottom, there's a little red light. If you touch the red light, it will turn green. Then it's working for you. For panelists and the moderators up front, the mics at the tables will not feed to the live stream. So if you're able to repeat the question, that would be quite helpful. So the next panel is very welcome to join us, and thank you.
Are we all set? Do you want to? Okay, let's get started. My name is Jim Krogmeyer, and I'm going to be the moderator today for panel number 2, which is on academic and industry collaboration and data access arrangements. I'm going to start off here by reading a little bit of the bio of each of these 3 panelists, and then we'll start, and they'll go in whatever order they've decided. I guess maybe we'll go in the order that they're listed here, which would probably be Peter, then Keith, then Tim. But I'll start off by going ahead and go through the bios of each one of them. Okay, so we'll start here with Peter Christensen, who is an assistant professor in agricultural and consumer electronics. Gosh, I'm a double E, so everything's electronics. Sorry about that. Consumer economics at the University of Illinois. He's also a researcher at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications. Peter works as an environmental economist, studying the impact of environmental regulations and public policy programs. And in doing this, he uses various emerging data sets. For example, the NASA Moderate Resolution Satellite Data Set to study the growth of cities in China and effects of their conservation efforts. He's using data from Zillow on the U.S. housing market to study demand for environmental amenities. He's using Google's Traffic API to study the societal cost of traffic congestion in developing countries, and a variety of other data sets as well. Peter was also a contributing author to the 5th assessment report of the IPCC. Now I'll go with Keith Elliston, who's president and CEO of TransSmart Foundation, also one of its founders, and formerly served as its chief scientist and head of business development. TransSmart Foundation provides an open-source knowledge management platform for scientists to share pre-competitive translational research data. Keith's expertise currently is in development and growth of new life sciences and technology ventures. In addition, he has scientific expertise in systems biology and data sciences, and there's more written in the printed material. Tim Yardley, Associate Director of Technology and Senior Researcher at the Information Trust Institute, ITI. Tim's primary focus is in developing strategic vision and direction for applied research in the ITI portfolio. He also conducts research to support the ITI core mission, and his research focus is on trustworthiness and resiliency in critical infrastructure, particularly regarding cybersecurity and telecommunications and the power grid. So I'd like to welcome our panelists, and we'll have them come up here and make a little statement. Thank you.
By that you mean just get going on the presentation?
Do your presentation.
Okay, great. Where am I looking for?
Third one down. PowerPoint's in the middle.
Over here. Yep, thank you. Just looking for a folder. All right. Thanks, everybody, for having me here today. I've been looking forward to this. I unfortunately wasn't able to attend the all-hands meeting last fall, and so have been looking forward to this one ever since. I was asked to come here today to sort of speak to some of the lessons that I would say, instead of lessons learned, lessons that I'm learning along the way on collaboration and data access arrangements. And I'm learning this, I think, as many researchers in this room, quite organically, and a lot of people that I talk to in this space. We're developing relationships in order to get projects done, and those relationships and sort of the conversations, the strategies that we engage are very much one-off strategies that we create in order to develop projects. And I've begun now. I have sort of a handful of projects that have had many conversations with others that sort of have been the impetus for thinking a little bit more about how to systematically approach
as an individual researcher, data access arrangements, but I'd also like to think a little bit more institutionally, and I'm beginning to think and talk to people at the University of Illinois, where I'm located, about how to do this more institutionally. So I'm just going to get into and spend a little bit of time discussing what I'm thinking about right now. So first of all, I think that a lot of folks who come and speak in an event like this often are thinking about the social sciences as a component maybe of their project rather than as at the center. But so for those who are here in that capacity, I just want to demonstrate that in the social sciences, restricted data are completely transforming everything that we're doing. And I can speak, particularly for economics, and that's what the graph is that we're looking here on the right. So we're just looking at the share of publications by publication year that involve some sort of exemption for restricted private or administrative data. So we're now at about half as of 2014, and I think now we're beyond half. And really what's interesting here is, the amount of growth. So if you look back to 2005, this is just a handful of papers that were using restricted data. Now we're talking about half of what's published. And if we look at the impact of these publications, I think the picture becomes even more interesting. I don't have that graph. It's a little bit more complicated to produce. But it's very clear that the power of these data in providing both high resolution, so information about in our case, about individual actors in the economy and individual firms, and at the same time about global markets, allows us to make connections and understand systems that we just couldn't before. The frequency of these data, individual and collective behavior at the same time, integrating our understanding of behavior in markets with physical data, as well as doing real-time policy analysis. So I'm sure other people around the world are coining terms all over the place left and right, and I know I'm preaching to the choir in this room, but I'm thinking of this as the macroscope. At least for the social sciences, this is akin to what the microscope allowed the biological sciences to do. We're in the midst of a revolution because now we're actually able to test hypotheses that we've been developing for the last couple of centuries and just haven't been able to. So what are some of the things that I'm doing, just to give you a little bit of context? I have a collaboration with Zillow.com right now. They've turned over their entire housing transaction data set. So this is prices as well as all of the characteristics of all the homes sold in the last almost 30 years in the US. And we're using those prices to understand a variety of to ask a variety of questions. The one that I'm working on right at the moment is, what were the damages from the Flint crisis, the crisis in Flint, Michigan? And the reason why this is important is that we have very partial estimates of what the actual effects, the impacts, the health impacts, and maybe monetized health impacts of the crisis were, that are being used in a class action lawsuit on behalf of the residents of Flint. But really, the damages are much more broad than that. And it requires understanding all of the avoidance strategies that the individual residents and economic actors were engaging in throughout this crisis. So we're using this housing market data. We're using bottled water consumption data from Nielsen.com to understand how people and how much they were spending every day after the crisis on bottled water. It also helps us understand, as new information was revealed about the level of risk within the city, how behavioral responses, it tells us about the behavioral responses to that new information. And so it helps us actually understand what this relationship was in this particular event between information provided by the government and by other authorities and what was actually going on the ground. So, and another project that I'm working on, quite different in location, is getting to the bottom of trying to estimate the social costs or the welfare costs in economic terms of traffic congestion in developing countries. This is a big question. We haven't been able to nail it down, mostly because of sort of very partial observation of how people get from point A to point B and in what conditions in many cities around the world. The estimates of the cost, the social cost of traffic congestion in developing country cities are between 2 and 5% of GDP, which is enormous. But we don't know actually very much about this, and as a result, city governments are engaging in what I'm calling blind experiments, where we're going to restrict driving for 20% of the population, in one of the 5 weekdays. We're going to develop we're going to license develop a lottery for license plates. We're going to sort of restrict transit in some way. Other city governments are experimenting with congestion pricing. Other city governments are experimenting with HOV lanes. There are a number of experiments, but really without any good analysis of what the efficacy of these different instruments are. And we have some pretty well-developed theoretical models that provide some expectations, but difficult to actually test, particularly outside the OECD. And so what we're doing is we're combining data collected in transit surveys in cities around the world, piloting right now in Sao Paulo, Brazil, with Google's real-time traffic data. So we're simulating the set of choices that an individual would have in getting from point A to point B when they're observed to take a trip. Now, these surveys are representative of the population of a city. And so what it allows us to do is, as conditions are changing week to week to week, we actually estimate what the welfare cost, what the social cost of congestion is. And we can see here in Sao Paulo, these are some very recent preliminary results, that they're quite large. So just the variance from one week to the next in terms of the cost of transporting the population of Sao Paulo, Brazil from point A to point B is on the order of hundreds of millions of dollars. So this is in terms of, on the y-axis is in terms of Brazilian reales, but that's about a 2-to-1 factor of 2 if you want to convert to US dollars. And so this is very large. So now the next step is allow city governments to experiment with policy and then provide them real-time response data to actually see what the benefit of that policy was. So if you're going to subsidize the public transit system, the idea of pulling people off the road, you're spending public dollars on that subsidy, and what are the benefits that you get? Okay, so in developing these kinds of projects, this is a sort of sample of some of the things I'm working on. What I'm learning is that there are several key challenges, and I think they'll be very intuitive to people in this room. I know a number of you have been doing similar things for many years. But I'm sort of thinking about these in terms of, one, engagement. Within a particular company, I'm finding that it's very important to find a particular collaborator or partner that's really engaged or interested in this project. Now, I don't know how to systematize that. I mean, that's very challenging. I want to be able to explain and communicate the potential of a particular project, but not everybody within in the Zillow organization, for example, is as interested in solving challenges as the people who I have happened to be able to connect with. And it's become a very, very successful collaboration so far. They're very interested, but I'm sort of beginning to think about how to actually systematize that, and I think that they're actually doing the exact same thing. So several of the companies that I'm working with now are actually creating the capacity in the form of a team that's focused on going out there from their end and looking at at partners in academia and in research capacities that both advance their, do fundamental research that will advance their core business, but also importantly, develops disruptive research. And this becomes important, especially at early stage, both in early stage and mid stage, especially technology companies, because it attracts venture capital. And so I'm sort of trying to understand that, that dynamic a little bit better, because it's important to understand for those of us who are doing sort of research that might not be focused on a company's particular bottom line. Other products that we have commercialization potential. And that sort of leads to what are their incentives here? We really have to, I'm an economist, I want to focus and understand what their particular incentives are, but they're not as simple as just their, it's not a simple strategy, obviously. Many companies are developing data sets without really understanding the full market potential of those data sets they want to explore. They want to be able to control what the products are. They want to maintain some control, but also publicize the wins and the successes. And so this is actually a much more complex set of incentives than meeting next year's sales goals. Of course, the legal and privacy issues create huge bottlenecks, have to be worked out in very careful ways, and create huge bottlenecks in developing research, because at least I think in many cases they're developed sort of one at a time, project by project, and they can take months or years to coalesce. And the IRB obviously plays a very important role in privacy, but as many people have talked about, and I think we'll talk about throughout this event, this is larger than the IRB is capable of handling currently. And on the legal side, for an individual researcher, the barrier to entry is quite high. If we're not seeing an agreement take shape within a few months, then we just can't continue to do the project. And then, of course, the access arrangements. So what would be ideal in many cases, of course, is to have a single API access point. But this, many times, even for companies that have APIs, public APIs, is not the way that they want to release data to research collaborators, which is quite curious. I mean, it actually seems like that would be the least cost and fastest way to get things done. But I'm noticing that, and we have the technology to be able to make use of APIs in a very efficient way, but they want to maintain some control over, in part, their servers if we're pulling huge amounts of data at once, but they also want to maintain some control, I think, over the sort of larger set of data that they might be willing to provide, but aren't necessarily accessible through their public or commercial API. So I guess what I'm hoping is that and I think that this is underway, I'm hoping to be part of a larger coordinated and systematic effort that sort of has an institutional goal of focusing researchers more on research rather than figuring these things out one by one in one-off ways with particular projects. And I think that this is the perfect type of forum to really develop a cohesive strategy that helps and brings down basically the barriers to doing these type of projects for those who have the technical ability. Others have discussed, how we can bring data science to the masses. But even for those of us who have that ability, it can be quite difficult to locate and identify the right person in a large company. Or in a small company, for that matter, communicating potential. So this is something that sort of I'm doing as an individual researcher, but I think we can coordinate this both at the level of universities as well as consortiums such as the Big Data Hub. So communicating the potential to solve societal grand challenges and developing conversation. It's much easier to to bring high level to develop high level discussions with a very large coordinated attempt. And of course, dealing with proprietary issues, understanding concerns about competitors, industry competitors. These are all things that we would want to think through with a lot of different types of people in the room. People who are trained to do this and have a lot of experience, like many of you in the room. So I'm really throwing this out. I think that this is probably self-evident, but as somebody who's actually doing the projects and has enough incentive and motivation to do these projects to try and be figuring them out myself, I'd really welcome and the engagement of a much larger attempt among the Midwest Big Data Hub, as well as what we're doing at the University of Illinois. So, thanks.
Okay, let's see. This must be me. Okay. Thank you to the MBDH for inviting us here. And I thought it was a great introduction by Peter, talking quite a bit about proprietary data. I'm going to talk a little bit about open data. And I realize in this audience that I have to explain that the trans in Transmart is for translational, not for transit or transportation. The Transmart Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit, open source, open data foundation in the biomedical research area. We're focused on translational research and precision medicine. So in essence, taking basic research data and translating that into products and capabilities. That is new drugs, new diagnostics, new treatments for patients. Our mission has been one of being a public-private partnership, bringing academia together with industry to form new kinds of partnerships that advance both the technology and the access to data. We're a little bit fortunate, I suppose, in the biomedical space that our data is a little more standardized than some of the things that we just heard about. But there are real challenges here, and I wanted to open the discussion a little bit on the challenges around open data and how one accesses and utilizes open data, and in fact, what the reality is of open data. So let me just first state that the Transmart platform is a knowledge management data science platform that integrates biomedical data coming from individual sets of patients. So typically from clinical research studies or clinical trials, we're gathering not just clinical data from the patients themselves, but also high-dimensional molecular data, imaging data, other types of data that you want to bring together and analyze on a patient-by-patient basis. I like to think of this as sort of the Google Maps for patients. In Google Maps, we have a GIS location, which we can integrate data from many different layers to. In the biomedical research space, we have the patient as our GIS coordinate. And we want to integrate all the different layers of data to be able to compare, say, amongst diabetic patients, what their gene expression profiles are in their peripheral blood cells or something of that nature. So one of the challenges we have in our space is accessing open data. The federal government has sponsored the development of large sets of open data. The nonprofit biomedical research community has also spent billions of dollars on developing open data. And one of the challenges for us as we begin to access and utilize open data is, what does open data mean? So I've gathered here, I'm going to have to pull my glasses on because this is kind of small over here. I just brought together here the key definition of open data. And the open data is the idea that certain data should be freely available for everyone to use and to republish as they wish without restrictions from copyright patents or other mechanisms of control. So the whole goal around open data is to be very much like open source, which is to be able to freely share, to make derivative work, share derivative works, and move forward. That philosophy has been one that's integral to academia and certainly also to industry as well. The challenge we have today in the biomedical space is that when we look at open data, what we see are what we call restrictive data use agreements. And I've just highlighted for 3 particular data sets here for you. One is a data set that has had almost $1 billion of research funding involved in Alzheimer's. It's the Alzheimer's Disease Neuroimaging Initiative, or ADNI. When you look at their data use agreement, the agreement you must sign to gain access to these data, the first thing it says is, I will not further disclose these data. So the concept of openness, where I can bring in data, I can transform the data, I can integrate the data, and then I can share those data, is completely absent here. As you go further on, there are a number of other restrictions, but this for the Transmark community has been a very restrictive issue in that we can't take the data, integrate the data, put them into our knowledge management system, and then distribute those data to our end users who use it within the context of that platform. That is restricted under this agreement, okay? And I'll also point out that the data set that we're looking at here is 100 individual files, mainly in Excel, that are not integrated. So using them individually is very difficult. A second one is the Parkinson's Progressive Markers Initiative, PPMI. This is a database that was funded largely by the Michael J. Fox Foundation working on Parkinson's disease. They spent over $500 million developing this data set, and they continue to add to this. Here we have, again, in their data use agreement, I will not further disclose these data. In fact, it goes beyond that to state, secondly, I will do my best to ensure that investigators who use these data provide technical safeguards to prevent use or disclosure of the data other than provided by this agreement. So not only are we saying we can't share the data, but we will ensure that anyone we work with has no technological ability to share the data. So again, adding any value to the data set through integration, et cetera. This one also is over 100 individual data files, typically in Excel, actually hosted by the same group, the Laboratory of Neuroimaging, which hosts the ADNI data. Third one I like to bring up, because this one I think really impacts all of us, because this is the Cancer Genome Atlas, the TCGA. These are data that we as taxpayers have funded, have been directly funded to be open data and accessible for people to do research on. When we look at that data use agreement, it says the requester and approved users agree to retain control over the data and to further agree not to distribute the data obtained through the data access request to any entity or individual not covered in their agreement. And the only people that can be covered in that are people in your organization. It goes further on, and there are 2 levels of data in the Cancer Genome Atlas, one of which well, both of which are considered open, one of which you can gain access to, but only the direct unprocessed data files from the TCGA. The second has the restriction that it must be only hosted on a government-owned computer. So while it's open data, you can't actually put the data on your computer to do your analysis. This is the reality of open data in the biomedical research space. So when we look at this, when we tout from NIH and others that we have a lot of open data that people can readily use and access, it's in forms that typically are not able to be used effectively, with restrictions that don't allow us to redistribute any kinds of forms that are useful to the community. When I look at this, we think of there being a key set of barriers to open data. The first is a technological barrier. That is, we need platforms to load data into. We have the Transmart platform for these kinds of data, so that technological barrier is being addressed. But when we look at the data, there need to be methods for integrating the data, for having technology for accessing the data, for having specific analytics for the data. When these projects are releasing the data as sets of individual files, many times as they come off of instruments, those data are not effectively able to be utilized by the typical scientist that wants to do this type of research. The second aspect here, I think, which is the more difficult one, is the sociological aspect. That is, when we look at incentives for data sharing, particularly in the biomedical research community, the incentives for sharing data are not well aligned. That is, academic researchers gain prominence and value from publishing their data, publishing analysis of those data. If they release those data and others make findings upon those data, that in fact diminishes the value to the individual investigator. So we look at the incentives for sharing data, and the incentives are not aligned with an open sharing. I've personally had the experience of going and trying to get data for clinical studies that have been published and which the authors have stated that they've released the data, and I can get, say, the gene expression data, but I can't get the clinical data, and I can't get identifiers that would link that clinical data to the outcome. So while it's been open, it's not useful. And this is very typical in the biomedical research space. And I think overall, what we need to do is change these incentives to begin rewarding people for sharing data, finding means of sharing data and doing that. So the foundation has been focused on some of these aspects, which is trying to bring some awareness to open data, some of the issues around open data, and having a technological platform that integrates these data. So that's one of the key aspects of this. I did want to bring just a quick note to Tim Berners-Lee and the work that he's done on looking at the levels of data openness. So people can obscure their data, but still make it open. So for example, if one takes a scan of a PDF and makes that available, that's open, but it's just not very useful. Having data in electronic form that can be used in a proprietary platform is another means, but that again restricts people that only have access to that proprietary platform. You know, the best means is to actually have data available in a digital form, in an open format that allows people to use this. And the typical thing is your comma delimited files that might be easily addressable through software like spreadsheets or even Python, etc. But I think the typical thing that we want to get to is the final stage, the 5-star stage, which is where we have data that is in standard formats, that's linked to other kinds of data, that forms the type of system that we really need to use. When Peter talks about what he's working with as his substrate, it's that class 5 data where it's integrated across different types of data sets, and that's where we need to be. One of the things that the foundation is working on is to try and facilitate and enable collaborative open data in the biomedical research space. We've been collaborating with Linux Foundation on this. This is a key issue. And one of the things that keeps us from sharing open data, in fact, is the legal protections that we have for data versus the ones that we have for software. So for example, one of the things that's facilitated open source software is having a copyright on that work of authorship and open licenses that tell us exactly what our rights are when we share that. Today, we don't have any such protection for data. Data is a collection of facts. It's not subject to copyright protection. The only way to protect those data is restrictive contracts that specifically tell an end user what they can do with it. And that data sharing restriction is one of the key challenges. Is when I look at that data sharing, if you're under contract to me to protect my data and you give the data to a third party, I have no relationship with the third party. I can't reach through, and that's prohibitive. But what we're working with Linux Foundation on is the fact that if we take these data and we do the integration, the analysis, the normalization of these data to put them into a platform, say like Transmart, is we are producing a copyright protected work. And we can begin using open data licenses to protect data that's been integrated, that's been normalized, that's been analyzed. And that's one of the strategies I think we need to use here in making data more available to more end users, is in fact transform those data into usable formats, create that work of authorship, and have an open data license that then prevents things like patient de-anonymization and things of that nature. Finally, one of the things that we're working on is how to make people very much more aware of these issues around open data and what one can do with these data. And that is through conducting datathons. I think we know how hackathons have really helped the open source community in terms of developing new technologies and new capabilities. We do the same thing for data. So what is a datathon? It's in essence you bring a group of data scientists and normal scientists, statisticians, mathematicians together for an intensive 3-day workshop. Challenges them to take a prepared set of data and do some really interesting analysis on this to see what the value of those data are. The format we model after hackathons, so there are different challenges and things of that nature. The participants work in teams to frame particular research questions and then work with them to bring those things through. When we do these datathons, we do a number of key things that I think are very useful for our communities. First, we demonstrate the value of the data and the value of the integration of the data. So that is very useful. Here's data that's been pre-organized and made available for you to work with. So a lot of that data wrangling up front is taken care of for you. The second is to generate interest in the underlying data sets. People often are not aware of what data are available or what they can be used for and how rich those data sets are. I think the third is to bring an awareness to the issues around open data. In fact, for a datathon that we did on the 3 data sets I just mentioned, we had to have people sign 5 different legal agreements, and we had to work with a particular group to host our platform on one of their servers so they could consider it their system and then only put it up for 3 days. So it brings in their awareness of this need for open data. It also allows you to develop new collaborations. A good example is in the one we did with Michael J. Fox. is a data analytics company was able to find a set of biomarkers that predict progression for Parkinson's, and they did a partnership with Michael J. Fox to further that work and then to go forward in commercializing those markers. That's the key objective of the PPMI study itself. And then I think we can also, when we see the possibilities, define new sets of experiments, new methods, and invest in more data that we can make more effective use of. So I just wanted to bring that awareness around open data, particularly how it affects us in the biomedical research community, and we can open that for discussion. Thank you.
There you go. All right. Stay. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about data that, let's say, has a slightly different context. So first off, I'm Tim Yardley, Associate Director of Technology for the Information Trust Institute. And the Information Trust Institute is a different sort of entity than what you normally see in academia in that we work fundamentally from the ground up with industry to solve problems. And by that, I mean everything we do is partnered with or driven by industry in some way, shape, or form. So as you can imagine, we deal with a lot of their data, right? So the Information Trust Institute was originally founded by Professor Bill Sanders, who's now the Department Head of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and is currently led by Professor David Nickel. I am the Associate Director of Technology, so I oversee all of our research portfolio. And then we also have Al Valdez, who's a Managing Director of some of our smart grid initiatives. So what does ITI do? Well, we work fundamentally on trust in critical infrastructure or trust in complex systems. So we do a lot of work in the electric power grid space. I even do work in space technology. So if you look at the importance of the data that we have, it's some of the, let's say, most sensitive data that you can have that's somewhat still openly or publicly addressable in some way, right? And by that I mean you can see the electric power grid, you can touch the electric power grid, and every day you're served by the electric power grid. You can even monitor it in your house, right, by plugging in a device. But that's only a part of the puzzle. So ITI started in 2004 with $500,000 of seed money. Since then, we've brought in over $150 million of research. Now, why that's important is this is labor-intensive research, not equipment-intensive research. So we have roughly, let's say, 10% of that, maybe 15% that's went towards equipment. Everything else has been towards labor, of using this data, solving problems, working with the entities to get things out into the field. And by getting things out into the field, it's to cause impact. So we're not just writing papers, we're building systems, we're getting them deployed in the field. And in order to do that, those systems have to be known to work. So I'll talk about why and how we do that. So we focus on that cutting edge research, which is how do you take something that it exists today and move it to where it needs to be in 20 years and do so in a way that's tractable. And by tractable, that means building technology that will solve these problems, these challenges that people have, and validate that technology so that you can apply it today in stages to get to the final endpoint. We also work on education and training, so workforce development related stuff, and that obviously has data associated with it too, which is more of a feedback loop. What types of things do you need to learn? How do you do things today? What are your processes? Those types of things. So I mentioned that industry is a real focus of us. It's right here in the middle, right? And there's all sorts of initiatives that we have, but they all sort of move together with industry. Some of them, just by name, are TCIPG, the Trustworthy Cyber Infrastructure for the Power Grid. That's a center that recently ended after basically 10 years under that moniker. CIRI, which is a DHS center, Critical Infrastructure Resilience Institute. CREDC, Cyber Resilient Energy Delivery Consortium. And CEER, which is Cyber Physical Experimentation Environment for Radix. That's a DARPA-funded effort. There's all sorts of other things. ADSE is our initiative with Singapore, and CIPSA was a DOE ARPA-E project. But inside this industry bubble, there's all sorts of work that goes on there, including some funded jointly with the federal government. So industry helps us in a lot of ways. They give us ideas, and those ideas may come from, well, wouldn't it be nice if we had a solution to do X? In other cases, it's, we have something broken. We don't know what it is, but we know that it's broken. And so that's a motivation, right? In other cases, they just give us data, and they say, here, take a look at this, see what you find that's interesting. And there's sort of everything in between there. When they bring problems to us, those problems may be on things like privacy. For instance, a company recently talked to me about how do you create a system where the data effectively destroys itself if it ever leaves my facility? Well, self-destructing data, that sort of makes sense, right? But it's not about the data. So it's not just, oh, let me encrypt this. They want a whole system that relies on the data and the system itself to operate in joint unison effectively in order to function. And without both of them, you can't possibly function. Interesting problem, right? Other things are on the analytics side. All right, so in the electric power grid space, you don't really necessarily think of that as a big data sort of initiative, right? The utilities that we interface with have vast archives of data. And when I say vast, I mean one utility that I have a copy of, about a third of their data, has roughly 100 terabytes or so of historic power information over the past 5 years only. And then they have another couple hundred terabytes archived to tape for the past 20 years. Do they know how to even access that data? No. Do they know what's in there? No. Do they have any metadata describing when things happened, or can cross-reference and say an event or a disturbance or whatever it may have happened at this point in time? No. Have they done analysis on the data, went back and looked at events? Yes, in some cases. Is that documented? No. Is it referenced in any way? No. Well, I know a hurricane went through at this point, so let me give you data around that window, and I'm sure something interesting will be in there, right? And then everything else is sort of word of mouth. So how do you make that usable? How do you contain that knowledge in some way? So we use data in a lot of ways. One of those, as I mentioned, is we like to build things, and building those things are to actually get out into practice. Well, if you want to put something in practice on the electric power grid, you better be sure that it's going to do what it's supposed to do, right? Because I know everyone in here at some point relied on power or is currently relying on power to do what they want to do, right? And our society as a whole inherently needs this. The electric power grid is one of the most complex machines in the world. It's easy to break. It's also hard to break. So how do you balance that, right? So when you're looking at putting things like encryption, security protections, privacy, re-architecting how things work, you can't just go out and say, oh, and let me attach this to the electric power grid and see what it does. So you have to create an environment that allows you to mimic it. So we built a testbed about 10 years ago that allows us to mimic the power grid at basically the highest level of fidelity you can. And that mixes simulation, emulation, real gear, et cetera. There's about $10.5 million worth of hardware and software, most of which came via donation there. And then there's intangible assets. And when I say intangible assets, I mean knowledge, data, other things that have been contributed to the facility that allow us to do the work that we do. But there's also the science there, which is we make these systems do things that they were never intended to do in the field. And we have to do so without introducing artifacts. And so how do you verify that what you've done, how you've manipulated these systems, how you've linked together with co-simulation and other techniques, how do you verify that it's right? And so data comes at the utmost import for that. Further, the models that people use for power engineering and other things are inherently good, but not always perfect. And by that I mean the August 2003 blackout was a modeling issue, effectively. The model said it shouldn't have happened. It did, right? And so how do you go back and look at the data and fix these models so that the software that these companies are relying on to tell them what to do in this big complex machine that they can't fully understand themselves work correctly? And data feeds back into that, right? We also have to generate our own data. So The data we get from entities we can't share. It's under the tightest restrictions that you can pretty much imagine other than classification levels. I have a particular data set that is only available to named researchers in the agreement. Those named researchers can't be from any restricted countries. It can't ever leave a specific machine of which that machine is identified by serial number, build, specifications, et cetera, has to be encrypted on that machine. It has to be encrypted in transit, although it can't transit anywhere because it can't leave the machine, but they still require it to be encrypted in transit. It has to have multi-factor authentication to access the data. It has to have access controls limiting the subsets of data that people can access. And the list goes on and on and on, right? So how do you deal with that? And how do you publish stuff off that? And how do you prove things out using data sets like that? It's hard. So you have to build your own, and those data sets have to be just as realistic as the real ones that are out there. So I'll just briefly go through this, but in the testbed itself, there's what we refer to sort of as the scientific testbed capability life cycle, which is building the capabilities in the testbed to mimic the reality. And data comes into basically every cycle of that, identifying the problems, building the solutions, using those, and disseminating the information. The dissemination part is interesting. That's where we're publishing our own data that's statistically identical effectively to the real data, but doesn't convey any of the information that the real data conveyed that is sensitive in nature. So when a project comes into the testbed, it has needs, requirements, implementation, and refinement, and each of those are sort of feedback loops where data comes into play. So on the requirements and on the implementation, you check to see if this is meeting the needs of the people that you're trying to solve the problem for, and you use the data to verify these steps. Any of these circle back if they're not completing until they get to the point that they can complete that before they move on. Each individual project goes through, of course, its own life cycle, right, with what am I going to do, how am I going to do it, how do I verify that, and you work with industry, you work with these data sets to do that, you refine and adapt based on that feedback, and then you finally validate and transition before it actually goes on in the field. So every one of these steps involves data at different degrees of fidelity, different levels of import, and sometimes different protections. When you're getting all the way down to the refined stage, as an example, you may be using very sensitive utility data. When you're in the research phase, you may be using synthetic data, right? Or simulations, or whatever it may be. So with data, there's all sorts of different data that we deal with. Public data, private data, comes in many different forms. I've sort of talked about that already. What are some of the best practices that we've learned? So to give you an idea of the amount of data we have, I have about 40 terabytes or so of utility protected information. Now that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but our closest sort of comparator in academia has a handful, maybe at most, of gigabytes of data from utilities. So we have a lot of utility data. And so since there's protection mechanisms at so many different levels across so many different ways, we protect this data in basically the same way across the board. If it's sensitive data, it's protected in the same way as the insensitive data. Why? Because it's too difficult to keep track of 50 different ways that we need to protect everything. So we basically protect everything at the utmost level. So it's encrypted when it's stored, et cetera. Now, there are some data sets that are further restricted, like they have to be on a particular machine and others. Those are special cases, but we try to minimize that. So we always try to protect the data as good as or better than the source that provided it. There has never been a case where we have not been better than the source that provided the data to us. For instance, we've received data with a data share, data use agreement that required encryption and transit and blah, 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 blah. And it arrived to us in a hard drive shipment, effectively, that came via FedEx that was not encrypted, had the password as a sticky note on the archive, and password wasn't needed because there wasn't any encryption there. It wasn't even zipped or password protected or anything. It was just the raw data, but they put a password on it. Okay, that's cool. So the other thing that we always do is we limit access to the data to just those that need it. We don't just say, okay, any of our researchers, go browse the archives, do whatever you want and play with, right? We talk to our researchers and find out their needs. And the last one is really key, which is we provide a description of the data and its purpose, and we store that with the data itself. And the reason for that is there's so much information that's lost in continuity. So we don't just store the metadata per se, but we store the tools that the researchers have built to extract the information that was useful from it, or to reformat it or scrape it or whatever it may be, so that other researchers can use that later on. So that we have always the native format in case something gets missed, but then we have all of these tools that the people have used over time to transform the data into other forms. All sorts of data access arrangements exist: open, named, access, restricted. You all understand all those. So, and I've already talked about them. What are some of the best practices for engaging with industry, right? So be upfront with them about why you want the data. That's one of the biggest sort of lessons that we've had. It's like, oh, we just want to browse around and see what we can find. That's okay, but if you tell them explicitly what your type of thing you're looking for, they can often help you. And they're often willing to help you, right? Try to have as little restrictions as possible on how the data is used. And then also provide to them your plan of how you're going to use the data, how you're going to manage the data, et cetera. Similar to, say, a concept of operations, meaning I want to use this to research X. I'm going to protect it in this way. I'm going to publish results in this type of format, et cetera, to set the table of expectations. So when you get 6 months into your work or 2 years into your work and you're ready to publish and they say, whoa, wait a minute, not all is lost, right? You start in the beginning to set the expectations. Flip side of that, industry providing your suggestions to industry, encourage the use of your data, right? So there's so many people that say, well, this is so important, trade secret, blah, blah, blah. The people that are trying to use this data are trying to help you. So work with them, right? Work with the researchers to understand their needs and help map those needs to the data that you may have, and assist them in understanding what's there by providing this knowledge that you have. Be careful about requesting research publication restrictions. That's a big sort of gate stop in academia, and it also limits the applicability of what we can do with the data. If we can't publish on it, many of the research avenues that we're funded on, we can't use, right? And then the other key thing is don't throw data just over the fence. And by that I mean work with the people. Don't just say, here's my data, you go figure it out. There's so many entities that just say, well, we gave you a whole bunch of data, up to you to sort of do something with it, right? That's counterproductive. So, that's all.
Thank you to the speakers. Let's get some questions in. Of course, we're over time, but we definitely want to have some questions. I found this very interesting. Oh, we got a couple over here. I'll take the far one, and then I'll come back to the one closer.
Oh, okay. I guess. So I think that would be a very interesting study. I'd love to see that graph. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of the entire distribution of publications that are out there, because every particular outlet has its own policy. And there are certainly many outlets that don't require that data are published. They typically do require that there are replication files that are made available to, if, upon request. That's a sort of low benchmark, in my opinion. I think the much more interesting question that you're asking is, how do you both use this, really powerful resource and have the high bar that we all hope that is the future, and in some cases is the present. And I think the way that people are doing that right now, I mean, my own experience and what I understand from others is figuring out unique ways that are very project specific to make, and it requires a lot of negotiation with the entity that provided those data to not only anonymize, but make sure that the original product is not reproducible from the data that are made available. And there are a lot of strategies for doing that, but I'm not seeing a very coordinated effort or set of standards or even best practices in terms of how. I think it's a very interesting project.
Let's get another question. There was one in the middle.
So in the open source development community, there's a lot of guidance around, what kind of a license should a developer choose, either copyleft or a more permissive license, and there's some guidance around that. So when it comes to open data, what do you think the strategy should be? Like, what should you keep in mind when choosing certain licenses? And what are your suggested kind of approved set of licenses, if you will? The panel would reflect on that. I think that could help.
Sure. Does that work?
That one should broadcast.
Great. That's an excellent question. This is the challenge in open source software has obviously been around sort of the toxic viral copyleft licenses like a GPL and whatnot. And that's been shown to be inhibitory of a number of different kinds of things, particularly in commercialization. We at the Transmart Foundation, our product was in fact initially open sourced under a GPL v3, and that has caused a lot of challenges for us. All new things we want to have under an Apache 2, which is a very open source. In our discussions around open data, we have similar kinds of issues. One of the challenges with open data is the challenge of patient anonymization and preventing, for example, de-anonymization of patient data. When you look particularly at genomic data, it's very straightforward to be able to de-anonymize a patient, so you need to include this in your license. I think that, like we've had a plethora of open source licenses and more or less people adopting either the sort of the viral copyleft GPL type license or the very open Apache type license, we've really migrated to that two-phase space. I think we're going to see the same in the open data space, where data that we want to make very freely available and encourage people to use will be very much like an Apache 2 or a CC BY type license, where I think data that people want to be more restrictive of, and particularly when you look at competitive issues, people on, say, the pharmaceutical company side don't want people to be able to compete with them using things that they invested in terms of data or software. And there I think we'll see something that's more restrictive and doesn't allow some of the kinds of things like sharing of data and downstream collaboration. So I don't think it's going to be a one-size-fits-all. I think we'll see the same thing in open data that we've seen in open source, with a very open versus a rather restrictive and closed.
Other question?
This is for Keith. Over here. Sorry.
Yeah. I called
there's
this one.
one.
I'm going to go over here, and then I have one over here, then I'll come back to you.
This is for Keith. My question is, well, actually, a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, it seemed like it was an issue more so of consent and obtaining consent of certain participants. And I was wondering, how do you actually vest a participant to participate in research? And how do you explain open data to them when the whole concept of open data is kind of scary in of itself, especially to minority populations that have dealt with issues like Tuskegee and other ethical concerns that would not make them really want to participate?
Yeah, I think that the challenge hasn't been so much with the patients. Patients tend to be very, either I don't want my data shared or I want it shared very broadly. And the challenge here is more with the people that want their data shared, but there are restrictions on how you share that. And the challenge there has been more the IRB. Every institution has their own IRB. If you have a clinical study that has 10 centers, there's 10 different consents because every IRB has to write their own. I think the real challenge is trying to track that. If you go to a patient and you consent them, the thing that really boggles my mind is you go to Facebook, right, and you do a little click box, and they can do anything they want with your data, sell it, do anything. And that's not particularly, for the good of humankind necessarily. But when we go with our clinical data, I can't go and say, I'll let you use this for any research purpose you want. That's not available to me. I'm restricted by what the IRB has put in place. So I've seen a couple of key movements. I know John Wellbank's, a friend of mine, has been working on a universal consent and doing that, working with Faster Cures and some other groups. I think getting to the point where we have something that's more permissive, like a click-through, than a very institutionally driven set of consents that are very restrictive, that we can open up those data. So I don't know that it's so much of getting the patients involved. Every time I've worked with a patient group, I spent a couple of years with the Huntington's Foundation, CHDI, and I've worked very closely with the Fox Foundation over the past couple of years. And what we've found is that the patients want their data used. They're in fact very frustrated that people aren't able to use those data. And I think that's more of the challenge.
Great. Question over here?
This is for Keith, but really anybody can answer. So in the larger sphere of open data, there is a lot going on that is similar to what you're doing. Thank you. So for example, the Open Science Foundation, and as somebody who has to help make this happen at an academic institution, I wonder, where are your boundaries? What are you doing to link up with these other opportunities? What do you see happening down the road in terms of systems to assist with open data?
Well, that's an excellent question. I think that at the Transpire Foundation, we're rather focused. We're focused on the translational research community. We're focused on scientists that are trying to use clinical research data to further drug discovery and diagnostic discovery. So within that context, we kind of keep that sphere relatively restricted. We also, our team are mainly, gray-haired entrepreneurs. We've been around building companies and doing things, so we tend to not go by the standard route, and we focus very much on what we want to get done. So we've been really reaching out to groups that can help us solve our particular problems and not trying to solve the problem as a whole. What I've tried to outline are the things that we've hit upon as challenges as we come through this, and our goal is to solve those challenges when they get in front of us. Not to solve the challenges for the whole community. I think that's a very difficult task. I think the open data community is very networked, and it's a very diverse network. The challenge that we're focused on is really what does it take, to take real world data from patients and to utilize that data and information to further the causes of precision medicine. And that gives us a focus and an intent that we work towards. We love to collaborate with people. We love to collaborate with people around open data, but we do have that sort of narrow focus.
In the back?
Yeah, this was for the gray-haired entrepreneur, but maybe not. Maybe everybody.
You better have a question for the other guys, Brian.
I'm just curious about, the government brags on fancy contracts. We have to share the data. It's open. We sign off on that with the NIH or the NSF. So how do we work that with what's happening, actually? I mean, ADNI itself was funded by NIH. So, what in TCGA? How does this jive with what we're asked to do as academics who are doing the data and have to share?
I guess I'll take a stab. I think this sort of relates to the previous question that was asked in the sense that, the data, at least that I'm working with, that come in raw form are very different from there's a lot of work that I'm putting in to create information that's relevant for my particular study. Now, the information that's relevant for my particular study that's going to be input to the economic models that I'm running, because they're different from the raw data, that's actually a different product. So that's how that problem is solved. As long as the raw data cannot be reverse engineered from the product that I create that's fundamental to the analysis that I'm doing, then I can provide that. Or at least there's a case to be made that I can provide that, and I haven't had any fundamental problem yet, to the entire research community. What I prefer, though, is the Apache 2 model, where there are a lot of analyses, there's a lot of work that I'm doing to create analytical products, and other people could use us for different types of, in our case, economic models. And I'd like to make them available for that too. And that's where it becomes very difficult to, and time consuming and energy consuming to try and figure out whether this is going to be fit within the license or within the agreement that I have with the particular provider. So that's where I'd like to go. So far, there's a difference between the raw and the input to the model. And so that becomes key for making inputs available.
Tim, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that. So one of the things with our data that we get from the utilities, we can't share the data. And so under our contracts, it often says when permissible or when feasible or whatever it may be. So that's sort of a contractual thing. But we've taken a different step to that, which is we try to publish, or we're trying to publish under the new initiative, every data set that we use to prove out and validate our work. Which means if we are proving out and validating our work, then the model is available, the experimental configuration is available, everything is published with that, because otherwise, the work is, let's say, maybe not irrelevant, but it's not reproducible. and the reproducibility is key. So we've had to develop techniques that go from this proprietary data that we can't share that then can create a synthetic data set that is true to reality, in other words, captures all of the statistical important information from it, but doesn't convey the sensitive information. And that transformational sort of layer that we're doing there then allows us to publish those as open synthetic data sets. And those synthetic data sets are representative of the world rather than, say, an IEEE model or whatever it may be. Now, when we publish them, we do it under as open and permissible as possible. In other words, use this in any way, shape, or form, sometimes an attribution clause, but other than that, it's basically, this is yours to use in whatever way you deem appropriate. And that starts as a grassroots effort. Somebody has to start, that ball rolling, and in our case, us and a national lab are trying to do it, so.
And when you talk about the synthetic products, are you just describing the introduction of random noise?
No.
Do you want to say a little bit more specific?
Sure. So, for example, the electric power grid, for instance, when you're doing power flow studies, you may care about where the loads are, and you may care about where the generation is. And the spatial relationship to them is important, but where they're geographically located is not. And how they're connected in the bus topology is partially important, but only in particular cases where algorithmically you can show the relationships between them. So you can create a topology that's 100% synthetic, but that every single load flow model on the real one solves in the exact same way on the synthetic one.
Okay, I think we probably have to stop. Sorry, we're running into the next session, and it's going to cause much grief. Anyway, I'd like to thank these guys a great deal. This is obviously a very important subject, and you can see from the questions how important people feel it is too. Thanks again.
Thank you. We're going to take about a 15-minute break now, so please be back in about 15 minutes. We've got one more session on education data science this morning before we break for lunch. So thank you. See you in a few minutes. I'm not. I'm just putting them here. I'm moving them over there.
That should do it. Great.
Yours? That's not yours, is it? Where did I click from? Oh, there we go. It's a little confusing, but all right.
Yeah. Oh, that'll work. Thank you.
Yep.
So we restart in a few minutes. You on the panel too?
No, I'm just in charge of PowerPoint slides.
Oh, that's an easy job. Actually, no. When things
Except
get
when there's
stressful. Exactly.
when there's 23 PowerPoint slides or presentations, it's a little complex.
Yeah.
Oh, that's no problem.
They were destroying my taping here, so I got.
So I'm guessing the way this is working is that you essentially have hooked up your own system.
Right. All the black mics are mine, yeah.
I guess we can go in alphabetical order. That should make it easier. Okay. So you can go and I think pay is your yeah. Right. So you want to start? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please. Okay. Yeah. Unless you mind sitting very close. What's that? It doesn't. Sure. Please. The only thing I've been advised is that to have you close. Mic. That should be fine. I think I have already explained that we have to sit close to the.
I got to have you speaking to me.
Yeah. Yep. No, Valentine. He will be showing. Yeah, he will be showing. He's not here. Oh no, it's over there. So he will be doing the. Are you doing the timing?
What's the aspect ratio on these slides? Do you know? 4:3 or 9:16?
Don't know that anybody on.
Do you have a PowerPoint slide here? What's projecting?
We didn't test them all, so they're likely all to be different. So I would. That to me looks less wide than in the 9x6. It looks like it's the same screen, but it looks like it's compacted up there.
Okay. All right. So anywhere?
I'll get that from you after this. Right.
Okay.
So if we could have everybody take a seat so that we can get started.
About 11 minutes. Thank you. So this is the last panel before lunch, but not the least. We are going to be, I'm Hridesh Rajan from Iowa State University. I lead the discussion on data science at the university and also organize the Midwest Big Data Summer School at one of our leading activities there. Today I'm going to be moderating the session on education. We have three distinguished educators here on the panel. And each of these individuals will be focusing on different aspects of data science education, from undergraduate to graduate to professional data science education. So it is my pleasure to start with Professor Baker. He is an executive director for Indiana State University Center for Autonomous Systems and Applied Analytics. Professor Baker, if you could.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to not only shift gears, I'm going to change modes of transportation, and that we're going to go into the small unmanned aerial systems and what we do as far as training our students at Indiana State University on being operators of the collectors of data. This is not a commercial for ISU. I just want to let you know where I'm coming from as far as a department, and that typically we're not looked upon as part of data science. The university itself has about 14,000 students, and out of that we have 5 different colleges. In those 5 colleges, the unmanned systems is located in the Department of Aviation Technology and the College of Technology. So we're kind of hidden down in the university. We're not thought of, as I said, as a data science area, and we really came out of an environment which was aviation. It was an area that typically people think about, what are you doing? Are you training your students to just fly drones? And actually, in 2011, we started a little bit early with the fact that it looked like fun. We weren't sure where unmanned systems were going to go. So we actually started with a small grant, bought a vehicle, and said, let's find out where this technology is going to go from the Department of Aviation Technology. And I've actually started learning over time how it becomes a real value add to the rest of the information cycle. It started with a demand for a small minor program. Over time, it developed into a demand for an unmanned systems, a Bachelor of Science in Unmanned Systems. We now have a 4-year degree, and right now 66 students that are enrolled in the major. So it's grown over time. It's an area of real interest. And as I said, the first thing the students come in, they think they're just going to learn to fly drones. And instead, we actually have a department where we're one of the few universities where we're looking at how do you use all 3 kinds of unmanned systems, and that's aerial, land, and water. So we train them in how to use all those. It's like, why do you have a degree? Well, there was a report out by the AUVSI, which is the Association of Unmanned Vehicle Systems International, the largest lobbying body for unmanned systems. And it was 2013. They projected that there would be a growth in industry and jobs of over 100,000 by the year of 2025, and actual economic growth of over $100 billion. So with the growth of the actual systems themselves, the peripherals around it, and the industry jobs, we see that coming on in large capacity now. Where we see a growing demand is on these kinds of industries. This is not an eye test, but I want to talk about a few, in that there are a lot of uses for unmanned systems in border security, real estate, research, firefighting, first responders of all kinds, precision agriculture, areas that are starting to use unmanned systems, and a lot of imagery. So a lot of the talk this morning has been about large data sets. Mostly what we do is imagery. They are large data sets. We can gather a lot of information very quickly. And what we end up looking for are patterns or changes in patterns or changes over time through the imagery to actually impact some kind of an answer that's going to solve a business problem. What we started learning over time is that to provide real value to the information cycle, we had to find partners on the university campus where they were looking for some kind of research or some kind of problem to solve within their department. So we were able to develop relationships with criminology and criminal justice, the biology department, earth and environmental science, the construction department, other departments that were ready to use the kind of capabilities that we can provide. And we're able to provide sensors that are electro-optical, infrared, multispectral, hyperspectral, and LiDAR, and provide answers to different kinds of research across the entire university. And with those partners, we started looking at how do you support the life cycle and train our students to do that in an effective manner. So the first thing we did was set up a team so where we could go out and actually gather requirements with those individual units, departments, or researchers to determine what it is they wanted to actually accomplish. And then to map to that the actual platforms and sensors that would solve that problem for them. So that becomes our unmanned system department. They go out and they actually collect the data. They fly or drive or actually use some marine vehicles to gather and collect the information, then deliver it back to the individual units who then process the information or the data and turn it into information. We hope that that becomes actionable information that gets fed back into the department, and then from there we also get feedback into our department as to how to improve the process in the future. So did we do it the right way? Did we do it the wrong way? Did we do it high enough, low enough, fast enough, and so on? You'd be surprised how much impact just the method in which the individuals collect the data has an impact on the information that you receive. For example, if you are flying a vehicle over a field and are trying to do some precision agriculture, if you're flying upwind versus downwind, the camera's moving at a different ground speed. So it does affect the data that you receive. So our individuals are taught how to mitigate that problem and handle it and collect the data in such a way that it becomes of value to you. These are the kinds of projects that we work with currently. We're working with companies like Bex Hybrids, Precision Hawk, other companies that do precision agriculture, and we're doing everything from collecting data on moisture in the fields to counting the number of crops or number of plants that come up 2 weeks after being planted in a cornfield. We're doing aerial photography and filming. Working with first responder organizations in emergency response, search and rescue. We have relationships that have been built with local sheriff's departments, police departments, the National Guard, so we're able to go out and work with actual business problems or actual real problems in the world, gather the information, come back and share that information with those organizations in a way that helps solve their problems. Construction is another area that we're looking at. We've teamed up with our construction management teams and some local construction companies and are actually flying over construction sites to do some time-elapsed imagery so that we can actually video how fast things are moving, see what's in sight, do like a punch list to see what has to be done yet, and time the construction of a building. Infrastructure inspection. We're working with the local power companies to do some infrastructure inspection on some power lines, some towers, and some actual smokestacks at the local power plant. So we can actually put an unmanned systems inside a smokestack and do the inspection on it without putting people at risk that go up inside there. Natural resources and environmentals, we're working with the local biology department, and we've actually been able to go out and fly to measure the height of the tallest tree in Indiana based on where they were actually doing their research. So these will allow us to put the vehicle up, gather the information, and not put people in harm's way like trying to put them up in a ladder. This is a little bit of project impact. The upper left-hand corner is the picture of an actual flight, an actual area that we flew. It's actually 600 pictures put together to make one. It's an area that's close to you, Beth. It's down a vineyard close to Bloomington, Indiana. It's about 110 acres. Took about 45 minutes to fly over it. And with those, we were able to capture that information, and it gave us about a 5 gigabyte total data in 42 minutes. That was stills. If we'd actually run it as a video, we'd come out over 200 gigabytes. So we're gathering data very quickly with these unmanned systems. Then when we have a problem of how do we store it, the same as everybody else, how do we store it, how do we share it, how do we maintain the security and so on. The upper right-hand side is one of our individual students who's actually launched a vehicle that did the flight. And the purpose of this flight was to map the area, find out where the moisture in the ground was, and see if we could learn more about happens to be a vineyard. So we were looking at how can we learn more about the grapes and the fruit themselves and what we could do to support them. Over a summer period of flying in that area, we actually learned that it was more beneficial for us to just fly and keep the birds away. It saved them a few $1 million in crop improvement because we kept the sparrows and the crows and the robins away. So that was kind of a benefit on the side. The bottom right-hand corner is a city in the state of Indiana. It's an urban training center that it's used by many government and civilian agencies to do first response exercises. And on the lower left-hand side then is a bunch of our students working with a local police department, sheriff department, and National Guard, working on some exercises in first response of a disaster, simulated disasters of earthquakes, floods, and so on. So we actually get our students involved in real-world problems, and they have to learn how to fly or drive these vehicles and match the right cameras or right sensors to get the information that people need. And it's mostly in our areas imagery, and we're looking at things that are relatively short time frame. All right, so in summary, our goal at Indiana State is to train individual operators who know how to solve a business problem. We want them to be effective and as efficient as possible. We are one of the few programs that's actually addressing this from the spectrum of all 3 types of vehicles, air, land, and water. We actually focus on collecting the data and delivering the data in a way that it becomes of value to someone else, and then we want the feedback as to how did we do, how did the process work, was it something that was effective, do we need to change sensors, focal lengths, and so on. We actually had an event where one time we had students who were out flying and they spent 2 days taking pictures that were of absolutely no value at all because they had the focal length set at 12 inches instead of 1,200 feet. So there are some things they have to learn along the way. We're also looking at remote sensing for small unmanned vehicles is becoming something that's going to be of real value to many industries, from real estate and so on. And that integration of our data cycle is for the entire information cycle is really important. It's an area of research that needs to be looked at, and we need to be considered on the front end. How many of you today really think about where your data comes from rather than just it appears and you're using it? So we want to be included in your planning processes in the future when it's appropriate for you to use an unmanned system. So thank you for having me here today, and I'll be around for questions later.
So our next speaker, Beth Paley, she's a professor at Indiana University. She directs the Data to Insight Center and serves as scientific director of the Pervasive Technology Institute. Beth?
Okay, thanks. Just pop down. Get this stuff. Does that became oh, this is pretty hard. Yeah, that's what I tried. But, oh. That's good, thanks. This frame's got to drop on the floor. All right. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. Beth Paley, I'm a professor. I'm also chair of the curriculum committee for the data science program. I don't want to necessarily tell you about our data science program, but I do want to tell you how we're thinking about it. And then I want to segue that just really quickly into how that might influence our thinking in the Midwest Big Data Hubs about leveraging each other for shared advances in data science, workforce training, and data science education. And I like the specific targeted approach you're taking at Indiana State. I think that's powerful. So the School of Informatics and Computing is about 100 faculty strong, and it's across 4 units: information library science, computer science, informatics, and intelligence systems engineering. So it's a large entity on campus. The motivating goal for data science education, as many of us are thinking about, is the job shortages, the projected job shortages. Based on some numbers, there's a projected shortage of somewhere under 200,000 people that have deep analytical skills, and then a shortage that's significantly larger for and Fenn called it, I think, the what did she call it? Action, knowledge to action, which I think is yeah, that was knowledge to action. Yeah, I thought that was a nice way of characterizing it. And those people are significantly, significantly in more demand. I'll go into a little bit of detail about what that means, because I think it's important. I come from a computer science background, so I am a deep analytical person by nature. And it's also a high-paying field. So, so our data science program started at whatever, looks like we started tracking it in fall 2014. You can see by the curve it's growing pretty precipitously. That's broken out by online and residential, and the residential has grown over the last, looks like 6 months even, and the online has also. And we're drawing from, we're drawing from courses that we have. And like many of us, it's like, okay, we got to get a master's degree out. What are we going to do? We're going to grab a class here and a class here and a class here, and we're going to call that a master's degree. And that's all perfect for the first year or two. And then if you don't really think about what you're doing and do something a little more intentional, you're not serving your audience. You're not serving the students. So we're at that point in the program right now. We're stepping back and saying, whoa, kind of gobbling together a curriculum is not necessarily the most intentional way of doing things, and how do we think about it? So what we're doing now is stepping back and thinking about it a bit. And we're doing it in the context of personas. The academic world uses these personas to figure out how to appeal to certain student groups when they apply in their freshman year. So these student personas, they're a representation of goals and behavior of some hypothesized group of students interested in, school, interested in some form of education. So we're focusing that on what the data science persona might be, and we identified 3 of these student personas, and we're targeting 2 of those, and I'll spend a little more time talking about the 2 now, and the third I'll less so. But 2 of those personas for the master's degree, and then that third persona we're looking at trying to satisfy by certificates at cross campus. So this deep, this student persona number 1, deep technical. They've got quantitative strength, that is, calculus-based, probability-based, strong statistics, discrete math. Evidence of not only strong programming skills, but for goodness sakes, interest in programming. You know, and coming out of computer science, it's like, well, you know, if you don't have an interest in programming, you know, forget it, you know, which is fine. That's how I came up. But there is a wealth of people, and I'm sure you can relate to this, that are doing analytical things that don't want to be deep technical programmers, and that's okay, you know, and they can still be extremely productive in a research world without being programmers, for goodness sakes. So okay, and their computational skills, their computational thinking skills are obviously good. Okay, then there's this second persona, which, you know, maybe you could call this the knowledge to action. These people are also quantitative in their orientation. It may be non-parametric statistics, you know, finite math, strong computational thinking skills here, but just not that interest in programming. And the need here is the application of analysis tools to specific problems facing something like an industry. So interpreting results, visualizing results, basic skills at managing and cleaning data, making forecasts. So much of what we're doing now is forecasting for whatever our particular application. And then also selecting technology for big data computing. So much of what we're seeing now are data sets growing larger and larger. And if you don't have the, you know, if you can't distinguish a MySQL database from a Cassandra database, you know, you probably have problems in navigating your way through a big data problem. And then finally, there's this third persona that is certainly evidence on our campus, and I think it's evident on other people's campuses also. And these are people that are coming out of disciplines, you know, we call them science scholarly disciplines, who have computational thinking skills. Also, again, weak interest in programming, and both quantitative and qualitative. Their strengths, their methodological strengths may be quantitative or qualitative. And these people see themselves learning enough about data science to go back into their disciplines and bringing about effects in their discipline. So here again, visualizing results, basic skills at managing and cleaning data, applying data mining tools to a particular problem. So again, because so much of data science talks about the mining tools, the deep technical person writes new algorithms. The other two personas are able to distinguish the application of tools in certain cases. And that application of tools in certain cases is a non-trivial problem and requires a deep understanding of the computational aspects of what's going on. They're just not programming new tools. So there's that split there. So, you know, as we're thinking about this, and we actually brought this as a poster because I like the way of thinking about it, and it's so, you know, the top is the degree, the bottom's where you start. You climb the mountain, and so yeah, I've spent quite a bit of time in the research data lines that came up in the first panel, and I chaired the technical advisory board. A couple years into RDA, which is a grassroots group trying to facilitate research data sharing internationally, there were 54 interest groups and working groups. I did a clustering activity across that to look at where that activity lied. Were the working groups trying to solve social problems, social organizational problems? Were they trying to solve technical problems? The other dimension was, were they trying to solve it from the perspective of the data provider or the data consumer? I was very, very surprised to learn that half of the activity in the Research Data Alliance is in that social organizational dimension. And I was quite surprised by that. And what that tells you are the technical issues are equally as large or small as the social organizational issues. And that bears out, my experience bears that out. This mountain bears that out also by casting across the bottom. I don't know how clear you can see this: data management, databases, text and data mining, data visualization, big data analytics, statistics, some programming dangling off of the woman's hand there. And then in the social organizational space, digital design, open data, we talked about here, storytelling. If you're going to tell a story with data, be good at telling stories. Programmers are not good storytellers. That tells you there's a divide right there. Programmers tell stories with code. Data reproducibility and trust, data curation, critical issues, and then on top of that, and I think this is a key aspect, and this is how we're thinking about, and I think Richard, I think you're thinking about something similar, is leveraging whatever those assets are at your university that are unique. And in our case, we've got assets in, I think I've got them right here, we've got assets in HathiTrust. We're sitting on 15 million digitized books and providing 5.2 billion pages, providing text mining and information retrieval access to that content. We're digitizing our film and video on campus, and all of it actually, which is petabytes upon petabytes of information. And then the Network Science Institute, which is pulling together research data sets for research. So you pull these things together and you say, okay, the ultimate experience in that program is this capstone experience, and by the way, we're leveraging our own data assets on campus to provide that experience. So just running through the last of these slides very quickly. So what might this trajectory up this mountain look like? Well, for the persona number one, who's the deep technical person, they spend most of their time at the bottom part of the mountain, but they still go through some of these social organizational issues. And this is where this differs from, and it goes through a capstone, and this is where it's fundamentally different from something like a computer science degree or an informatics degree. And then if we look at, and again, my hand art had to come in here, but the persona number two is going to spend more time in the social organizational piece of this, less time in the technical, still coming up through the capstone. And then, thinking about what that third person that's going to go back into their discipline, what is it that they need? And for them, it may be more intensive, focused efforts around data within their specific area with smaller, a little less skills in the technical and the social organizational. And again, you pull all that together. And again, these are conversations we're having right now. And I found this diagram useful for thinking about these kinds of things, and I'm hoping at the poster session we can talk more about this. But this is the thinking that's going on right now as a way to bring focus and order to our existing data science program. And I just want to leave you with this. This is a conversation Melissa and I had. The Midwest Big Data Hubs has an opportunity to gain computational resources and storage resources on Azure, which I think is wonderful. We could look at that same, notion of projects. What are these data sets? And we pull them together on one of our spokes. Ag is a spoke that, potentially has data sets of interest. I think, IUNI has, the Network Science spoke has potential data sets of interest. We put them on Azure, and then now we form whatever our curriculum activities are, and data use agreements are important here, and licensing and restrictions on data have to be worked out here, but we make these available then so that we can begin to share curriculum. And we're not forming our own certificates, we're not going to take that on, or our own master's degrees, but we do, I think, have shared workforce needs that we can collectively harness Midwest Big Data Hubs to solve together. So, thank you.
All right, so our next panelist is Professor Alex Smith, who is going to present a unique program. I think Alex serves as a chair of the mathematics department at University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire. Related to this role, he has collaborated with faculty from other UW campus to plan, develop, and implement the UW online master's degree of data science program, which is across campuses. Thank you.
Let me close this. And
sure.
There we go. Thank you. Let's see. I want to describe the University of Wisconsin Data Science program. It's a Master of Science degree, and it's completely online, 36 credit master's degree.
And it consists of 12 courses, 3 credits each. And it's a partnership with 6 campuses in the University of Wisconsin system. And then there's this other entity, UW Extension, which is sort of the administrative glue for the whole program. So the University of Wisconsin system has 13 four-year campuses. Those are the stars with circles around them. And then it also has some 2-year campuses. Those are the stars. The 2 R1 campuses in the system are Madison, of course, and Milwaukee. They're not in the partnership. And so then of the remaining 4-year campuses, 6 of us have partnered with UW Extension to put this master's degree program together. And so the 6 partners are Eau Claire, La Crosse, Stevens Point, Oshkosh, Green Bay, and Superior. And then, of course, UW Extension. So let me indicate who is enrolled in our online master's degree program. This semester, we have started our 2nd year of delivery. It's primarily adults working full-time, many with family obligations, and the average age is 37. So I'm used to teaching undergraduates primarily, and so by my standard, these are a very different population for me to advise. This fall semester, the average number of courses taken by a student is 1.6. We tell students a full-time graduate load is 9 credits, but you're working full-time, you have family obligations, take 1 or possibly 2 courses at a time. And currently we have students from 33 states and a few international students. 68% are from what you call the Midwest Big Data Hub states. Of course, a big chunk of those 68 are from Wisconsin and Minnesota, I think. So the basic structure of the program, a student selects one of the 6 campuses as a home institution. And then at that home institution, we deal with the admission of the student, financial aid, advising, academic policies, good standing, academic warning, all sorts of things. And then the actual granting of the degree will be from the home campus that the student selects. Each campus teaches 2 of the 12 courses, and they're online, of course. So the student doesn't really perceive, it's not an obstacle that someone is teaching a course at La Crosse and the student has picked Eau Claire as a home campus. It's pretty much transparent. UW Extension down in Madison coordinates course development and delivery. They're very good at course design. They do the marketing, the finances, and they bring the campus academic people together for collaboration and planning. So the curriculum is a fixed 12 courses. There's a survey course, DS 700, and then statistical methods and programming for data science. We quickly learned that we should have renumbered these. We decided now that the programming for data science should be taken before the statistical methods course. But we're locked into this illogical numbering system now. Data warehousing. Pretty much 700, 710, or 715 are courses that a beginning student can take. Ideally, they would take 700, but if it's full, then they can take 710 or 715. We have a high-performance computing course, big data. And then communication about data, telling stories. A course in data mining and machine learning. Visualization and unstructured data. An ethics course. That's a very critical course in my perspective. And remember, all these courses are required. Prescriptive analytics, strategic decision making, and then finally the capstone. This coming spring semester, I believe we'll have our first students in the capstone, and so we're dealing with the logistics of that at this point. Some of the challenges, well, when we came together, like, we had to figure out what is data science. You think, oh, we'll just go down and put together a curriculum, and then you get together and you realize, well, that's a hard question. What is it? There are technical software challenges for online courses, but then for this discipline, there are even bigger technical challenges. And so we settled on a virtual desktop. Another challenge is working with non-traditional students who are entering a graduate program after several years out of college. These are real courses, they're not MOOCs, and I think so often we fall into the idea, well, a MOOC, I can start it and I can quit, that's what mostly happens. But when you're starting a graduate course, you have to remember you've got to stick with it. So, there are rigorous academic expectations, and so coupled with the inherent difficulty of the subject, this is a challenge to deliver it to this audience. Another challenge is the fact that we're 6 campuses and we have to coordinate to some extent our academic policies, grading policies about academic standing, that sort of thing, calendars, academic calendars. Some closing thoughts on our collaborative model. I don't think any one campus would have had the brain trust to put this program together. There'd be some computer science people from one campus and statisticians from another and business administration people from another. And when we got together, we had the right mix of people to teach. The interdisciplinarity of the subject really emerged naturally from this collaborative model. It forced the fact that the curriculum is not housed in one discipline, in a computer science department or a math department or whatever you might have. It really, the way it came together, the interdisciplinary was forced upon us. Of course, we wanted that, but it was forced. And I think that the course design and expertise from people at UW Extension, coupled with the UW system faculty across the 6 campuses, really have come together to provide a very rigorous high educational opportunity for a non-traditional student. So, thank you.
So we are happy to take a few questions here. Please.
So, I'm not just thank you for all of you, but in particular for that, if you find that there are students who, you mentioned the persona 3, which I really like, about having people that need to, especially in this area, but they're already coming in with knowledge, they're really specialists in some other area. Do you find that there are people even just want to pick up 1 or 2 courses, and then in that case, like if we want to integrate big data into your other disciplines, like you are with UAS, what's the most important thing that they need to learn?
Is this a religious argument, you realize? I happen to teach data management and data quality, and and again, allow me, because I think most people would say, if you can't pick the right analysis tools, you're not going to be effective in applying them. And I think there's a skill there. But I think there's also a gap in people recognizing that if the data isn't in the form you need and in a form you can trust, it doesn't matter what tool you pick. So I think those precursor issues of pipeline, attribution, trusting are absolutely critical. Because again, I think right now we're focusing on the mining and we're taking Irvine's, simple data set and using it over and over and over and over and over again because there are no other data sets. And what that suggests is downstream is where the problems really are. So I think both are critical.
I think from the unmanned system side, as we became involved with other departments, construction, biology, criminology, and so on, from that, we started learning that the whole life cycle of the information was absolutely critical. And I've been asked to look at bringing online a Master of Science in Analytics in the next year that's interdisciplinary based on the work that we've already done in those departments, so that we can capture information from the very front, being the unmanned systems, and feed it through that data processing, storage, and so on, and then the actual use. So I think that the understanding of the life cycle itself, not just one piece, not just data mining, not just processing, not just collection, but the whole thing of the entire life cycle is important.
Yeah, I see this is interdisciplinary, programming, statistics, communication. So I think my answer would be to take a course in that area that you're not familiar with.
I was curious on Wisconsin, the platform that you're using for your online courses?
It's virtual desktop. What's the standard one now? I'm drawing a blank.
Virtual box?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah. It's a virtual desktop. I've forgotten now. The extension uses it. One of the interesting things about that is with the course designers, you have to get straight with them. Well, you don't have to put R on that, but you can put many things right on your local computer. So I'll remember the platform in a minute.
So I can answer that from the IU perspective, but so our university is using Canvas as a course management system, and we said we wanted to use edX because we like the flexibility, and for security reasons, the student identities have to remain in Canvas. So now we've got that. So we've got edX, and we're using Piazza for our communication. We're using Zoom for our interaction with the online students, and frankly, in some of the residential students in some cases. And that pairing of platforms, and then we're using national resources. We're using Jetstream and virtual machines there for our project. So, I mean, it is trying to reduce the total platform footprint is important, and we're not quite there yet. When my AIs threw in TAs and threw in Box, I said, "Wait, no!" We're pushing our students over the edge with platform proliferation. So that is a critical issue.
Yeah, we do use D2L and as a learning management system, but to give students access to proprietary software. That's where the virtual desktop comes in.
Yeah, we're using ArcGIS, Data Mapper, TerraServer. Some other things are specific to the imagery environment, mostly in the cloud.
More questions? Yes, Nick?
What role does the industry play in the curriculum design? Because essentially they are the end users of the educational system, at least one big user, right? And ideally they should participate in the curriculum design, maybe give some guidelines on the tools that they want for the skills that students must have. So how did you go about this thing while developing your curriculum?
From our point of view, our industry partners have been involved from the day one so that we can actually put together a curriculum that met their needs. Not only just the curriculum, but also the software platform that would support their actual imagery needs also. So we had people from the government, people from industry, and other academic partners at other universities that were involved.
I mean, so this is a long kind of, in academia, you're probably familiar with this, we talk about this a lot, is, what tools and what skills, and the skills, ideal, if you're teaching kind of these foundational concepts, then they can apply them to, if you're teaching them distributed systems or distributed storage skills, they can apply it to Cassandra versus Redis versus, whatever the particular platform is. So, we try to back that off a bit so that we are giving these skills. And then as far as feedback, your older students will give you good feedback themselves, and I think that is valuable. But we tap into the School of Informatics and Computing, we tap into their connections, their career connections for that feedback. And a lot of that feedback is not necessarily in tools, it is in, the ability to communicate. And in some of these softer skills that technical programs usually have a hard time delivering on.
And UW Extension puts together an advisory board of nonprofits and businesses and government agencies in Wisconsin. And that really informed the curriculum, and as we move on, curriculum reform with this advisory board.
Okay, so I think we are out of time, so I don't want to stand between you and your lunch any longer. The panelists are here for a little while, so if you have any follow-up questions, please direct them to them. All three of them have leading unique and interesting programs. Thank you very much for your participation in this panel.
Yeah, if you look at Wisconsin data science, you'll find websites and it's all there. That's great.
No, I like your program.
So you should sort of get the application right on yeah, originally, yeah. Questions and how also it would be easier to call it
Hey, Saad Bedros from University of Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
So we'll touch base later. I'm kind of, I think Gretchen sent an email.
Yeah, she did. Here, just in case we don't.
I gave her my card.
Okay.
So we'll reconnect and we'll talk more later.
All right, sounds good. Yes, nice to meet you too.
Yes, sir.
What's this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm used to 36 hours. It's hard to. Well, yeah. No. And then, of course, 120.
Well, that was what's under the 49. We got a larger backlink to do 49. Specifically, so you must have more.
Looking for my pencil. And here it is.
Not too bad, not too bad.
Yeah. Right, that's what I was thinking.
Probably on that layer.
That must be good right there. And it changes, you know,
One of our gadgets put together. South Dakota. Well, South Dakota is number 6, we have 600,000. And so based on that, our governor called us. And very done with our dean at the time. He said, Dave, I want you to look at this. And so I had her read some of
Well, it's quite nice for large level.
32,000. And it was very different. We were looking at the data, like yours is just like parts of it. Good segue, right? At the USDA. And so we did it at 1.8 million. Somebody else did use the cropland data layer 2.4 million. The problem is the accuracy. Because people just take the data layers and they use it. And so we've been dealing with that is okay.
You guys are doing great.
It doesn't cost money. I mean, I had a guy, he spent 6 months developing a database. That's a lot of time. Well, he did high resolution. So he looked at high resolution. It was 1 year. It was, very high resolution image. And then on all our farm work that we're doing, we did ground check because we knew exactly what was going on. And so we had 100 sites, so we knew exactly. But that's all we wanted. So we're struggling with how do we do this?
That's going to talk about
See, that's what we were doing. We were probably in data layer. So we were saying, we were checking some of the So we were checking the farm and we found no correlation between what we were seeing. And yet you're using them. They're full art. So in doing this, we should be doing I mean, should you even do it? The problem is it's not. So everybody's, so what we do.
I want you to meet Dave Twig,
How are you doing? It's warmer now. In the soil science? No. Engineering.
I used to say I have an idea. Just biological
Somebody asked He was our I know so one of the stories that he had, they went to China. Him and his wife. So he said, well, what happened to buy this? She was buying, no, she was buying, you know, place pots and things like that. So in this place, so we got home and said, I don't have any place to put this in. We need to go to the area.
Everybody hates it. And he's on a
Better kept. The sunburn.
So can you
2.5% by me. Yeah, it's not just rolling, it's rolling on the back. Those are probably all about 100% of the
commodity prices are in the toilet.
Yeah, no,
Well, and I think the industry was so high for so long that everybody bought all the equipment that they ever need. And so right now, why would I want to buy new stuff? And so you've got it's dropping a little bit, not very fast. It got so high, I mean, people were paying so much money. You were here yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah, it was right here.
Yes. my laptop here.
Great.
If that works.
Actually, you're set up. Do you
Because
have
of
a
the
thumb
streaming.
drive? Do you want me
Yes.
to? Okay.
I got a thumb drive.
Okay. If that's okay. Yep. Because we're driving off of here, so feel free to just load it up. Dual mics, because one's for the room and one's for
the stream.
Yep. The room one, once in a while it'll cut out for a second or two, but it'll come back on. It's unfortunately a Big Ten Center wiring thing right now. Okay. And thank you for sending the other link to the other bio. I'll just say a couple things. People are very excited that you're here. We've got a lot of transportation people here from Michigan, as well as a couple other states. So Nebraska, Omaha, just got a new grant on bridge health.
Okay.
Yeah, and some companies engaged in the transportation industry. So.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, great. And actually, some of our PIs on the National Grant Hub, they're vice presidents for research for the university.
Okay, the
so they're all in the room.
Okay.
No, VPRs.
Just the VPRs.
VPRs. No provost here. But NSF is in the room, DOT is in the room.
Sounds good.
All right.
And the remote folks are those?
So it went out to everybody that is engaged in the West Hub somewhere now. We've got a 12-state purview, but it will be picked up by other big data hubs and distributed out from there in terms of the information, the fact that we're doing this. So, yeah.
Okay. That sounds good. So I'll have
No worries. In terms of vertical, we have DIJAG here, transportation DIJAG. Charlie Catlett couldn't make it.
Okay. Did he send somebody else?
He did not. But we actually got someone from the University of Minnesota to fill in on the census for this afternoon. We have time. So I was at a meeting on data sharing last week actually in Philadelphia, and the chief, the head of the analytics team for the city of New York was there. He was terrific. He was just terrific. So.
What did he cover?
The meeting was really about engaging with different organizations on sharing data and data licensing issues, and so he told very good stories about what this team is doing and building out and the impacts they're having, and how he was negotiating access to data to help with that.
Yeah, he is. He has a bit of a federation over there, so he has to fight a lot. And how's today going so far?
Pretty well.
And you started yesterday, right?
No, that was a DIJAG meeting. We hosted it, but it was separate. The National Institute for Food and Ag put that on. So we're just today and tomorrow.
And this morning's been going well then?
Yes, this morning has been going very well. Yeah, that should work.
Okay, so we're all set up now. And it's, remind me of the length again? Is it 45 minutes?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Yeah, I think I left plenty of time for Q&A. 45 minutes is great, and then that gives about 15 minutes for Q&A. But if that ends a little early, that's cool. I left a little bit of a buffer just in case it goes over. The next session doesn't start till. I've given us like an hour and 10 minutes just in case.
Okay.
So, but you don't have to use all of it.
All right, well, that sounds great.
Thank you.
How much until we get rolling?
Yeah, a couple of minutes. Okay. Good afternoon. Hello, hello, hello. We're going to get started with the afternoon session. Hope there was plenty of opportunity for networking over lunch. I saw lots of conversations, hopefully some new connections being made. So I am very pleased to introduce Tom Schenk. He's the Chief Data Officer for the City of Chicago and the Director of Analytics and Performance Management in the Department of Innovation and Technology for the city. Tom's a researcher and author and an expert in a number of fields, including open government, data visualization, business, and research in policy and education. He oversees the open data portal for the city and the advanced analytics team and the city's data and business intelligence team. I'm not going to say much more about him. We've got a bio in our bio printout for today, but I welcome you and thank you. I think there'll be great opportunities for some new partnerships with this city and others around the Midwest. So, Tom, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be talking to universities from the Midwest. I'm a product of a large part of the Big Ten. My grad degree in economics is from Iowa State University. I worked for a time at Northwestern University in the Feinberg School of Medicine. So it's great to have some of those institutions here and to talk to the rest of you. So what I'm going to talk about today is how we use data in a very applied way in the city of Chicago to drive decision making. And something that we do very well in Chicago, within the city of Chicago, is to achieve this through partnerships. And today I'm going to talk about a number of different projects. So at time I might move a little bit quickly because I want to touch on a lot of different projects. Because I know there's a lot of folks here from different backgrounds and want to see if there's anything that would pique your interest. Something that we're working on now or a potential for tomorrow. So you also get a portrait of how we engage and the mechanisms we engage, because frankly, we borrow a lot from academia. You'll hear references to not only open data, but you're going to hear references to open science, that principle that you're seeing really spearheaded out of academia of sharing research and collaborating around research and replicability, because those tenets are very important for governments today. So first off, I want to talk about the city's open data portal. I'm curious if anybody here in the room has ever visited the City of Chicago's open data portal. Can you raise your hands if you have? Okay, just a small smattering. And I'm not sure if anybody's been able to work with any open data portal. So open data portals themselves have really come into existence in the last 8 years or so. The federal government has an open data portal, data.gov. The City of Chicago's open data portal, which is data.cityofchicago.org. In the case of City of Chicago, contains over 600 data sets on a number of different topics. For instance, every single crime in the City of Chicago from 2001 to last week. That's over 6 million records. We also have where all the roads are in the City of Chicago, available in shapefile formats, the building footprints of the City of Chicago, all building permits, business licenses issued. Every 10 minutes, the water temperature and the turbidity of Lake Michigan at Chicago's beaches. For the last 4 years, Divvy, our bike sharing program, these blue bikes which you can go and rent out for an hour at a time and drive them to the next station and park them there, we have the availability of those bikes for every 10 minutes for the last 4 hours. So you can see where the demands are in the city of Chicago and where people are driving those bicycles to. So excellent commuting patterns. So we have a number of different topics because it pertains to what the City of Chicago does, which handles everything from public safety to making sure that your roads are clean to paying the bills. And so you can see all the payments that the City of Chicago has made, and that's also available. Not only is this available in a in a human readable format, but it's also machine readable. You can obviously download it into CSV, but it also has an application programmer interface. So every single one of these data sets has an API where you can go and fetch this information on a very regular basis. So this is an important thing that has been able to spark a number of different things. But this first step, and the City of Chicago was the first city, Mayor Emanuel was the first to appoint a municipal chief data officer who has the responsibility of not only just updating this, but to look for new and valuable information that we can put on the open data portal. And this is a first step of engaging outside of the city walls, because now you can see the same data that we have access to. This data is updated automatically. We don't clean it and then post it. Every single morning it gets posted. Every single 10 minutes, obviously, that's an automated script that's just taking the raw data and pumping out to the data portal. So you can see a number of different things. What you see behind me right now is, in fact, red light camera tickets. So you can go and you can see where red light camera tickets were issued, the patterns of that, and you can download the raw data behind it. And in 2012, Mayor Emanuel signed Executive Order 2012-2, which instantiated the open data portal where you can go and get this information. And it put the onus on the city to provide information to the public. Now, in one part, this is around transparency, showing others what the city of Chicago does. You can obviously file freedom of information requests, and you can have this, you get this information yourself. But what this does is make it more transparent and easier, reduce the cost for you to retrieve that data. Not monetary costs necessarily, but the time it takes to grab this data. I see this data sometimes appear in National Bureau of Economic reports, NBER reports. I see this in academic journals where researchers go and they simply retrieve this data and they incorporate that into an existing study to use their methods, to use their approach to find out something more and find out something interesting. And this is at the core of what we do. So in part of the City of Chicago's tech plan, we have a strategy C is what we call it, is to leverage data and make technology to, and new technology to make government more efficient, effective, and open. And you notice that that's a broader statement than just simply, we're going to post a bunch of data on the data portal. We already have an executive order around that. But how do we take it the next step? How can we take this data that we have and these assets and these problems that we have and make it available to others? And how can we leverage new technology to not just be more transparent, but to use this data to be, to increase the quality of life of Chicago's residents and to improve the efficiency of city operations? And as part of this, one of the goals that we have is the city will continue to increase and improve the quality of data available internally and externally, and facilitate methods for analyzing that data to create smarter and more efficient cities. Facilitate is a key word here. While we have data scientists on staff, and I'm myself am a researcher, while we can do that internally, we know that we're not going to be able to solve all the problems across 33 different departments, each of them having dozens of lines of businesses. Again, when you take a look at what we do, we're even bigger than a Procter & Gamble when you take a look at the scope of products that we're trying to offer, from public safety, again, from public safety to just simply paying the bills on time, to keeping the roads clean, to offering services around public health. So to do this, to use data in these different areas, it can't be done alone. It takes a number of expertise from a number of different areas, and we need to work with people who are thinking about this on a day-to-day basis, who are leaders in this thought process. And we update the public on what we do using our open data report. So you can go and you can see at report.cityofchicago.org the open data report, where we mark progress in what we're doing and how we engage with the public. But the point of it is, where we start with open data, in a lot of cities, we talked to a lot of cities, there's over 200 cities with an open data portal now. 8 of the largest 10 cities have open data portals. The federal government does. But it's more than just making data available online. Open data was originally around transparency, but it served to implement a catalyst to consider a greater data strategy. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. Is my position as a chief data officer is multifold, and one of that is really thinking about the data strategy. How can we use this to improve the city of Chicago? So by the open data portal, by releasing this data and taking a look at information that we're doing, it serves as a catalyst of conversation. For those who have looked at it and seen some data sets, you and I can talk right now about the things that you see. Just questions about what you do. How does the city of Chicago cause this problems? Why is there spikes here? Why is there flat parts here? You know, why can't you predict this happening? So that allows us to have a conversation in the open. You don't have to sign a contract with the city of Chicago to see information that's pertinent to us. And we've been able to see this in the city of Chicago because we've had these civic developer communities. Every single night, about 50 to 150 people get together, and this is our first year anniversary, and talk about what's happening in the city of Chicago through the open data portal, through data that they have access to, where they can create applications for instance, to tell whether or not your car has been towed, because we make that information available online. Sometimes it's about making a prettier website, and sometimes it's about doing research because the data is available to them. I'm going to talk about a couple of those examples here today. But to further highlight the point about the importance of working together, the National League of Cities, when they did a survey of cities and how they use data, they specifically highlighted Chicago and its use of the open data program around its benefits to the city, residents, and others. And specifically, and I think they illustrated this very well because it's true, that we work with multiple stakeholders to make this happen. As you notice on here, that you see a diagram of city agencies, businesses, which you might expect, the community, which you just saw a brief video of, but also researchers themselves. Because to answer questions, and this is a key part, it's one thing to make it public, but we want to answer questions and we want to drive operational efficiency with data. And just a couple examples of how this has been used. Sweep Around Us, sweeparound.us. You get text message alerts the days that we're going to sweep your street so you can move your car. We put up the signs, but not everybody realizes the signs. The City of Chicago does not provide this service. A programmer came along and created this application using data that we made publicly available. Large lots. You can, in some areas, in some neighborhoods in the city of Chicago, you can buy vacant lots for $1 that the city of Chicago buys for $1. There's a number of contingencies with that. And large lots is it's an application you can go to and make and apply to this. And this is using data that's publicly available. So you can look up to see whether or not you're eligible. Again, this was not created by the city of Chicago, but by others who want to facilitate this program and make sure it was being used by others. ChicagoFluShots.org, a website that you can go and check where all flu shots are being offered across the city. This website has been in fact replicated in Philadelphia, Boston, and now San Francisco because others have now actually taken a look at this application and said, I like this application. And this application is not only available where you can go to this website and see it, but the source code is also available online as well. So both the data itself and then also the source code. It's an open source program. So other cities literally adopted it itself, took the code itself, and just made it available to themselves. And now we're starting to get into the power of replication and sharing not just data itself, but also the code that drives this. Because now we can replicate ideas. If we face the same problems across cities, why don't we just take each other's ideas and adopt them across jurisdictions? Chicago Works For You, chicagoworksforyou.org, a website that shows you by your local city aldermanic ward, your local councilman's ward, about the work that's been done, potholes that have been filled, and so on and so forth. So these are websites that were created by the community, technologists who are very interested in using technology and data to improve it. So think Lions Club, but for nerds, right? That's essentially what we're talking about in this era. We now have a constituency around technology, those who want to help their community. And instead of holding bake sales, instead of necessarily sweeping the streets or adopting a highway, they're trying to use technology to make that happen for their own community. But that may not directly apply to you, although some folks might be interested in that. And students at your respective universities are very interested in this. Most of these folks who have done this are younger individuals or college students in the Chicago area. So there's a great amount of interest there. Perhaps what you're more interested in is more of science and how we can use science in the city. Now, I believe he could not make it here today, but Charlie Catlett, who's a researcher at University of Chicago and Argonne National Laboratories, worked with the City of Chicago on a project called Array of Things. An Array of Things is a project of hanging sensors around the City of Chicago to tell on a block-by-block basis or on a micro scale what's happening in the city. Now, for instance, we can all go to NOAA and to the Weather Service and see what the weather is for the city of Chicago. We can download that forecast information. We can find what the humidity is. We can find what the precipitation levels are. But as climatologists know, and those who research weather, these weather collectors are done at the airports. So about a mile this way and then several miles south on the very edges of the city, because of course you can't put the airports downtown. But yet, when you go downtown, and almost on a block-by-block basis, as you move between neighborhoods, the weather changes. Some of it might be because of the urban heat island effect, where the concrete in the downtown area is retaining that heat, so it feels warmer. You get closer to the lake, the climate and the breeze changes. You move away from it, it changes. You move towards the parks, it can feel more humid because of the foliage in the area. So the climate changes, the weather changes across the cities you move across it. So on a block-by-block basis, we need to know some of this information that we might only know in remote areas or these surveyed areas which have been collected for a long period of time, but in areas that are not particularly interesting to us. So the array of things is each array, or each node as it's called, is in itself a number of sensors baked into it, such as measuring sound and vibration, so we can potentially tell when heavy trucks roll on by or when there's a tremendous crowd. Low-resolution cameras, so we can count the number of people using visual intelligence, counting the number of people, but not in itself maintaining the video of those individuals, just by counting the individuals. To potentially see if there's close calls of vehicles and accidents and intersections. We know where the accidents happen, but we don't know where the close calls are. Right? So we can now start capturing information that we've never been able to have access to before. And what's very interesting that these sensors in itself and the data that they produce is going to be published online for free. And I'll get to that in 1 second. But the sensors themselves are designed to be low cost and highly replicable. The sensors that actually just got hung up, and we have, I think, about 15 hung up around the city of Chicago now, 15 of what will be 500 sensors. You can 3D print the shell that the sensors live in. The sensors themselves are developed by Argonne and designed to be low cost. And so these can be assembled quickly. The schematics behind these sensors are available. The software that's driving these sensors is available. So not only is it going to happen here in the city of Chicago, but other cities are going to adopt it. Cities like Seattle, cities like Amsterdam, and cities in the UK are working to adopt these array of sensors. Again, it goes back to sharing ideas across jurisdictions. And I mentioned there's going to be 500 of them around the city of Chicago, so it's going to produce a remarkable amount of data. And all this data is going to be available to the public. So it's not just a thing that the city of Chicago is going to hang up and the city of Chicago, the staff, gets the benefit from. But in fact, it's going to benefit you, and it's going to benefit a third-grade teacher who wants to teach the basics of humidity to their class. It's going to be able to benefit high school and college teachers and professors. Anybody who wants to be able to access data will be able to access this data as well. So we're very excited by what other people are going to be able to do by this. Not just us, but what other ideas people are going to be able to bring to the forefront and what other researchers are going to be able to do. But the Open Data Portal is not sufficient for the community, but serves as just as a town square for us to debate. Again, this is where we're able to come together and discuss what's happening in the city of Chicago in an open way that doesn't require contracts and a bunch of legal work. Because we all know when you start going down that path, work just doesn't get done. You get fatigued, tired, and by the time a project actually starts, the grant's almost over. And so you're just rushing to get something done for your grantor. So the best opportunity for using open source is solving internal problems and then providing it as open source code. And we've talked about this a couple of times already. If we hang something like the array of things, or somebody develops code that can help improve information in the city of Chicago, we can share that with other jurisdictions because other cities have the same problems. Other cities have the same challenges as we do. So why try to reinvent the wheel? And in fact, earlier this year, I co-founded something called the Civic Analytics Network, which is based out of Harvard University and the Kennedy School, which is a network of 20 cities and my peers, of chief data officers across city, where we get together every single month on the phone and we talk about our problems. We have a very important principle of open sharing. Of sharing what our problems are and speaking openly and honestly. So we don't allow anybody else except for our network members. But it allows us to see and share we have the same problems and to steal each other's solutions. Because if I don't have a particular expertise on a topic, why should I try to reinvent the wheel when one of my peers already has come up with a great solution? Why not just take that solution, make my bosses happy, make the mayor happy, and move on to the next challenge that we have. We have no shortage of challenges. So the less time we spend on any one of them is just going to make my life easier and is going to make the city better. To give you an example of this is going to be a bit of an abstract example, but one of the first use cases that we had around this was a package we call rsecrata. And just to explain that the data portal that we have, the data portal, the vendor's name is Socrata. Right? So this is our data portal. So you can go and you can grab information from this data portal. Well, we like to use R. Our data scientists love to use R. I manage the data portal, and I manage the data science team, and the data scientists love to use R. I'm an R user myself. And we're sitting there, and we keep downloading data from the data portal for our research projects. And we wrote all this custom code to be able to do that because it was tedious, and we were doing it over and over again. And we thought to ourselves, you know what, this is actually a pretty good solution for us. It's probably a pretty good solution for others as well. So we created an R package, or R being a very popular programming language for researchers and data scientists these days. We created a package where the code became very easy. So for instance, to download all the employee salaries in the city of Chicago, you just load up the library. That's that first line of code. I can list all the data sets on the data portal using a very simple line of code of data.cityofchicago.org. Show me everything that's there. And then I can just download the salaries by just using the URL and just copy and pasting that in there. And all this tricky logic that's happening behind the scenes is being done. Well, since we've released that, other cities have actually founded their analytics program using this package, grabbing data from the open data portal. Because when it's open to the public, it's open to other city employees. I think Puerto Rico, in fact, uses this package to update their data portal because of some features and functionality that we have. Things that we didn't even imagine that would happen was happening. That function, that LS Socrata function that you see right there, wasn't even created by us. It was a programmer at the University of Washington who found the package. He goes, oh, hey, you could do this as well. Maybe you just want to list all your data sets. Here, I wrote that for you. We've had over 200 hours of programming time volunteered to City of Chicago projects by just making it available. People coming along saying, hey, I got a better feature for you, or hey, here's a bug fix for you. Over 200 hours. That's over 200 hours of staff time that we've not had to devote, to hire, to pay, to add new features. This provides longevity to projects. It provides longevity to projects because in government, as soon as you're done with it until it's an emergency again. Right? You move on to the next thing because you're being asked for the next thing. But now this allows other people to keep their eyes on the project, to let you know when something's wrong, to fix that for you, to provide new features without always having to turn back to these older projects and rethink of what you've done. There's projects where I've worked on and I've never touched again because that was it. But yet, it might have still been useful. So this is a great way to add longevity. But this is all very light in the sense that this is all non-critical. The city of Chicago would function if this package doesn't work. So how do we answer more critical questions? So take the city of Chicago, 235 square miles. All right, if you flew in, you saw something that looks like this, 235 square miles. So how can we tell what's happening in the city of Chicago? That is, if I want to look at something on the north side, the south side, and the west side, how can I tell what's happening there? Well, the Open Data Portal does a good job of making it available online. For instance, what you see behind me here are 311 calls for potholes reported. Right? A very classical, critical thing for residents to be angry about. And therefore, we're highly incented to make sure that we're fixing the problem. But this list of data doesn't do a great job of providing information. It provides data, but does not provide information. So the city of Chicago created a new project called OpenGrid. And OpenGrid is a situational awareness platform that the city of Chicago uses, and you can actually have access to as well. You get the what you can access at OpenGrid.io is the version that uses open data. But we have an internal version of it that we use. It's the same code, but we load it with more data. For instance, 911 calls. We load it with weather information. We load it with tweets, any tweet that was geocoded in Chicago, where we can take a look at this and we can use it for situational awareness. So now you can select and highlight areas of the city and see what's happening there in real time. Or you can get a more cursory look by creating heat maps and chloroplasts to see what's happening across the city of Chicago. I'm going to skip past this next slide, or let me put it this way. Let me back up a little bit. This program, which is an open source program, is in fact a collaboration across a number of different projects. The University of Chicago, they worked on this project called Plenario. And what Planario does is it allows you to ingest information and bring it all together from different sources. So we have 911 data, we have 311 data, we have tweet data, we have business licenses, we have crimes. How do you bring this data together and display it all together? And how do you warehouse that information? Well, the Planario project was simply a back-end project, which said, hey, all of this data with events is a point in space and also a point in time. So let's normalize around that. Let's have it so any data that has a latitude and longitude or an address and has some sort of timestamp on it, we can bring that data in and you can display it uniformly. And that served as the backbone to OpenGrid. If you go to OpenGrid right now on your desktop or on your mobile phone, you can see what's happening around you. You can use your mobile phone location and actually see what's happening around you. So by building on top of what the University of Chicago had already done with their open source project, Planario, and by putting our user interface on top of that, and by leveraging things like our databases and our open data portal, we can bring this project together as a more complete platform. Because Planario didn't give you a nice user interface to be able to see this. Planario itself was grabbing data from the city of Chicago. So we created an interface that worked well. And the University of Chicago, when they did this project, they spent, I think, $350,000 in an NSF grant. The city of Chicago, we spent $250,000 of our own money in development time. So together, we can go to our grantors and say, not only do I just have a $350,000 project, but we teamed up with the city of Chicago who put their own time into this project. And now you can go back to the NSF and say, hey, we have a $600,000 product, not just a project, but a product, a $600,000 product that's open source and can be adopted by other cities. And again, OpenGrid is being adopted by other cities and by universities for their own purposes. The city, again, the city of Seattle is going to be one of the early adopters of this. And the Array of Things program I was talking to you about a little bit before is going to be feeding that data, so you can also take a look at that data in this platform, this OpenGrid platform. So by being open source, by making data publicly available, again, we can collaborate in ways that are very easy. It's very easy to define intellectual property rights when it comes to open source. University of Chicago owns the copyright of what they developed. State of Chicago owns the copyright of what we developed. But we license it in a way that allows each other to use it and allows it to be adopted by others. So the intellectual property concerns, easy. Sharing code, very easy in this era, using open source repositories and using those practices. And the third component, and the most critical component, is collaborating. And that's the real value here, right, is the collaboration of this all. So $600,000 of actual money spent, of time spent on this. But it's that collaboration where we can come together and create something of great value. So I want to touch on some research that we've done. We've talked about platforms where you can create and you can visualize information. We've talked about sharing data. But how do we actually solve problems? So let me give you this problem behind me. We have 15,000 restaurants in the city of Chicago. While you're here, you should visit some. We tax those restaurant bills, so please contribute to us. But we have 32 inspectors to inspect them all. 15,000 restaurants, 32 inspectors. All right, so for those who are in this room, for researchers, like, okay, all right, I see the problem. How do I take the inspectors and how do I find the places that actually matter most? This is a queuing theory problem. Where do I visit first? And where can I deprioritize because it's not going to be a problem? Why randomly go across the city? Or not even randomly, can even a human do a good job of sorting which ones are going to be the most important versus the least important? And again, 235 square miles for the city of Chicago, 235 square miles. So this is a geographical problem as much as anything else. How can we spot these areas across the city and pinpoint on them? So again, the optimization of this is I have a list of restaurants that I used to do in a particular way. Is there a way that we can reorder that list that would be more efficient and find critical violations earlier? And remember at the end of this, though, this is not just a research exercise. We actually want to drive decision making because at the end of the day, there is somebody who's in a kitchen digging through going into cabinets, using flashlights, opening drawers, looking at refrigerators to make sure that it works. So there's on-the-ground decisions that are happening, on-the-ground work that is happening. And that's what we're trying to improve. So it's not just a theoretical exercise, but something that can lead to better action. And what's interesting about this is a lot of the important data was already available on the Open Data Portal. Now, to clarify, this research project I'm about to describe could be done internally without using any public data. We could have just gone to our own databases and pulled out the information. But for this project, we deliberately reached out and only used data that was publicly available for a very big reason that I'll explain at the end. But I just want to clarify at the up front. So we have, for instance, all the food inspections for the city of Chicago from 2011 to present. So you can go and you can grab this information. You can grab other data, such as people complaining about rodents, people complaining about garbage in their alleyways. You can go get crime data. So you can grab all this piece of data together, and we did that. And our data scientists looked at this data and found good predictors. We did the typical research exercise of fitting regressions to look at multicollinearity, to do the research exercise. But at the very end, we came up with a list of significant predictors. Restaurants with previous critical violations, those who have had previous critical violations. I should mention, too, that we're focusing not just on restaurant failures, but critical violations. Those violations are most likely to lead to foodborne illnesses. For instance, not keeping food cold enough or not keeping it hot enough when you need to. The 3-day average high temperature before an inspection, the high temperature, the hotter it gets, the harder it is to maintain cool, to keep your food cool when it needs to be cool. Risk levels, the location of the restaurant, nearby garbage and sanitation complaints, the type of facilities, the density and frequency of nearby burglaries, whether or not the establishment has a tobacco or has an incidental alcohol consumption license, whether or not you're allowed to sell alcohol, basically. The length of time since we've last been there. Have we kind of derelicted you and not been there for a little while? And how long have you been open? Are you a well-established practice or are you still new? So all these different variables, it seemed to fit well. Using statistics and what we do, it seemed to fit pretty well. But that's not good enough. Right? We want to know whether or not that guy who is digging through the refrigerators is going to be able to find inspections more frequently. So we ran an experiment, a double-blind experiment, where we trained the model, we'd done the training of the model, and then we let 4 months pass, and we didn't put any more data into the model. So we let some time expire. And then we essentially said this: for the next 2 months, go do your inspections. And we're going to quietly and privately create a list of places you should have visited ahead of time. This was in the beginning of August. So we have our secret list, and then they actually went and did their work. And the goal was compare our secret list versus the work that they've actually done and see which one would have done a better job over the next 2 months. And here's what we found. Now, you would expect over the next 2 months that in that first month, half of the critical violations would have been found. You know, half in the first month, half in the second month, right? If it's random, if it's purely random. But it's not purely random, right? There's a manager, a food inspection manager who's very experienced, who's targeting places based on where she feels is going to be the most likely to find critical violations. And she knows the frequent violators. She knows that there's certain areas of the city and certain restaurants that have that. And she knows to send her inspectors there. So what we found was about 55%, a little bit more, not statistically significant, but numerically interesting enough, 55% of the critical violations were found in the first half, in the first two quartiles, essentially. In the meantime, if it was following our protocol, 69% of the violations would have been found in the first half. That is, we would have found the critical violations earlier, and then the last month, the second month, would have just been pro forma checks. Just checking places, because we have to check places, we still do, but these would have been the less critical violations. And let me tell you, what's interesting about this, about halfway through the experiment, I got food poisoning. So I got to experience why it was important to find those places earlier, so I'm not sitting there in the urgent care clinic with an IV in my arm, hating life. Right, just absolutely sick. So not only it's a few $100s of medical care that you forego on, it's obviously the unpleasantness. It was missed work. Fortunately, I have paid sick leave. For those who don't have paid sick leave, that would have been even more money out of their pockets. Right, and of course, clearly more serious things can happen with food poisoning, though it's less frequent in this era in the United States. But this is still something that has to be contended with. So what we found is over an 8-week period, and it's important to contextualize this number within 8 weeks, within an 8-week period, we are finding critical violations on average 7 days earlier, a week earlier, 7.4 in particular. I was very upset it wasn't 7.5, so I could just say 8 days, but had to be honest. So 7.4 days earlier of the 8-week period. And this is perhaps my favorite graph of it. This is showing the progress of the inspection process. Now, on the x-axis there, it shows the number of inspections completed over the 2-month period, a little over 1,200, about almost 1,300 inspections, I believe, that were completed over the 2-month period. And on the y-axis, it shows you the percentage of critical violations found. So by the end of the thing, you find all your critical violations, and that's it, right? So we're all getting to 100%. But it's the path to get there of what we're focusing on. Now the red line shows what the business as usual, the status quo method of doing it, and what they were able to do over that 2-month period. It shoots up, is about when they get to around halfway through, about 600 inspections. Indeed, they're a little over 50%. This was the number I showed you earlier with the bar chart, but we're just expressing this in the line chart now. So that's interesting. But the blue line is the path to get there when we're using a data-driven method. And that blue line from day one was finding more violations. From day one, finding more violations. And in fact, by the time you got to the last week, we found all the violations. And we found no more critical violations. So we had hit 100% a week out. And we're still doing checks. We're still doing the work that we need to do. Not only because we need to do it, but we also need to feed into our analytical model to make sure that these places were okay. So we're able to find more quickly. So that gap between the red and blue line, that integral between that red line and blue line, that's really the total savings, that total time saved that we're able to get. And again, it's not just about saving money. In this case, there's really no money saved in this. This is about getting to places earlier to save people from getting sick. So it's driving those day-to-day decisions. So what does this look like for somebody, though? What does this look like? Okay, we did a research project. We found there was a relationship. We did a study, right? A lot of people have done that. But we operationalize this research. Every single morning at 5 a.m., because we have a series of computer scripts set up to do it, the food inspection manager gets to look at this screen. It's a list of all the restaurants in the city of Chicago and the probability that they're going to fail that day based on the most recent information that we have. Again, all taken from the data portal. So at 2 a.m., we update the data portal, and we start downloading that data on the other side with these analytical scripts. And we calculate and we retrain our model. We weight all of our variables again, because that is probably not stationary over a long period of time. Things become more and less important. And then we provide our predictions. And this is based on what she wanted. She just wanted a list. We said, do you want a map? No, I don't want a map. Just give me all the restaurants. Let me search it easy. Let me export it to Excel really easily. Let me sort it by the highest to lowest or alphabetically, whatever you want. So it's kind of like an Excel spreadsheet a bit in a website, but that's precisely what she wanted. And see, she can use this as well. She uses this to dispatch her inspectors to tell which restaurant to go to, but also uses it sometimes to help mediate information. Sometimes she'll get a call and she goes, this restaurant is terrible, it's awful. And she goes, looks at the past inspection reports, goes, you know what? Nobody's ever really complained about this before, and our last inspection wasn't bad. And she has a choice. Do I send an inspector there for a half-day inspection, or do we do a short visit just to check in? And sometimes she uses the model to kind of mediate that when she's on the fence. She goes, okay, what does the model say? If the model kind of has it high, then yeah, we'll do a full inspection. If it's kind of low, we'll do a short inspection. So she can help mediate some of her decision-making process through this. But I kept hammering on that this data was from the open data portal. And the reason is this. The code that's driving this model is available online. Because the data is publicly available, that means when we make the code available, it allows other people to also run this code. And I told you about the experiment that we did. The experiment is well documented. So you can find out what we've done and to be able to replicate the results. So one of the open science is just pure replication, what journals often are trying to do, to make sure that when we say there was a 25% gain in efficiency, that we actually mean there's 25% gain in efficiency, and we have some way to relate that back to an actual number. So that's great. That's transparency. That's fine. But even more interestingly, can you beat our model? Can you take data and other data that you have access to and beat our model? And if you beat our model, we will take your code and your model will then drive the city of Chicago. And that's compelling for those who don't work for the city but want to make an impact. It's like, really, I can code something and make it better. For a grad student, I can code something and you guys will actually use this for a model. Yes, day to day, you will have people acting differently because of your contributions. And we've had people who have tried really hard to beat our model. So far, nobody's beat it yet. But it was funny, during this open review process, somebody did come along and had great results. He said, you know, I just submitted a request for you to look at my code. I have you guys beat. Right? And he gave us a summary of what the results were. And he go, wow, that is a good model. We saw what he did. It's like, okay, we can make sense. That makes sense. He might have been able to do a better job this way. But when we're looking at his code, because you always have to do this, we're looking at his code and making sure it was okay. We realized that he made a spelling error and accidentally included data he shouldn't have included, which fudged the results. So that open review process, again, what so much in academia is being pushed on for replication to make sure that these results are valid, are very pertinent for us today. Not only to show what we've done and to challenge others, but when people want to say, I can do a better job, show me. And let's take a look at it. And if you do a better job, we'll use it. And if not, if you have made some sort of mistake, it was a very earnest mistake, then we won't. Then we won't. So this is really important because, again, it keeps the eyes on the project, because there's people who are trying to do a better job today on this model. And none of my staff are spending time on that. I'm not spending time on that. But yet, there's still attention paid to this. And that's very positive. That's very, very good. And that can only lead to better outcomes for the city. Oh, sorry. You can go and you can find a little bit more information on this this website that I have right down here. It's a good one-page summary of the project. But perhaps even more interesting is the technical documentation that we have it. So we have in a sort what would be considered a white paper or something that you would see akin to in a journal. And this is us playing around a little bit, frankly. We're playing around with this a little bit. So this technical documentation is driven by fully reproducible research. So that PDF that you see is actually a series of text and R code that gets generated into a final result. So if you're reading a sentence, we did this and it led to a 25% increase and led to 7.4 days earlier, you can actually go back and look at the actual code that generated that estimate. I mean, sometimes I've written summaries of research results, and 6 months later, I can't remember how I got that number. Right, in all earnestness. Well, this really allows you to tie that linkage. Again, this is coming right out of the open science movement. These lessons are coming right out of what we're seeing in academia. Now, we're not going to do this all the time. This was us playing around and experimenting with the edges and pushing the edge of what can we do and how much time does it take to get fully reproducible results. But between the open data portal, leveraging open source software, publishing our code open source, and this reproducible research, you can tie the data itself down to the number that you see in a white paper. That's full reproducibility. Full reproducibility. And that allows us, again, to collaborate with others that haven't been able to be done before. So combining open data, the open source, and that engagement model, we can do a better job, and we can partner with academia, we can partner with technologists, we can partner with students and other cities in ways that haven't been able to be ever done before. And that's very exciting. So how else have we used this model? So in a project that we just finished up, summer just wrapped up, so the project just finished up, some folks noticed that Chicago's beaches have high E. coli levels sometimes. Now, the USGS, the United States Geological Survey, created an analytical model which predicted E. coli levels in Chicago's beaches. We released all that data on the data portal, and people noted the model's not that good. And it wasn't that good. It was only right about 5% of the time. So we engaged with technologists, said, we don't have a lot of time to work on this project, but if you create a better predicting model, we'll use your model. And indeed, from November till May, between 7 and 12 data scientists on a week-to-week basis would work to create a better model. And by May, the end of May, a week before the beaches open, they said, we got a better model. And they demonstrated it, and so beginning this past summer, we used their model. So this is not something where we even first did the work and then had somebody check our homework. This is work where we defined the problem, we released the data, and somebody else, actually a handful of people, more than a handful of people, did the work themselves. And were able to give it to us in a way that we could use. So I like the asymmetry of that. It's not just about us doing the work more and just putting a ton of stuff online, which may not be digested, but instead allowing others to make a contribution to the city. Just want to touch on one last thing that you might be very interested in, underground mapping. So everything I've talked about before are things that happen above the surface. And we're partnering with UI Labs. I think there's a rep from UI Labs here today. We're partnering with UI Labs, a consortium with industry, universities, and cities, to map what's happening underneath the ground in the city of Chicago. So this is a map of an image. In the middle here, you actually see an image. Around it is a cloud point map of subsurface structures. So while we know a lot of things are happening above the surface, we don't know much that's happening beneath the surface. This map was created by University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, where researchers there have worked on translating images taken by a camera into these point maps, which can then be turned into 3D models and have been turned into 3D models of substructure Chicago. So you start with an image. This is the image that was literally taken, and then ultimately turned into this image here. So this process of taking a photo into a point diagram into a 3D model is something that we've been working on, I think, for the last year and a half now, and we're going to expand the pilot out for the city of Chicago, which we'll be working on for another year and a half, which involved a number of partners to get this to happen. UI Labs, or City Digital, a project under UI Labs, HBK Engineering, Accenture, Microsoft, the City of Chicago, ComEd, University of Illinois, Esri, and a startup called City Zenith. To be able to complete some of these projects often takes a lot of manpower, takes a lot of knowledge, and a lot of experience of folks who are trying to take something, not just a one-off research project, but to take it the full cycle from gathering data to the point of using that information, whether it's in predictive analytics, collecting things that happen underneath the ground in the city of Chicago, or downloading data from our open data portal and just simply using it. So I'm getting close to the end of time here, so thank you for having me out here. Thanks for listening to me here today. Just a couple minutes for questions if anybody has any. Yes?
Just real quick, thank you for that, it was really interesting. You mentioned copyright and licensing, and you were talking about the smart cities work with, I think, with Argonne in that reference. So the copyright and licensing is in relation to the data?
Both. Yeah, and we've had some interesting conversations about that. So it can apply to both. And in the Array of Things project in particular, University of Chicago and Argonne National Labs own the devices, the intellectual property behind creating these devices. And in this case, they also own the data. And some of the reasons of choosing that was also to best position privacy as well, because universities are going to be highly protective of turning over data and things that would be sensitive, and we want to best protect sensitive information that this might be collecting.
Okay, but then you had also said that you were licensing to them in copywriting and licensing data to them. What is that data?
So, for instance, all the data on the data portal is licensed is copyright City of Chicago, but it's licensed openly in a way that anybody else can use it. So the copyright stakes ownership, says we own this entity owns it, but then licensed in a way that is permissive, which essentially usually says you can use this however you want to, as long as it's not for illegal purposes, and don't sue us because we're not providing a warranty on it, and don't use our name saying that we somehow blessed your thing that you made from this, because we just simply provided the data. So don't use our logo or use our name in that sort of way.
So often groups in research will use data use agreements for that kind of, of representing that kind of terms, yeah. So your license is it a Creative Commons license, or is it more along the lines of a data use agreement?
It's highly adopted from not so much Creative Commons, but from other open source licensing, such as MIT licensing or Apache licensing. We usually take elements from those. Sometimes, for instance, with licensing, you want to say, hey, you can use this, but I still own the patent on this. Just to be clear that I own the patent on this, but you can still use the information or you can use the data. So we often will take it from a number of different aspects and piece together something that works well. But instead of doing one-to-one data use agreements where you and I have agreed to share the data, it's more liberal in the sense that it's me and the world can share this data and use this data in this sort of way.
Yeah, no, these use agreements are usually big projects, big databases like biodiversity database. GBIF has a data use agreement for all of its data. Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
yes, yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks. Good.
Yes.
I was curious about thanks for the talk. Very interesting set of projects and very progressive. I'm an economist and have seen some of these MBR papers, and am really interested in the experimental aspect of what you're doing. So I think it's cool that these data are available now, but what is really different that I didn't expect, was kind of a surprise, was the capacity for the city to actually run an experiment. And that, I'm wondering, so that's over and above, in your sort of strategy to involve other researchers, I think that's extremely compelling. And to the extent that the city is interested in developing and running experiments, I think you'll get a lot of attention, and direct contact with researchers. And I'm wondering if you have a particular program or kind of strategy developed around that to kind of expand.
I think you're looking at that strategy a bit of working with groups like Midwest Big Data Hub or UI Labs or other research consortiums, making them know that these projects exist. This is something that can be done, and there's a willingness to it. And if there's interesting research projects, to reach out to the city to let us know and consider it. Now, the downside of it is we can't consider a ton of projects. There's a lot of interesting experiments that you could run, which could reveal interesting relationships. But the framing of this is we're interested in things that can lead to operational improvement immediately. And that's usually where we're always framing our experiments and our research. Yes?
Yeah, I was wondering if you could elaborate more on the history of your community of citizen developers, and then maybe provide suggestions on how you can grow that base of developers.
Yeah, so it was a small group. It's about 5 years old now or so, where it really started with the Open Data Portal. Early on, even preceding the Open Data Portal, you had journalists who were very interested in transparency for very obvious reasons. Researchers who obviously would also benefit a lot from greater data transparency. So when Mayor Emanuel came into office, in the transition report saying we're going to focus on transparency and things like an open data portal, including creation of an open data portal, that really got a lot of excitement in the community. Now, I think what the city of Chicago did well is we harnessed that. Now, I don't run these groups. I don't run the week-to-week meetings, but I interact with them on a week-to-week basis. I'm not a hard person to get a hold of because it's that energy and the enthusiasm of doing work. If we can point that in the right directions where work can be really meaningful, that's what's important. Now, there are people who show up to these hack nights and these hackathons and these other different events who are interested in not necessarily maybe working with the city. They're interested in exploring particular social issues, and that's fine. But for those who do want to make an operational impact, I will bring to them, and we will bring to them, ways that they can make an improvement on their city. And I think that's what today's generation, around technology in particular, can respond positively to. Knowing that this isn't just an idea or a weekend hackathon. I'm very negative on kind of weekend hackathons for mature communities because nothing usually happens with those projects. Early on, in the first intervening year, it's great to bring people together to just even know that there's somebody else in your city or in your university that has an interest like this. That's very important, but as you mature, you got to move away from that, hey, let's just do something crazy and not have anything come from it, and really keep thinking, how can we make you enable you to make an impact on your community. Yes?
This is addressing a different sensitivity. For example, Chicago's pretty much in the limelight because of arrests and murders and things like that.
Mhm.
Are you restricting that kind of open access and information?
To an extent. So, for instance, City of Chicago has crime data on the data portal, which speaks to the heart of it. And there's very interesting things that can happen. A couple years ago, there was a debate of how many homicides happened in the city of Chicago, because journalists or newspapers would still keep track of it. And there's a threshold of 500 homicides that was particularly important because notable, just numerically notable. But there was a debate whether or not there was 501, 500, 499, and you had this very open, transparent discussion, because I think the city of Chicago said there was 499, a couple other organizations had one or two numbers off, and there was this very open conversation about how are you considering this, and it was very intriguing to see this play out, and everybody expressing their opinions. Now, obviously, there's a certain amount of data that we can't make publicly available, though there are researchers who have partnered with the city of Chicago and CPD in particular around, for instance, gang networks or contact cards. So usually this is now starting to deal with information that deals more personally about an individual. For instance, the crime data, we call it block reduction. You know which block the crime happened, but we didn't tell you the address because that would be going too far. So usually when we start getting into areas where just raw privacy becomes a concern, then it's not about publicly available, then it's about signing a contract and an agreement, which we're completely open to. The open data portal is just a way, is in part a way to begin this conversation, so you know that this is an opportunity for you.
So I think we need to wrap it up now, but thank you all for the questions, and we want to thank Tom Shank for coming to see us this afternoon.
Thank you.
We'll get ready for the next panel now. Thank you. Thanks so much. All right.
So with the way things are for this broadest though we fully realize that almost everything that's built now, for instance, I don't think there's a grand strategy for a lot of
No, we have a panel now and then a break. Yeah, you're up. Great. So, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you.
Program says 240. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, maybe this transition, I guess. Yeah,
because
yeah, people will go get water and so on. Actually, we have can check.
Let's see. Yeah, there they are.
There
My name
they
on
are.
it, and
Okay,
please.
great, wonderful. So my slides are up here.
You're on?
So, yeah.
You're up. NDSU, I hope that is those are Shikla slides.
says John Nowatzki.
That's mine, the one you.
That's yours?
highlighted,
It's
yeah.
this one, right? I was
Yeah.
just checking. It says John Nowatzki. I want to make sure that's yours.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't start it, yes.
There is a
Okay.
laser pointer here in this works, I guess.
I think so. All right.
Is it plugged in? Yeah, it's plugged in.
Okay, so
I think people went to the bathroom or something.
yeah,
I think we
so
have a
should
few
we
Because
have a
officially
few
it starts
minutes.
at 2:40, so people may assume that it's some time.
Okay, so we'll start at 2:40.
It makes sense, yeah. That's
Probably in terms of protocol, it's easier to do what you were doing. You were smart because you can't see anything from here, right? So, I think when everybody's talking, it's probably easier to sit in the audience because then we can actually see. And then we'll come up and sit here after
the end,
after
yeah.
the three presentations. Yeah.
I'm okay with it. Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of hard to turn around and see.
Yeah. Okay.
we're very close to the wall.
All right. So then I'm just going to go through the introductions and.
Yeah. Are you
Sorry,
from Ann
thank you.
Arbor? or-
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Our department is at the other university, Michigan State.
Ah,
So yeah, I know people there.
I see.
So what department are
Computer
you?
science.
Computer science. Okay. Ag and biosystems engineering.
Ah, I see.
So that is only there in land grant campuses. So East Lansing is. All right.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
See you.
Thank you.
All right. If people could settle down, we're ready to start the next panel on sensors and sensor data and the interesting uses that we can make of that data. So I'm delighted to introduce to you our very distinguished panel. We have 3 people on the panel, Professor Gul Agha, Professor Shrikala Bajwa, and Professor Shashi Shekhar. Gul Agha is a professor of computer science and electrical and computer engineering at UIUC. He is the co-founder of Embedded Technologies, a fellow of the IEEE, has served as editor-in-chief of a number of journals, including IEEE Concurrency, Parallel Distributed Mobile Computing, ACM Computing Surveys, and IEEE Computing Now. And he has pioneered novel coordination languages, methods for software testing, statistical methods for verification, and algorithms for sensor networks. And the key thing here that I guess is central to the sensor area, besides the sensor networks, is he's developed a long-term autonomic structural health monitoring system for civil infrastructure. And so basically, this is using networks of wireless smart sensors to figure out what's going on in infrastructure, such as railroad and bridges. Professor Bajwa is professor and chair of the Department of Agriculture and Biosystems Engineering at North Dakota State University in Fargo. She'd previously been at the University of Arkansas. She is an expert in agricultural remote sensing and precision agriculture, and has worked on the application of multisensory data collected with aerial systems for monitoring field crops and livestock, and applying, in effect, the results of what one gets from these sensors to the problem of precision agriculture. She's a member of the ASABE Global Engagement Task Force, exploring engineering solutions to the global challenges of food, water, and energy security. Professor Shaker is the McKnight Distinguished University Professor at the University of Minnesota. He's an alumnus of UC Berkeley and a leading scholar of geographical information systems and spatial computing. He is on the board of the Computing Research Association, is co-editor-in-chief of the Geoinformatica Journal. He has served on many National Academies committees, on the CRA's Computing Community Consortium Council, on the UCGIS board, and has won a number of awards, including the IEEE Computer Society Technical Achievement Award, the UCGIS Education Award. He's an IEEE fellow, a AAAS fellow, and has written a popular textbook on spatial databases. So we're fortunate to have 3 such distinguished panelists, and I'd like to ask Professor Gul Agha to begin.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me get my slides going. So, there we go. Adjust the height of these a bit. So my topic is on infrastructure monitoring, and we've been working for the last 15 years on this project with civil engineers. Let's see, I should be projecting. So let's start with this story. Back in 1967, on the Ohio River, there was a Silver Bridge collapse, and then this killed 46 people. So Congress mandated, in the aftermath of this disaster, biennial visual inspections for every bridge, which helped identify a lot of bridges that had to be repaired or demolished. 1 month earlier, there was another bridge completed in Minneapolis. That was the I-35 bridge, which collapsed in 2007. So bridges continue to fail despite regular inspections. In fact, all recent failures have happened where there have been visual inspections. So visual inspections clearly aren't sufficient or adequate. There are many causes of failure. There are design faults, lack of maintenance, but moreover, the infrastructure is aging. We have over $20 trillion worth of civil infrastructure in the US alone. A lot of these bridges are more than 50 years old. Bridges are accounting for half the cost of highways, by the way. But also, buildings and other infrastructure. The visual inspections themselves are not reliable. They're estimated to be about 50% false negative rates. Just as an example, here's an example of Chicago's bridge at 15th and Halsted. It's the state of the bridge. You can see how they're looking. Here's a bridge over the Metra, which is structurally deficient. It's not an exception. Basically, we have bridges have been rated as C by the American Society of Civil Engineers. There are over 70,000 structurally deficient bridges in the US alone. So the question is how to then target maintenance and improve safety of these bridges, which require tens of billions of dollars of investment, hundreds of billions, but you have to sort of rationalize this investment over the years and prioritize and figure out what really needs to be done. Moreover, there are impacts. So there's just not a regular question of sort of decay, but trucks and so on hit bridges quite often, and sometimes it's not even reported. And even when it's reported, you don't know what the impact is unless somebody goes out there and visually inspects, which is a costly process. So what we'd like to do, what we've been doing in the Illinois Structural Health Monitoring Project is to develop software and hardware to develop a system for monitoring the infrastructure. So this is in collaboration with Professor Bill Spencer, a colleague of mine in civil engineering, and Kirill Mechtoff, a postdoc, and dozens of graduate students have worked on this with support initially from DARPA and then from NSF. So what we're doing is trying to make these bridges smart. So essentially take hundreds of sensors, put them on a bridge, and monitor continuously every element of the bridge. We've executed a number of deployments on a rock arsenal bridge over the Mississippi River, not too far from here, the Little Calumet Bridge, Canadian National Railroad. The longest and largest deployment was the Jindo Bridge in South Korea, which employed 700 sensors, which is over several years with 700 sensor channels, about 100 nodes. Got lots of publicity in The Economist and so on. So essentially what we want to do is to turn the bridge into a smart structure. So in this case, the bridge itself can report, for example, if there's an impact on the bridge or if there are structural issues. In fact, we got lucky from the research point of view. A typhoon went by on this bridge during our deployment over the years, and we were able to record the response of every single element and wind speeds at the bridge. So the technology involves, of course, I don't have time to get into the details of the technology, but the technology involves many components. There's the sensors themselves, which are customizable, and they are getting strain and vibration, which is high-frequency sensing. And then there's a sensing system, so you get these hundreds of sensors and high-fidelity data out of these sensors. So these sensors can measure things, and then we can create higher-level information, which is useful for the engineers. So we have developed a number of platforms, a whole series of sensors to achieve this, 3D acceleration, humidity, light, high sensitivity accelerometers, data acquisition boards, strain sensors, pressure sensors, things of this sort. We pushed this technology out into trying to get it into the marketplace by creating a startup out of the University of Illinois called Embedded Technologies. We won the Chicago Innovation Exchange Award competition from hundreds of startups. And so that's developing. So besides the hardware, there's the software. So there's a tool suite with hundreds of thousands of lines of code doing reliable communication, and has to be energy sensitive. We have to do very careful energy management. These are wireless sensors. Many bridges don't have power lines on them. For example, railroad bridges that are out in the field. Even if there's power, that's very expensive to wire. Network data aggregation, correlation function estimations, test suites, essentially a whole bunch of software. The software, the key idea behind the software brings our expertise in computer science and distributed computing. You have masses of data, and you cannot possibly take all this data and push it at high-frequency sensings that you're doing at hundreds of hertz to a centralized station. So it's like, for example, the retina gets more information from the brain to suppress. If you look at even the eye of a bumblebee, it sends 10 times as much information from the brain to the retina as from the retina to the brain, because the brain doesn't want to be flooded. Distributed computing is how nature handles masses of data. So if you want any kind of real-time response, you have to bring distributed computing. That's what we bring through this sort of actor-oriented architecture, which is something that I've worked on for the last 25 years. So this provides mobility, security, and efficiency in the distributed processing. So rather than centralize the data, which has been done, but if 10 minutes of data or something takes 8 hours to get out, and then your batteries are dead, we're using radio and wireless channels. We use decentralized and hierarchical processing. So that's a key idea, and one of the things we do is, an example is railroad bridge monitoring. Here we have displacement sensors and strain sensors, and you can sort of see this video here of as a train goes by, we can calibrate and strategically place smart sensors that tells you exactly what the force is on the tracks and what the state of the tracks is. Not only what the state of the tracks is, but what the load on each car is. We can tell exactly how loaded each of the cars is. And this gives you a fine-grained analysis, and you can sort of continuously monitor the state of the track, the state of the bridge, the state of the structure. So this kind of analysis, just not just the main mode, but also the secondary modes of the structure, which tell you the state, and they're very important in the analysis. What makes this technology feasible now to move into the field is the cost factor. So some signature bridges have been instrumented, and the cost of deployment has been anything from $10,000 to $25,000 per channel because of the cost of wiring and maintenance and high-fidelity sensors. We are able to get this with digitization and wireless sensors down to about $200 per channel. So at this point, it becomes feasible to start to put thousands of bridges under continuous monitoring. So this basically brings me to the conclusion of the talk. The vision then is these smart structures. We can monitor in case of hurricanes, in case of collisions, trucks hitting. The image I showed you of the truck hitting the bridge, we can tell in real time what the state of the bridge is and what the damage is, and localize it. It can help monitor the traffic. We can tell the loads on the bridge. We can tell how many cars are passing through on all the highway passes. Of course, there are other applications in case of the environment, in manufacturing and processing elements, which all in intelligent manufacturing. You have to stop the factory to retool. So if you can plan this out and know what the state of the components is, and vibration provides a signature. You can think of it analogously to, like visual inspections are like you go to a doctor and they lack a stethoscope. And now here you have a continuous stethoscope implanted into your infrastructure to monitor continuously, to get data, and huge amounts of data that can then be analyzed and rationalize the process of repairs and process of maintenance. Even process of inspections can be rationalized by picking and choosing where the inspections should start and how they should happen. So this, and of course, eventually we'll have monitoring of buildings as well as structures, because they get wind and other shear forces that act on them. And so this can help and plan for emergency responses in cases of things like hurricanes and earthquakes and so on. You can get real-time response out of the system. So that's basically the idea, to increase the diagnostic tools to create smart cities by making the infrastructure itself smart rather than passive and something to be observed. And I'll stop here. I guess we'll hold the questions to the end. Yes. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Shrikala Bajwa, and I'm going to change the topic a little bit. My presentation is also about the application of big data, but from transportation to agriculture. I was asked by Aaron to talk about in the last 2 years we have been working with unmanned aerial system applications in agriculture, and to talk about some of the sensors and the data we dealt with. So our project has 3 major points: partnership, research, and education. So I thought I'll start with the listing all the partners here. We worked with a bunch of researchers, academicians from different fields of primarily agriculture, but outside of agriculture too, because 1 or 2 of us don't have all the expertise that is needed for this kind of work. Also, we had a lot of partners from outside of the university, actually from many different avenues. We worked with the citizens from many different avenues. One of my critical partners is sitting there, Terry Sanders from the Grand Forks Economic Development Corporation. We had several funding partners, industries, government, and commodity boards, and also non-funding partners, farmers, agriculture consultants, utility companies, Northern Plains Unmanned Aerial System Test Site, many, I can't list all the people here, but many people there. So our research was, or our project was to develop and evaluate agronomic applications of unmanned aerial system in both the crop and agronomic application in crop production and also livestock applications. So some of the things we are looking at, many of the speakers here earlier today talked about the lack of data analytics. It's the same in agriculture. There is big set of data coming from multiple sources, but there is a lack of analytics. So we were looking at some of the specific application, plant stand count. One of the farmers I work with, he farms 30,000 acres, and he said, once that plant comes out, you plant the seed and it germinates, he puts $80 per acre. That's around $2.4 million for his 30,000 acre farm. So he makes a decision on what to do with that $2.4 million, depending on how many plants have germinated. So one of the things we looked at is within 1 week of planting, counting the plants, how many plants have germinated. In-season crop fertility management. Again, we have some soil scientists here who are working in this field, but in most crops, nitrogen is a major fertilizer input. So how can we say how much fertilizer is needed and where it needs to be applied? Weed identification and management, weed species, what weeds are there. And also another aspect we are looking into is herbicide resistance. Especially with increase in glyphosate, which is a herbicide application in agriculture. There is a lot of resistance we are seeing. And also herbicide injury. You apply one chemical to corn, it drift and fall on another crop, and what degree of injury is there. Crop disease monitoring. Yield correlation, can you look at your image or field and say that what yield you are expecting later in the season? So that is also part of how do you incorporate images you get from unmanned aerial system into some of the yield prediction models. Livestock inventory, movement, location. In 2 years back, we had a major snowstorm in October in western part of North Dakota. Many cows died. A cow could cost $2,500 or $3,000. So it's a lot of money for a rancher when they don't know where that cow is and it dies. So those are some of the applications we are looking into. And also for our partners, a farmer is not going to adopt something, a new technology, unless you can show that this is profitable. So what is the business model? What is the economic benefit to the end user, who is the farmer, and also the companies who are coming to partner with us, as an unmanned aerial system company or a precision ag company, what sort of business model makes sense to them? And we are part of extension education, so another interest is educating the people and also providing data to the cooperating farmers. So I want to talk a little bit about a large UAS project we had. This is, anything below 55 pound is small UAS. This is a 1,200-pound unmanned aerial system. From the airplane is called Hermes 450, and we were flying it. Our original plan was to fly it twice a month during May, June, July, and August. We were going to collect color and infrared image, or visible and infrared image, at 3 different altitudes, 4,000, 6,000, and 8,000. It corresponds to 3 different spatial resolution of the data, 4 centimeter, 6 centimeter, and 8 centimeter. And we were also, for selected field, we were also going to fly small UAS. Choosing a number of different sensors depending on the application we were interested in. And we were also collecting ground data at the same time. So one of the things I want to show is that our large UAS, it can cover 25,000 acres in 1 hour compared to the small UAS. I'm using a Trimble UX5 here as an example. It covers at 400 feet elevation, it covers 500 acres in an hour at a 2-inch resolution versus, 2-inch resolution versus roughly 2, both are roughly 2-inch resolution. So our this 2016 research with this large UAS, it was done in North Dakota. We had a sample, or an area of study, which was around 102,000 acres, or a 40-mile by 4-mile corridor. It spanned 2 different counties, and around 500 landowners in that area, and we have no way of knowing how many farmers. Many times landowners are not same as the farmers. And since this session is about sensors, there are a bunch of sensors we used. Actually, any UAS you buy, it comes with a selection of sensors in it. Or you can also buy sensors from outside of that company and use it with this with the UAS. But we had anywhere from thermal camera, what we call color infrared or near infrared, and visible bands. We had LiDAR, hyperspectral, and we also had some cameras with which measures the downwelling radiation, some that doesn't. We used a bunch of platforms. As I said, we had a large UAS, and we also had a number of small UAS. Some of these are belong to my department, and some of them are from the cooperating industries. So I want to talk about a little bit about the amount of data. Agriculture is, or the growing of plant and producing food is a spatio-temporally dynamic process. So, although you have a lot of information, you never know. It's a pretty complicated process, and you never know how plant is doing. And so you know how it is doing, but if you monitor plant and you can get more information, that is more beneficial. So some of the cameras we used are, we used in 2016 are listed here, and what spectral bands and the pixel size and the spatial resolution there. Again, spatial resolution we used a different resolution depending on what our application was and what amount of data it generates there. So a few of the research areas or research problems we were focusing on, one was herbicide drift damage. I estimated the amount of data based on 100 acre. Remember that we are looking at around 102,000 acres, so you have to multiply it with 1,000 if you were to do this for the whole study area. So there is herbicide drift damage, around 6 gigabyte of data. Weed species identification with the thermal image, it is 1.2 gigabyte, 40 gigabyte if you use multispectral data. Plant stand count, 10.5 gigabyte. Yield estimation, 5 gigabyte. Those are, some of the applications we looked at. That is with the small UAS, with our large UAS here. This was our plan to fly twice a month over a 4-month period of time, and also during the first couple of months to generate a terrain model or a digital elevation model. So our estimated amount of data from that project, from that large UAS data alone, was 60 terabyte. In addition to this, there is several set of ground data that we are generating, such as yield data, plant stand count, and any sort of machinery that is going over the field. It's generating all kind of information, what exactly that machinery is doing in the field. So it's we are not used to we are used to dealing with the geospatial data, but not to that degree. So another part of our research was also about educating the stakeholders. Farmers if they are participating, we are collecting this data, they want to use that data for management. So, it was difficult to take this information to the courthouse of a small town and show them how to manage, how to download, how to process this data. But we tried. So I just want to quickly come to, I have some research results, but rather than going into, I want to come to what are some of the lessons we learned. First of all, in agriculture, your best laid plans may not work very well. So although we planned all that, we were not able to fly every single time because of weather issues. We generated a lot of data, and that was a challenge for the collaborators. One of the things I want to show is that the collaborator, we planned to collect this data within 24 to 48 hours to stitch it together into a georeferenced image and give it to our collaborating farmer. They can use it with the existing tools to make a decision on how much fertilizer, how they are going to apply fertilizer. So this is a field of a collaborating farmer. I think it is a half section, meaning it is 320 acres. And the Precision Ag software she was using couldn't handle the data, and the original data was 6 centimeter resolution. So immediately we had to go and reduce the resolution to 1 meter so she can handle it. At the same time, we were also working with the company that produced that Precision Ag software, so they were changing the coding so that it can handle big data. So this is a vegetative index generated from the data we provided her. It's 1 meter data, by the way. And this is an application map. There was some conversation about not only generating the data and information, but actually making decision. This is the decision. This map can go directly into a sprayer, and the sprayer can apply fertilizer based on what this map is talking about or saying. Another issue is we have an overwhelming demand for people interested in using unmanned aerial system for precision agriculture, and we don't have the manpower to deal with all that request, both for educational training as well as research collaboration. Again, another lesson learned is that all sensors or platforms are not the same, and data quality is an issue. And one of the issues, all applications don't require calibration of the data. And if you are looking at the relative patterns, it's okay if the data are not calibrated. But if you are using quantitative analysis, modeling, or things like that, calibration is an important aspect. And most companies we are dealing with are not interested or not doing calibration. And we originally planned that within 24 to 48 hours, we will provide this data to our collaborators so they can take it and make a decision. We are going to replant this field, or we are going to apply fertilizer. In reality, it took, that 4 centimeter resolution data, it took 1 week to process it, just to stitch it together and bring it back to our hand. Again, the company was doing the processing or the stitching together, so we didn't have any control on it. So, these are issues that can be addressed, but these were issues for our project this year. So it was way more time than we anticipated. And again, another issue was data privacy and ownership. Who owns the data? Is it the farmer whose land we are remote sensing, or it's the company that is collecting the data, or it is the university that is doing the research? There has been a lot of concern about that. And out of the 500 plus landowners we had 2 people who really had issues with us owning or us keeping the data. Another issue was export control. Some of the companies brought in software or equipment that was export control technology, and as many other universities, we have a lot of foreign national students and staff. So that was a learning curve and something we had to deal with. How to let our students do their research, still make sure it is safe for everybody to deal with. But based on our work, there is a lot of potential. With this high spatial resolution, you can get information that was not possible with the 30-meter Landsat data or 5-meter rapid eye data. There is a lot of potential, but what is lacking is the analytics, and that is where we are putting our effort in. So I want to show this. The last one is, we are trying something. Oh. It's not working. Anyway, so we are trying something. There was a lot of attempt. There has been a lot of attempt at plant species identification. With even very coarse data, it's not very successful, because when you have a 30-meter or 5-meter data, your plant species all mixed into a mixed pixel, and it's kind of hard to know when you have different soils and moisture level, soil conditions, and terrains. It's kind of hard to say what species were. But now we are collecting data at a millimeter level, maybe 5 millimeter resolution, and you can do 3D analysis. It takes a lot of computing power and time to do it, but it is possible to do, and that's something we are trying to do. You can look at the morphology of the plant. It is upright, or it is a creeper, or what color it is, or when it is flowering. Now there is something we are trying to do is to identify what are those weeds, where are the invasive species, or the noxious weeds, or the voluntary soybeans in a dry bean field. So a lot more applications are possible. So that's what I have today.
Thank you very
much. All right.
Okay, great. So I'm kind of going to talk about some of the analytics issues in more detail, and but also kind of show the whole life cycle of data. And in terms of my color of glasses, I come from GIS or spatial computing side. And recently, one of the computer science magazines, CSCM, had a survey article on spatial computing based on a workshop that we organized. So these are some of the other things in terms of background. So you can see the color of my glasses. And I think it's a good match with the topic, because sensors usually have to deal with physical spaces. Okay? We already heard about many sensors on the bridges and on the agricultural field. Here are some other ones that many of us have experienced. So I'm showing you a map of a highway network in Twin Cities. And these highways nowadays have thousands of loop detectors in the pavement and cameras through which you can monitor traffic. So you have these fixed sensor networks, but in addition, now as we are hearing about Internet of Things, there are many mobile things, cars, cell phones, which have GPS trajectory. And then finally, even people are adding to the data. So you get many different kinds. Just GPS trajectory gives you a lot of information. And as you can imagine, in your cell phone, if you have not switched off your location services, Google and Apple are sort of keeping track of you for weeks and weeks. And they can see your home and work and many other things just from that lot of information. This is showing you something more. When the GPS is in the car, Actually, there are onboard diagnostics about the engine, and you get hundreds of other variables. So here we are actually showing you fuel efficiency and with elevation change. And you kind of see this fuel consumption drops dramatically based on elevation and other conditions of the road. Okay? And then social media, many of us think about. So these are a lot of different data sets which are coming around. And as you can tell, many of these have locations. And location-based data is a pretty valuable segment. So in the big data report from McKinsey, they estimated, one of the largest value segment was location-aware data. You kind of see 600 billion, which is more than the revenues of most of the IT companies combined. And it's just from fuel saving, just one application. But there are many others. With Internet of Things, we'll see a whole lot more applications of this kind. So, and as I said, if you look at the trends, these sensors are getting richer. You kind of see many people who can carry, different things. For example, here an asthma inhaler, people have added GPS on that. So you can actually track when it is used and correlate it with environment and conditions. Volunteers are doing air quality monitoring. And through that, you can make maps of cities to see, the air quality conditions based on that. And even going further, things like tweets, which, most of us think of it as text. But about 2 to 5% of tweets have locations. So using that, American Red Cross actually makes a map to monitor disaster-related tweets. And that gives them a head up about an hour, 2 hours ahead of TV news about disasters, and they can send relief. So these have come to common practice, but there are others which are primarily in Department of Defense today, but you are going to see civilian usage very soon. So if you think about wide area motion imagery, so, on the larger UAVs, you can put 100 cameras together. So a single image, you can cover almost 100 square kilometer at a pretty great resolution. And you can take an image almost every second or minute and really do a very detailed monitoring of dynamic events. Okay? So the sensor technology is kind of, pretty rich. Now you have to kind of think about the second topic, big data. And this is the main point of the whole talk. The big data tools most of us come across, whether they are from machine learning or Hadoop, what you read in New York Times and great media about, they were actually designed for a very different world. Okay, most of these were designed by companies like Google, Facebook, and Microsoft, and their main interest is something very different. They make money out of advertisement on your cell phone or on your web page. So they were mostly designed to mine your click stream to show advertisement. And in this world, there are interesting assumptions which are not true in sensor world. One of which is that the cost of false positive is negligible. If they show you a wrong ad or irrelevant ad, they lose maybe a millionth of a cent. That's about it, right? But that's not the case with most of the sensor we heard about. If you're monitoring a bridge and you give a false positive, that's going to disrupt life, right? If you're monitoring agriculture. So for sensor data, a lot of these generic tools don't really fit very well. And a simple way to think about it is the cost of false positive. But you can actually go in more detail. These data sets are embedded in low-dimensional physical spaces and so on. Also, there is a trade-off between prediction error and the model bias. Machine learning goes one way, but in the physical space, we may want to go the other way and so on. So I'm going to illustrate these differences through different stages of life cycle of data. So let's start with the capture. We just heard about the agriculture case. Once you take an image from a UAV, very first thing you might want to do is georegistration. And that's, takes time. How do you match it with location and so on? And here again, you need to know a little bit more than just saying, here are 2 data sets, I'm going to overlay them. So let me show you one challenge through a story that played out in the media. So when you have geographic data, actually there are many different coordinate systems, and you have to be careful which coordinate system your data comes in. Particularly when you have 2 data sets, the coordinate system must be matched or translated properly. So here is a story. So North Korea, in mid-90s had yet another missile with bigger range, and a popular magazine economist wanted to show the range of that missile. So they took a common map, which is shown here. They put a center at North Korea and they drew a circle with the range of that. Okay, and according to this map, mainland US is not threatened. So what's wrong with this map? What's wrong with this reasoning? Right. So if you're going long distance, tens of thousands of kilometers, you have to take into account spherical shape of the Earth. Otherwise, you have a lot of errors, right? So the actual one, if you drew properly, it will look like this. So this is for a larger scale data, but even in a smaller scale, if you're looking at GPS and you're looking at Google Earth, they don't use the same coordinate system. You have to be aware of those two and translate properly. There are hundreds of these coordinate systems, and this is one of the issues you need to think about as you're in physical space. Let's maybe go to the next step. Let's say we did register the data. We now want to put it with a proper schema, maybe in a database. Then it again turns out the generic databases, what you get with key value pair or on simple SQL, they don't model spatial parts very well. So you have to look at specialized products. And many of you, I assume, are using things like PostSQL or Oracle Spatial and so on. Now, the same reasoning actually goes forward with big data tools. When you're thinking about Hadoop and so on, you have to again rethink. So in Postgres and PostGIS, you have spatial libraries with points, lines, polygons. You have proper data structures like R trees. But in the Hadoop world, when you're thinking about data partitioning, this issue revisits. A basic MapReduce essentially goes and divides the data at random. So the nearby things are all over different processor. And that leads to very poor performance for spatial data sets. So even in the big data environment, you have to look at better tools. Like, for example, one from University of Minnesota called Spatial Hadoop, or ESRI has its own tool, where the data partitioning tries to preserve spatial proximity to get you better performance. So moving forward, when we go to analytics, again, you have to be careful about these issues. So here I am showing you a basic stack in Apache Spark, or you can look at the older stacks on MapReduce with the, Hadoop and Mahout, and they have basic machine learning libraries. But a lot of the assumptions made in machine learning don't make sense for spatial data. So let me illustrate with a very simple example with clustering, where many of us probably know k-means algorithm. How many of us know? Quite a few. And k-means does have some sense of space because it uses distances. But let's see, if I give k-means 3 sets of points, one is here, and one is here. If you feed it to k-means, it will always partition and give you some clusters, right? So it partitions and does that. But are those clusters really meaningful? Because many of us, when we talk about clusters, we are looking for natural groups. Are these really natural groups or not? If you took a spatial perspective, you would view this very, very differently. And this is how a spatial one would say. Okay? First, it will say that this data set is complete spatial randomness. So any partition you impose here is really a chance partitioning. If I had another incarnation of that, you don't have a lot of confidence. False positive risks are very high. Okay? And this data set is actually what we call decluster. These points don't like each other. Don't try to group them. Okay? They are solitary points. But only over here you have a positive spatial autocorrelation or clustering, and some clustering of this kind may be statistically interesting. Okay? So in spatial world, tools are different, and some of those are actually ported on ESRI GIS tools for Hadoop, and I hope some of those will come to Spark as well. To give you a more specific example, the National Cancer Institute, when they look for cancer clusters, they use their own specialized tool called SAT-SCAN, which was custom developed for them. And in this world, they are very worried about chance events and false positives. So they test for that. So for example, this is an old map of London cholera, 1854. How many of us have seen this before? Okay, not a few of us. Okay, good. In public health, it's a very famous map. This is where a lot of public health ideas start. So John Snow actually had plotted cholera deaths in London, and he noticed that they were spatially clustered, and center of that is a water pump. And then this is where germ theory was born 20 years later, and so on. Of course, John Snow did not have spatial statistics, but if you use these tools today, it will give you a nice circle, and it will also give you some statistical confidence with likelihood ratio and p-value to reduce the chances of false positive. Okay? So these are the kinds of tools, because we are so worried about false positive, we actually go to extra step to do a statistical test, and people might do further tests beyond that. Okay? So in this world, you have to deal with issues like autocorrelation, heterogeneity, edge effects, and you have different theories, like, and you can see spatial statistics, spatiotemporal statistics. By the way, a lot of this was actually started with agriculture census in 1930, when they noticed that the basic sampling theory doesn't account for these kinds of properties. Okay? And this work is continuing, so let me quickly show you one from our group. So here we are showing you Lisner disease in Manhattan. So these little dots are where people were sick, and Lisner disease is known to be caused by water sources like sprays, mists, or water towers. So these squares are showing you some of the candidates that people were worried about. So looking at this map, you can first intuitively ask yourself, which particular water tower will you start testing first? So in the red square, which one would you test first, knowing the spatial distribution of the disease like this? Opera House, okay, that's very intuitive, most of us get it. Now, if you try to run k-means and so on, you can kind of see Opera House may not be center of the cluster. You may get something here, something here, something here, and so on. And in this case, even SAT-scan-like techniques, get into a little bit of challenge. So SAT-scan gives you these clusters. These two are more significant. Third one is not. And notice that Opera House is in between the two, but it's not in either one. Okay? So we have some new techniques now, finding significant rings. And these are actually useful when you have a source which may be a tower or a chimney, and it doesn't have any immediate things next to it. So there is a hole in your hotspot, and this is what the ring shape kind of detects, and you can see statistical significance. And this is helpful for finding newer patterns. So again, there is a lot of creativity and so on. These problems have richer semantics than what machine learning works with, and better techniques are around. All right, so let's go to the last phase. After the data mining and so on, people often want to just look at the results and explore them for visual analytics and finding more patterns by manual aspects. And again, in sensor world, since we are in the physical world, you can use maps, you can use virtual globes, and many of us have seen Google Earth and so on. In this world, a new trend is to add the temporal visualization. So you're seeing the Google time lapse, where you have taken about a 30-year history, one snapshot per year, and a lot of changes pop out very quickly. So this is the part of Dubai. You can see these constructions pop out. There are similar dashboards. In the space of agriculture, there is a global agricultural monitoring agreement with all the remote sensing and machine learning, and every couple of weeks you get a map like this. And areas where you see crops stressed, the governments can start taking steps very, very early. And many large companies as well as governments are signatory to this. This is another example. Here you're looking at spatiotemporal part. You can essentially look at the sea surface temperature. You can also look at the surface water and issue alerts of this kind. And this is another power of the geographic visualization and exploration of the data. So with this, let me try to wrap up. The main message that I wanted to convey was, if you are working with sensors in physical world, it has some very interesting properties. Your societal applications, have very high cost of false positive, plus the data is in a geographical space. There, many assumptions of the traditional machine learning don't work well. Okay, it's not just about prediction error. You need to worry about bias. You need to worry about statistical significance, autocorrelation, and so on. So better techniques are around. Lastly, I did want to bring up one other issue which is related to that. So NSF is actually now looking at this issue of principles of data science, because there are a lot of applications, but in the foundations also we need to do more work. Otherwise, if we just took tools developed for click streaming in Silicon Valley, apply those to sensors and agriculture, there are lots of risks, and some of that has happened before. How many of you have heard about Google flu trends before? Few of us, okay. And that was one of those issues where for a few years their predictions worked well, and then there was a huge departure. So this is another opportunity for Midwest, where we actually work with a lot more physical data, not as much click streams, to come together and take a leadership and develop principles. Great. And then, the last slide are a couple of papers on this topic, and with this, I'll wrap up. Thank you.
So I'd like to ask Professor Aga and Bajwa to come up here. We have time for some questions and some discussion. So let me open it up. Does anybody have questions for any of our panelists? I have a bunch of questions, but I don't want to monopolize. Okay, Robin.
So I saw a lot of innovative uses of sensors. Can the panel reflect on how your supporting agencies or your funding partners are actually trying to incorporate that rich data into their business processes, their decision making? How hard is that transition, from raw sensing to actual decision making?
Okay, I'm going to request the panelists to use both the stand and the hand microphone. They're going to two different places.
Okay, so I guess I'll start with that since I've been trying to push the technology out with the startup. So it's a tough process in this case because there's a lot of political agency involved. In case of the infrastructure, there are laws that govern the visual inspections, for example, but they do not incorporate the new technologies in sensing in terms of requirements. And inspecting a bridge can cost anywhere from $10,000 to millions, depending on the type of bridge and type of structure. So the question then becomes, when do they start to incorporate new technology? So it isn't the funding agencies. I mean, the funding agencies like NSF are interested in basic research, and they have funded the basic research. It's at this point more a question of getting the governmental agencies and also the private sector in case of the railroads, which are privately owned in this country. So that transition is a tough. Well, the railroads have a different incentive structure because a single bridge out means maybe 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers of track is useless until it's fixed. So there's a kind of a economic incentive. The cities and metro systems and states and so on have an incentive, but they're also more bureaucratic. So they weigh things more politically as well because it's like something happens, why didn't you do something about it? And whereas if we follow the protocol, then we are following the protocol. So there are liability issues and other kind of sort of information gap, and the economics of that is there, but it's more complicated picture. So I think eventually it'll come, but that may be a slower transition. And cities that are trying to be smart and trying to innovate further, I think will be ones that will adopt technologies sooner. So I'm hopeful that cities that have taken up the idea of smart cities will want to go further.
Go ahead, Shashi.
Okay, I'll talk about the agriculture sector. I go to meetings with the farmers and agriculture consultants, and in the meetings that I have gone to in the last couple of years, roughly 1/3 of the farmers say that they have an unmanned aerial system and they are trying out something with the unmanned aerial system. So there is a great degree of eagerness to adopt a new technology. But talking about agriculture in general, any machinery you take today, it has all kinds of sensors incorporated in that. Today if you want, there is a sensor you can mount on the front end of the sprayer, and it will control the application rate of nitrogen fertilizer on the back end based on real-time sensing. We are trying to do some of the same things with the unmanned aerial system. And there are also, at least in our area, we call it the Red River Valley area, the Minnesota, North Dakota border. A number of startup companies that are trying to use unmanned aerial system and different kinds of sensor data to come up with applications in agriculture and sell it to the farmers. My concern as a researcher is that, it talked about the data quality, sensor quality issues with the uncalibrated data. So many a times there is not good validation to say that what they are doing, that this will do, is actually right. So that's, as a scientist, we are trying to bridge that gap and say if some company come up with something and a farmer or a consultant come to the university for verification, is this unmanned aerial system I should buy, or is this a sensor I should buy, is this the precision agriculture software I should be using? It fall upon us to validate it and provide unbiased information. So I think there is, if we can show economic value, even before that, there is a great amount of interest among farmers and consultants and agriculture people in general in adopting these technologies.
So many examples I was giving, they were all actually in practice. The latest one was GeoGlam, Remember the global picture I was showing for crop monitoring? And in some sense, it was driven by the 2008 crisis when food prices went up, in US, but many countries had food riots. So they had been actually working on this global, Earth observation systems agreement, but that really catalyzed it, and all the EMIS countries signed an agreement. But of course, in order to do that, you have to look at the reality of the situation. In machine learning, we often assume a single machine learning algorithm will work everywhere in the world, right, like mathematics. But that's not true with geographic data. There is great heterogeneity. So many countries have their own satellites, their own sensors, their own machine learning algorithms customized to that. It's an extremely federated system. But at the government, country level, a lot of times things are driven by these crises or the societal needs, and that has happened. The early one I was showing you, highways, loop detectors and sensors. I mean, those have been in practice for a while. 1984, Seattle and Minneapolis were the first two cities to try that. And once it was proven, then early 90s, 40 other cities followed. So I think, they have to show the value, and, it has to be a societal priorities, and then things follow through. Yeah.
Yeah, just one quick comment on things. There are also sort of externalities and costs that are associated with not adopting the technologies. So, for example, in case of nitrogen, it's also one of the most potent polluters, far greater than carbon dioxide by volume. I think 297-fold or something more potent. So it's a very potent greenhouse gas that's not talked about for, again, political reasons, but there are sort of these other costs where if they're accounted for, then the new technologies would be adopted a lot faster.
In terms of the bridge application, it seemed like you were talking about a large number of sensors. So I guess one of the questions I would ask is there a major effort to try to optimize and reduce the numbers so that you can get the needed information with less cost?
Well, so the cost lowering is done by lowering the cost of the sensors. So when you had these expensive sensors costing tens of thousands of dollars, you could maybe afford a dozen of them or something if you're willing to invest a few million. By getting the cost down to $200 a channel, what we're able to do is to monitor every single element. And by monitoring every single element, you can then, because all damage is local, it's not just global. And by the time it's reflected in the entire structure, it's late for maintenance. I mean, then you really need major reconstruction. So what we'd like to do is move towards smart structures. In fact, eventually I see, not in the immediate future, but for example, buildings, virtually every floor, every building should have some smart sensors, and especially high rises. And not only that, we can connect this to actuation, where you dampen the vibrations. And that can be done with MR dampers, for example, that within a few milliseconds you can, with very little energy, dampen the vibration, because most of the damage is caused by the vibrations building up. So eventually I see not only the sensing to make the structure smart, but smart enough to resist damage. So that would be the next generation of structures.
So most examples that I've seen of sensor systems are single source complete systems where one can expect some kind of uniformity and therefore manageability. Could any of you comment on situations where you have multiple incompatible sensor networks and trying to figure out some kind of joint information?
Yeah, so actually we've had to do that because, for example, if you're looking at the vibration response, you have to take information into account for humidity and temperature and sunlight. So you have different types of sensors, and that data has to be fed into the model. And so the model has to be modular and distributed in that sense also. So not just distributed, so the physical distribution, but also modular in the sense of taking into account different types of data and so on. And that's where the use of the actor model comes in handy.
Actually, agriculture is a good example where you have a different scale of data, different format of data. although I talked about just a managerial system, primarily image data, some of the things there, the LiDAR data is a point cloud. Image data, it could be coming in different formats, but it's a raster data. But we cannot make a decision without, additional information. Soil fertility, soil textural class, yield data, they are all come in different format, especially so for example, yield data, depending on which company's combine harvester you are using, even though it is yield data, each company may have their own type of data that is coming out. So not only the format of the data, but they also come at different spatial scales. Some are point data, some are polygon data, some are raster data, how you combine all that and combine. Some are at every 1 centimeter resolution, some are, many meters or, very coarse data. So that is a problem that agriculture deal with, and you cannot make decisions just with one type of data.
So I will add, that you have raised the third V, the variety challenge with big data. In some domain, they have, at least for a given purpose, they have tried to pull things together. So GeoGlam is another example where many different countries have their own satellites and sensors, but at least they agreed on the purpose that they are trying to forecast yield. So even their machine learning algorithms are different, but at the output level, they are able to calibrate and link it. But broadly, there has to be more efforts. There were efforts like sensor markup language to do, a little bit more metadata embedding and exchange. Same way within geospatial world, there have been effort to standardize with OGC simple feature types. But yeah, diversity is a great problem. And if we wanted to pull together sensor networks of very, very disparate kind, it will be a challenging issue in general. Great.
So I think with that, we're out of time. I appreciate the education that we've got from our 3 expert panelists. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Break now. I think it's time for a quick break, and I just want to add a note of thanks also to Shashi, Dr. Shekhar, who filled in on very short notice. We had a panelist need to drop out this morning, and so we thank him for stepping in. Okay, we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Pull a chair over here and stand on this side so we don't have to be crossing over everybody. Okay. Now, how do I eject? Okay, and you are?
I'm Jamie McGowan.
You're Jamie.
Yes, hi.
I'm Bernice.
Bernice, nice to meet you. Hi.
I'm Heather Rouse.
Very nice to meet you. Yeah, likewise.
Rouse. Yes. I'm looking at it because I know it's like, isn't there there's somebody that has your last name, but I think she pronounced it wrong.
Oh, okay.
Isn't she like a wrestler or a gambler?
You know what? I don't know.
Something I've heard of.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is the women's panel.
It looks like it. Hi. Heather Rouse. Hi. Jamie. Nice to meet you too.
And we have Val does the timing. So
Okay, great.
yeah.
And I'm going to be everyone too, so I can keep track of
Okay, good. I'm going to drag a chair over here so that you three can sit four. There's four of you. I'm going to get another chair up there.
Okay.
Double check. Okay. 30. Right.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I have to get back to Champaign. I do.
And
Yeah.
here tomorrow?
You know,
I've been sent by my provost to find out about this.
I can stay a little while,
Okay.
but I have to get back to Champaign. Which institution are you with
I'm in
again?
Indiana.
Oh, great.
Right?
Okay.
And so my provost, she was like, she didn't know you were going to be here, but she
Oh,
said to me, she
okay.
goes, I want you to rekindle Indiana's participation in this.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Is
I was
it
like,
David?
what? I was like, what?
I can't
Oh,
think
David
of his-
Dalekey.
Dalekey, yeah. He
Yeah, but
called
they
me.
put it on me.
Really?
Right?
Okay.
So,
Well,
so I'm here.
he
No,
called
but
me a couple
then
weeks
when I found
ago.
out that this was here, that you were coming, I was like, well, two birds with one stone.
There you go. Well, we can definitely talk afterwards. I'll definitely stick around for any
I have some
discussion or-
ideas about funding.
Oh,
because I've been talking to RWJ and,
Okay.
and NSF, and I really think that you have a much better chance going through the data, going through this.
Right. Right. I think we're going to end up sort of parsing it out, excuse me.
Okay.
To a lot of different organizations and so on, just depending on what it is. And you'll get a sense of what the project is through my presentation.
I mean, I read it, but I'm an oral learner, number one.
Right.
And number two, I didn't know why the team that they sent, what happened with that. I don't really care because.
Yeah, things happen, and it's not too late, and like you said, you're here to rekindle, so that's great, and
Yeah.
So, we anticipate that, no doors closed in terms of an institutional, or institution.
I believe that networks vote for this, and I've always had thought right? And I'm in conversation with RWJ, which I looked at the budget, and we need to talk about it because that part of the budget that's infrastructure, they will not fund. They have made it clear.
Right. Okay.
They say that to me like every time I talk to them. We do not fund infrastructure. So any of the program managers, any of that, and if it doesn't fit a culture of care model, whereas this I think is the perfect thing to go through to create those structures.
Right.
So I mean, because I'm the one of the co-directors of the Network Science Institute of Indiana. I'm always having these conversations with people, so I think I can help.
Great. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I have to say, I don't know if I'm the best person to be presenting here. I'd hoped to bring in a couple of the faculty or a faculty member who is directly involved with the data.
The Minnesota people?
Actually, there's somebody out of Northwestern. He would have been ideal because he's right here, but he, I think, is tomorrow, and so he had some stuff to do tonight in relation to that. And there was somebody in Milwaukee, and she couldn't come. So, I mean, I went down my list.
really great. I mean, this is an important thing for us to know about because it overlaps directly with the goal of this data science thing, where I don't think it overlaps so well with what RWJ is doing, and I don't know about Kellogg.
Yeah, Kellogg is probably not going to fund the data side of this, which is fine, you know, but we've always thought we definitely sort of parse things out according to, you know, where the real strengths and opportunities lie. So,
well, the creation of the data sets, I think, is through this. The research that you do on that, I think,
that's another,
can go easily to NIH.
Yeah.
Especially the population database, which is at NIH.
Right.
That seems like the right place for that.
Yeah.
We're the last panel.
We'll power through.
No, well, everybody said, oh, but you know, somebody said to me, the audience is alive. Let me go get rid of my gum. I want to go see what's outside.
Snacks outside. Well, so Dr. Dorison got one of the seed grants for career researchers, and we've been working very preliminarily, just in about 6 months, on some partnerships in the state of Iowa to develop an integrated data system for social policy research that brings together data from the Departments of Public Health and Human Services and Education to study children and families.
So you don't have a
No, we have individual level data, children and families that are served by the public service system. Yeah. You got it. You got it. Yeah.
Still is important. It's still qualified
It's a
as big data.
different kind of big data. Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. I mean, but the thing about absolutely, I mean, the systems that we're talking about are not, we don't get individual consent. We build them so that we can do social policy research. So the data needs to be identified only for the integration.
And
then once they're integrated, they're de-identified for the research purposes. And so, I mean, yes, there are legal challenges, but there's provisions in the federal laws that allow you to do that. And HIPAA and FERPA allow you to do that.
I think the one of they should.
So there's lots of different ways you can do it. So, and what I'm going to share today, there's a national network of systems that have figured this out. States and universities are doing it in lots of different ways. So and we still don't know exactly what our systems are. No. There's systems where they're completely done at the university level. So all the different agencies give the university the data, and the university integrates it, and then creates the data into a data set of research. There's also models where all the data goes internally to one of the systems. Maybe the Department of Human Services is the home, and then all the data come into them, and they do the integration, and the researchers are on the back end. So there's lots of different models out there. We don't quite know what it's going to look like in Iowa yet.
At the beginning, we said that this meeting was also trying to target public health people. I don't think that happened, right?
It's just this meeting, just this panel.
It's just this
panel. So everybody, what I think they're trying to get a sense of now is what everybody's doing and which projects they might want to see if they can add another place to, if that's appropriate, or another, right. I think that they're just trying to get a sense of who everybody is. I don't think we know each other very well. I think the steering committee knows each other pretty well. Like I can recognize like 5 faces, but Val is sort of our representative to this stuff, which I think is better because really I am a physiologist and I don't know what they're talking about. I know what a Hadoop cluster is, but that's about as far as I go,
I've heard of Hadoop.
That's right. And they're doing all this other stuff, and I'm going, these sensors are really interesting, and it's like, and then they go, I have $3 million. So there's a lot of, I feel like the people who are in the middle are really, really technical. More people like you, I think.
Yes, but if you remember, our main concern in the proposal and the kind of things that we needed to address was this big data. And we wrote in the proposal that we were getting this data from the public health departments that we contacted. We had at least 3, but we don't have the data right now. So I was wondering if that should be something that we need to do preliminarily, and if you know that.
I know, okay, so one of the things that we tried to have them do for this meeting was to bring in the people from the Department of Public Health. They didn't
Do you remember?
Oh yeah, I remember. And we kept bringing it up, and we kept getting not a response on it. So, but what we can do, and if you want me to do this, is I can do the project, or you can do it, is say that we're really interested in knowing your connections, or whether or not you work at the State Department of Public Health, so that we can bring them into this project, right? Because that's what we want to do.
Exactly. This is what I actually maybe even at the end, because at the end I finished my presentation with just suggestions to improve our
That's right.
things. So maybe you can.
Yeah.
So
you want me to do it at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
I think,
Okay. I'd be
because
happy to do
then
that.
will be because I will say find the big data.
Right. Find the big data. Right. That's right. Well, actually, in some ways, although they're doing mostly infectious, but the project that they're doing, I mean, if they're successful in what they do, you will have all the data that you need.
Oh,
And
really?
so, yeah.
Well, we're looking at health equity for infants and children. So in the 11 states, the Big Ten, which doesn't include Kansas, but
but that's okay.
Yeah.
She works with us in
Yeah.
Indiana. So.
Okay.
Right. And so, but once you have those connections to the Department of the State Department of Health, then you can easily go in and say, well, we'd like to do something on infectious disease. So it's really making those connections. Have you been able to? It's hard, right?
Yeah, and they're very different cultures, right?
Right.
So
Right.
between academics and
We got
state
some
health
letters.
departments.
We have letters from 3, and we have letters from. Well, we have a woman who, she's on every proposal I write that has anything to do with population health. She was president of the American Public Health Association, and she's the head of the Marion County, which is Indianapolis Health Department, not the state health department, but the county.
Okay.
But she is like, I don't know. This woman is just a powerhouse.
Nice.
And she's like a 72-year-old African American woman. And I don't want to do anything without her, because she's got the community, she's got the perspective, she's just right down there with the people, but at the same time she doesn't despise us as academics. She's just my favorite person. And so I went to her instead of going to the state, because the state people are a little, they roll over more quickly, right? Because of elections.
Political
This
context.
person was enthusiastic. Was the one
very,
that was
very
the most.
enthusiastic.
So maybe we should work with her. I should work with her more.
If you come up, I will take you there.
Yes. Do you remember I told you that I wanted to visit? Yes. I have a little
Well,
bit
there was
of money saved on a side. If you invite me, I come without
we will
money.
invite you. We've just been overwhelmed with different things, including this grand challenge. So, our president, everybody wants to do grand challenges, right? What is going to change the world, right? So our president, I have to give him credit. We're coming up on the 200th anniversary of, I hope I can get through this, of Indiana University, and so he says, well, we're going to do grand challenges, and we're going to take proposals, grassroots proposals from the faculty, but they have to cross campuses, cross disciplines, and address a major problem in our country, a state and then country. And so 26 proposals came in from the faculty, 5 were selected for second round, 1 was awarded. It's called the Precision Health Initiative, $120 million. That's really a commitment.
Proposal, what is the main topic?
Well, here's what the guy got up and said. He said, we are going to cure 1 adult cancer in 5 years. We're going to cure 1 adult cancer. We're going to cure 1 childhood cancer. And we're going to make significant progress on 3 chronic diseases.
And how?
Well, I only have to deal with the third one. I only have to deal with the third one. So we're going to do Alzheimer's, diabetes, and sort of substance abuse, mental health, behavioral health.
No, this is why I have to say, this is why I love it. We're actually going to talk to 4,000 random representatively selected people in Indiana, and we're going to collect genetic, blood, psychological measures, personal social networks, social media networks, organizational connections.
You get a lot of network data.
Yeah, it's all network. That's the connection. That's how you narrow it down. So we're going to do it from genes to global cultures and with 4,000 people. And I think the unique part is that we'll actually talk to people and not just rely on databases. Because at first they tried to tell me, they were saying, it's the medical school, right? So they kept saying to me, well, okay, so you can study the people in the biobank. And I'm like, they have 80,000 people in the biobank. I said, well, who are they? Well, they're dead, they're alive, they have diseases, they don't have diseases. I'm like, no, that's just not going to work. I said, what we can do is take a representative sample of the state, and we can go into the biobank and see who's in there and start with that, which is nice because they're already consented, right? They consent them at the end of their study to be recontacted. Or we can start with them and quota out. We haven't decided yet because we don't know if we're doing 4,000, 6,000, or 8,000. Because people want to leverage this data set. So it's sort of the big omnibus survey. And then we'll consent people at the end to our informatics people want to do some wearables, wearable research. And then some other people want to find all the opioid users for the big HIV epidemic that we're seeing. Right. Okay. And so this is like the survey that has all the basic data from genes to global cultures, and then you can go out and you can apply for grants to do whatever you want to do, but you've already got this massive amount of data, which is going to increase your probability of...
Some infectious diseases also.
Oh, you can do it. Anybody can apply. I'm the head of it. So if there's anything you want to do, it's only the state of Indiana, but I think it's this. I think it's the first one that really is genes to global cultures because we do talk to the people, right? So I'm very excited about it. Although I have to say I'm not looking forward to the or having 20 researchers around the table saying they have to have their gold standard measure of this, that, and the other. 20 minutes here, 20 minutes here. It's like, well, we'll pay these people $1,000 for a week. That's not going to happen, right? Because I worry about respondent burden. So, but I think it's exciting, and it's meant to be a public data set that is particularly for the use of junior faculty. Okay. Not only, but I know, like in sociology, we have this thing called the General Social Survey, right? And I've been on the board and all this stuff, and a lot of sociologists get tenure because they work on the GSS. Because they, it's very hard for a young person in the social sciences. Right. And so my goal is to get these data all, beautifully connected and whatever, and then have people want to analyze those data, but also have people want to do sort of leveraging studies. And I think, I don't see any reason why we can't make it open to some people unless we're going for help. So, but you two, I have to get together. Once you've got all the people on your side, then we're going to get Katarina to meet them. Great. So, anyway, were we supposed to get started? Oh yeah, time. Good point. Where's Melissa? Let me go back.
Introduce the introducer.
Let's go.
Good afternoon. We're going to get started. I think we're not on.
Yeah, I don't think you're on.
Good afternoon. Hello. We're going to start up the last session of the afternoon. And we've actually got a very nice panel put together on health data. Ayez Hyder has put this panel together with Bernice from Indiana. And this is actually sort of a new area that we were able to mobilize. Ayez wasn't able to be here, but he'll be engaged with this group going forward. So welcome, this is our last session of the day. We'll stop at about 5-ish. I will do a very brief wrap-up and just tell you quickly at the end where we'll be for the poster session this evening.
Do you think, is this on? No. It is? For me it is. For you it is. Can anybody else hear it? I can do this. Oh, I see what you're trying to do.
Does it turn on?
Yeah, it says on.
Okay, then you might.
Okay. I know that you're all incredibly envious for us to be the last panel of the day because you don't like to be in this position, right? So, but we're pretty excited about this because we're going to be talking about, okay. We're going to be talking about humans. We're going to be talking about data science for public health. And in particular today, we're going to be talking about 3 projects. 3 projects that are ongoing. Can you hear? No, see, they can't hear.
You use the blue one. You gotta use both.
I have to use both of them? Okay. All right. This is all about technology, right? So anyway, I can't see through all these microphones. So we're going to be talking about 3 projects that are in various stages of development, and I think they're very exciting. And as Melissa says, this panel was organized by Ayaz Hyder from Ohio State University. He's at home waiting any moment for the delivery of his first child, and so we did suggest that maybe he wanted to stay home and not come to Chicago. He had 3 objectives for this panel. The first one was to inform the Midwest Big Data Hub about some of the opportunities in public health research. To learn about the second thing, to learn about the tools and methods that are being used to organize the big data for public health research, and also finally to learn about the opportunities to get involved, contribute skills, tool sets, resources, and see if these are kinds of things that you might be interested in and talk to one of our researchers. So we're just going to get started, and our first panelist today is Caterina Scoglio from Kansas State University. She is an engineer by training. She is at the Nanotech Innovation Center at Kansas State. She works with nanoparticles, which I don't understand, but I do understand that she is involved in very important work on modeling epidemic spreading using a complex network approach. Caterina?
Thank you, Bernice. Actually, I was at that center only for my sabbatical a few years ago. Now I'm back in my department, electrical and computer engineering, and I am part of the network science and engineering group. So it's okay. So let me start with the presentation. Okay, so the title of my presentation is Sharing Computational Models of Contagion for Health Applications. So this is the title of a proposal we submitted last February for the Spoke call. And I would like to go through these ideas behind this proposal and also collect from you ideas on how to resubmit, because the proposal was declined, so we need to think about a better plan. Okay, so this was a proposal concerning, in general, contagion processes. So not only infectious diseases like the flu and Ebola and so on, but also social and behavioral phenomena and health and illness behavior. So try to think about how many models exist in the reality for these processes, and try to see if those models are the same, can be substituted, or instead they are different, so they need to be integrated into a single kind of tool, platform. So obviously we
are presenting this proposal from the network science spoke. And so it is a set of models that are based on network science, because network science and data science have shown to be appropriate for this type of models. So we know that there are gaps in these models because there are very good models existing. Their capability of prediction is somehow limited in some cases, but they still are very different. So they work at different level of resolutions, and they vary in the type and type of input, output data, and the format. So we saw there an important gap. So there are differences. So we wanted to try to find a communication path among these models. So we selected 3 of these models, Glinwitz, Episyndemics, GEM-SIMS. The first one is, has been developed by Vespignani, Alex Vespignani at Northeastern University, the second at Virginia Tech, and the last one in our group at Kansas State. So the goal was, the challenge for this proposal was to try to reconciling the scales of these models that are different and the data format while keeping a flexible and easy use. So just to give an overview, a quick overview of this model for Glinwitz, it is a well-known model. It is a client-server software model, and the scale, geographical scale of this model is the global, worldwide epidemic spreading. So you get from this model very beautiful maps that can show, for example, starting from an infectious position in the map, how that infection will spread with time. So it is based on a metapopulation, stochastic, and discrete computational scheme. So it is metapopulation, nodes are subpopulations. And it is a kind of enriched with real-world data on global population, on real-world data on mobility, for long-distance mobility and short-distance mobility. So what Alex's group did was to forecast the H1N1 pandemic, Ebola, and Zika. So this model has been really applied at this level, global level. But then the other model from Virginia Tech instead is a more detailed model, goes down to the level of a network where the node is the single individual. So it is based on data and assumption on the activity of each nodes, and obviously can represent customized behavior and behavior adaptation. So this is a completely different scale. So one idea that Alex had, for example, was to try to interface these two models. His model does this simulation at the global level, but cannot be so accurate as this one. So interfacing these two models could allow a much better prediction. And also this allows for changing some of the characteristics of the behavior of people, so allows for higher flexibility. And then our model is something in between, because we still have individuals that are nodes. So nodes are single individuals, but we don't need to describe them through all the activity as in the agent-based simulation. We just can give a very simple characterization through, for example, the interconnections and some other features. So our model is still based on network topologies, stochastic continuous time, and can simulate one thing that is unique of our model is that can simulate multiple layers. So we can assume that the interaction among nodes doesn't happen only through one layer, for example, the physical layer, but can happen also through another layer of, for example, information exchange, which is not physical. So multi-layer interconnection. So we use this for evaluation of some sexually transmitted diseases, and I have a few slides about this application. Was some work we did in collaboration with the Public Health Department of San Francisco. So what we did was to help them with the high increase in the number of people infected with syphilis in their department. And this very high level of infection was specifically targeting one community, the MSM community in that city. So what they do normally is to collect data on infected people and then ask them to refer all the partners, sexual partners. So that is called partner notification. So they collect data on people and on the partners. So what we were able to do was to build a network with this data. So we realized that on a population of 2,428 people, there was a large connected component that was connecting 953 people. So you can imagine there is a big kind of possibility for some disease to spread in that network. So what we did, and also we noticed that the node degree distribution had these hubs. So majority of nodes had a very low node degree, but few nodes had a very high node degree. So for example, there was a node with tens of partners. So using our model, what we did was to develop an adapted network where we have two levels of susceptibility for nodes. One is the normal susceptibility, but the other is the susceptible alert, which is the state where a person is notified that a partner is infected. So we'll take some preventive actions. And then, taking this preventing action, the probability of transition to the infection state is lower in the model. So what we did was try to compare different strategies to notify the community about the infection state of some individuals. And we saw through these curves here that it is possible, using an appropriate kind of notification strategy, to reduce the number of infected individuals from the level here above, which was more than 100, to around 50 infected individual in the steady state of this infection. So somehow we were able with this model to test the different notifications for the community and to find one that mostly reduced the number of infections. We used also this model to test the effectiveness of contact tracing in the Ebola introduction in the United States. So we want to understand what are the costs, but what are the benefits of contact tracing. So we kind of developed a model for that purpose, where we have now some specific states that are the susceptible or the exposed but monitored, to make the difference between the susceptible and exposed not monitored, because the monitored one are the ones that are following the contact tracing. So we were able to kind of evaluate which type of conditions for that contact tracing were the most favorable to avoid the spreading of the infection. So this to give you an overview of these models and applications. So the goal of our SPOKE project was the creation of the platform for computational models of contagion. So we were a little bit focusing too much on the models rather than on the data. So we were thinking that we wanted to facilitate comparison and integration across models. And the way we planned to do this was through some APIs that were kind of standardized data formats and APIs, so that models could somehow communicate, and then allowing the use of common data and algorithms across models, facilitating the use of this platform from people of health state departments, and additionally hoping to address practical needs at the Midwest regional level. So these were the goals of the proposal. And the expected outcomes were mostly these 3 points: allow this integration, but second, and very important, allow new research questions to be addressed without the need of new data, new models to be developed, and also to provide an environment where a fourth model, because we were considering 3 models, right? But a fourth, a fifth, and so on model could easily be inserted in this platform, so it was kind of flexible and extensible. So this is the list of the people involved, and Bernice Alessandro, Brian Lewis from Virginia Tech, the group of Stephen Eubank, and from our university, Dan Andreessen and Faryad, and Ayaz also is part of this team. We also had an advisory board with Patricia Mabry and other advisory board that are people that have developed models that were selected to help us go in the right direction. And we were able also to contact 3 public health departments, and were the Marion County Public Health Department, the Columbus Public Health Department, and the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. So the first submission was declined, and these were the main points that were kind of pointed out. We were missing a clear connection to big data. Actually, we wrote that we were trying to get some data from these public health departments as the first step of our kind of proposal, but we didn't have the data right now, so we don't have it. So that was considered a big missing. We missed a wider community involvement. There was a community involvement, but probably we needed to involve more people from this community and kind of engage with a larger group. We were not involving enough public health departments, and also we were not good enough to show what was the gain, the importance of this research, what was a case that currently cannot be solved with these models separately, but with this platform may be able to be solved. And then missing a clear description of a general method for model integration. This is a point that is not very clear. For us was just allowing each model to have standardized API that could be used also by other models. But this was also a comment. So we are kind of developing ideas with Patty, Mabry, and Bernice. And some resubmission ideas are the following: involve a software integration expert. So we need to find this figure, the software integration expert, and involve presenting more clearly the case of usefulness of the platform. So maybe with a case that we show that each model separately cannot really answer a question, but the platform could. Addressing the big data concerns is very important because I think it's critical. Connecting with more regional public health departments and their needs. And then what else? Maybe other ideas. So we are here, I'm here, also Bernice, to listen from you. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me say on this a couple of things. The reason that I got involved in this is that I'm the lead on the Network Spoke in the Midwest Big Data Hub, and I was fortunate enough to have a front row seat as I watched Alessandro Vespiani predict where and when H1N1 was going to peak, and I was actually quite knocked over by the accuracy of the prediction. So when Katerina called us and said she was interested in this, we at the Network's Science Spoke, we were sort of the connector. But we need more connections, and that's exactly what the Midwest Big Data Hub is about. And those of you, I met with the epidemiologists at the Marion County Health Department. They were very excited. They don't want models handed to them. They want to be part of the team that works with the data and that can help shape how it is applied in their areas. So if you have a connection to the epidemiologists in your state health department, please talk to Katarina. She'll only be here today. I will be here tomorrow. In fact, I'll be talking a little bit about the network science spoke. So that would be very helpful. And also any other ideas that you have about improving this proposal would be much welcome. And if it's something that you have interest in, we're interested in enlarging the community. Okay, so our second presentation is by Heather Rouse and Cass Dorius from Iowa State University, and they're going to be talking about issues having to do with child and family health. They are both in the Human Development and Family Studies Department at Iowa State. Heather works on issues of early risk and protective factors in child health and educational well-being. And Cass focuses on the real-world implications of changing family structure, something that we know that is very important in contemporary society. So with this project, they're bringing together their expertise to tell us more about how big data and big data tools would be helpful in improving the health of children in our society. So Heather's going to be presenting. Cass will be here to answer questions as well.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for the introduction. I'm very excited that Dr. Dorius and I can be here today to share with you in our mini minutes a little bit of what we've been doing in the state of Iowa. We were recently given a small early career seed grant from the Midwest Data Hub to build a partnership in the state of Iowa that uses integrated data from public health, Department of Human Services, and public education to look at how we can inform and improve healthy family outcomes for children and families in the state. Now, as I said, this was a very recent development. We've been just started working on the partnership with this. So what I wanted to do in our mini minutes today was to back up and talk a little bit about the model by which we're operating, how we understand the importance of families and our role in working together with government and with data to make that happen for our state. So the backdrop to this is an increasingly complex context for the United States. We're facing increasingly rising healthcare costs. Families are increasingly diverse. We have persistent achievement gaps for young kids, for minority children and low-income children that are not changing. Significant challenges. What this means is that our government needs to be smarter. Our systems need to be smarter, and we need to do more. Unfortunately, when we look at our public policies, what it feels like is a big mess. It feels like we're doing all kinds of things in all kinds of different directions. They're not connected to one another. We're trying to do lots of good things for children and families, but we don't necessarily have a clear roadmap. And if you talk with department agencies, you talk with department leaders and program managers, what they feel like is that they're being asked to do so many things. It's this complex machine. They're being asked to do all kinds of stuff. Move this widget there, do this thing, give this thing, provide this service, meet this mandate. Do more, do it faster, do it better, do it in less money. Go, 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 right? It's exhausting. It's very difficult. And to make matters worse, we have these systems that are operating as if we're talking about entirely different families. We've got a Department of Health that thinks all they have to do is health. We have a Department of Human Services that thinks all they have to do, because that's all they're charged to do and that's all they have money to do, is to deal with child maltreatment. We have a public education system that all they do is education, and all they're allowed to do and all they have time to do is reading and writing. And maybe math. So these systems are doing lots of things, but they're not talking to one another. They're working with the same children and families, but they're not talking to one another. Furthermore, there are these top-down bureaucracies, right? Big systems, executive leaders that have to get things done or they're not going to get reelected. Program managers that have to do all the things they're being asked to do, and oftentimes the voices of those people on the ground that are actually doing the work with the children and families does not get heard. So what I want to share with you today is how we're going to harness the power of big data. But big data in this sense being all of the data that these systems are already collecting. All of the data that's being collected on who's enrolled in our programs. Who are they? What are the families that they're coming from?
What are their test scores? What are their height and weight measurements when they go to the doctor every time they go to the doctor? How do we use those data? And I want to share with you a smarter model that brings intelligence to that crazy picture of all of the data that we're collecting, that brings intelligence to that. And I'm going to share with you 2 sample stories of how this has been done, and then preliminary efforts for what we've been doing in the state of Iowa, and look for folks that want to help and want to work with us. So this work is built on an actionable intelligence for social policy model. And what this does is creates a sustainable inquiry process where we can ask questions about needs of populations and then create intervention strategies and then evaluate the effectiveness of those intervention strategies using integrated data systems as the hub of the system, but then working with the relevant community partners at all levels to make sure that that information is used. So let me break it down a little bit further. What do I mean? Integrated data system. Well, first off, it's a system. It's a system that creates a cycle of information gathering, creating data, using data, talking about the data, sitting down at the table with folks from all of the departments to talk about what are we finding in the data, how are we using the research, and then what are we going to do with it, so that we're actually connecting what our service providers are doing with what we know about what they should be doing. We need to know what they're doing first and know what works so we can then inform that. So it creates a system. It creates a system of dialogue around data, using data. The second piece of it is, what type of data am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about data from our public service systems. Now in Iowa, we're focusing on the 3 big ones. We're focusing on health, human services, and public education. But there's systems all over the country that include lots of other things, like juvenile justice, public housing, behavioral health, earnings data, workforce data. Any public data that's collected can be linked in a system like this. It's low cost because it already exists. The data are already being collected. But the thing I like the most about these data is that they're being collected by the people that actually have the capacity to use it, right? I'm not asking someone about their height and weight. It's actually their doctor who is sitting together with someone who has the power to influence what they're doing with that information or how to inform an intervention. So it's the right people collecting the data as well that have the power to use it. The third piece, and perhaps the most important and challenging piece, is the integration. Now, it's integration with both people and data. So we can create the science. I mean, not that I'm saying that's easy. That is obviously a big challenge as well. But we can integrate the data. The hard part is integrating the people. How do you get folks to come together to speak a common language at all levels, from executive leadership all the way down to the early childhood teacher in the classroom that's working with those 20 kids every day? So this model also creates both a top-down and bottom-up data culture. So getting folks on the ground to have a voice in the executive leadership decision. There's 4 key components. And when I lay these out, while they might feel like they should be linear, you set one up and then another and then another, in reality, these things need to be done all simultaneously so that they can work together to get the end product that we really need. Number 1 is governance. How do you set up a system? So the governance structure for these systems is really important because that dictates how the data can be used. Who is in control of the data? Who owns the data? We've talked some about that today. Who owns the data and what do they say about how it can be used? Now, some governance for these types of data, we have to follow federal regulations like FERPA and HIPAA. Right? We have to follow privacy laws about how the data can be used. They can be used for research, but we have to follow the rules. And we have to follow what the state or municipality wants with respect to how it's going to be governed. We need legal agreements. We need legal agreements between the entities to share the data and between the entity that's created and the research community so we can actually use the data. We also need scientific integration. Now, there's 2 big pieces to this, I would say. There's lots of them, but the 2 I want to talk about right now are data quality and the precision integration. So when you talk about administrative data, right, a lot of you are saying, oh my gosh, have you ever looked at medical claims data? These things are a mess. Yes, I completely agree. Very hard to use for research, but we can bring science to that. We can bring science to those data to figure out what is reliable and valid in them. And the interesting thing about, my experience, I've worked in both Philadelphia and in Arkansas in integrated data systems like these. And the funny thing is, once you start actually using the data and giving people information back about it, the quality improves. They want their data to be used more, so they improve the quality. All of a sudden, missing data isn't a problem with a certain element that used to be, because they realize they want it used. And there's also the precision integration. All the systems have different sets of identifiers that make it challenging to integrate. And the fourth piece is sustainability. Having a plan for how a system like this can sustain, both politically and economically. So the systems I'm talking about, sometimes they're situated within universities, sometimes they're situated within public government. And so we need to have a plan for how it's going to be sustained, how it's going to sustain when we have a new governor elected, when we have a new mayor come in, or when the seed funding from our NSF grant is gone. What are we going to do after that? So having the sustainability plan is another key piece of the puzzle. The good news is that there's a national network of systems like this that exist. They all have different foci. They might be looking at homeless veterans and mental health. That might be their topic of interest. But the common things that they have are that they have figured out ways to bring these data together in a legally valid way, in a scientifically precise way, and in a practically relevant way so the data are used for policy work and to improve programs. This Actionable Intelligence for Social Policy Network, the yellow spots here are the sites that are existing. These have existed for years, some of them for decades, and they've been working either at the state level or the municipal level. Those are what we call existing sites. There's also a group of developing sites, and those are the white dots that you see. These are folks that are getting there. They're working on legal agreements. They're working on the infrastructure, but they're not quite there yet. The neat thing about this network, though, already it captures 42% of the US population in these systems. When you've got cities like LA and Chicago and New York that are participating in this, and states of South Carolina, Florida, we can capture a lot of the population. So basically all that says to me is that we've reached critical mass. We know that this can be done. And so we're really fortunate, we're really excited about this idea for Iowa because we feel like we're at a propitious moment to do something like this for the state. Before I get there, I want to share with you two quick examples of how these systems have been used for health policy in the public health arena, one from Philadelphia and one from Arkansas. The first one is from the Philadelphia Policy and Analysis Center. Now this system started about 10 years ago, and I was fortunate to be there when we were just creating it. And it started as a university-based model. The university did all the fundraising, and they built the system, and then they gave it away. It now sits in the deputy mayor's office, and they run it. And the research community works together with them to identify priorities. One of the first studies we did was looking at lead in the context of all the other risk factors that we could gather from public service systems. We looked at homelessness, we looked at child maltreatment, low maternal education, biological birth risks like low birth weight. And we were able to document the high prevalence. Over 10% of the kids in the school readiness cohort had high lead levels. And then we were able to show the unique impact of that on kindergarten readiness. Now, from a general perspective, we know lead is bad for kids. But to be able to show this with the data, with our Philadelphia partners, to say, but these are your kids. What that translated to were statewide mandates for testing. All kids in Pennsylvania now are tested by the time they're 2 for lead. They also invested public dollars towards remediation. And the reduction from 10% to less than 2% in under a decade is what they found when they replicated the school readiness study 10 years later. In Arkansas, I was involved in some efforts with the governor when we were deciding what we were going to do with the Affordable Care Act. The great debate, right? To expand or not to expand? That is the question. Do we take federal dollars and expand Medicaid? Well, we had to figure out how to do that if we wanted to do that. We used integrated data in the state of Arkansas to decide how we were going to do that. We have a legislatively mandated group in the state that collects all kinds of health data, whether it's federal hospital discharge data, vital statistics records, medical claims data, Medicaid data, Medicare data, even some state police data. What we were able to do was to take that, document where folks were who were currently uninsured in the state, and did predictive analytics to look at, well, what would it cost? Since we're not insuring them now, what is that costing the state? What's it going to cost us to provide the insurance for them through a Medicaid expansion, and then weigh that. And because these data were all tied to geography, we could work with legislators within the different constituencies to say, these are your people. Here's what's going to happen in your area if you expand or you don't expand. Here's how many people it's going to affect. And the state decided to expand Medicaid, and they passed it with a private option. I'm not going to go into details on that, but the important piece of it is that because there was so much energy behind it, they were able to enroll over 200,000 newly insured adults in the first 3 months of the program. And the results of that were a lot of these adults were younger, they had lower risk than your traditional Medicaid pool. So what ended up happening was we actually lowered rates. The premium rates across the board were lowered because the risk pool was lower. We also increased carrier competition. Other insurance companies wanted to come into the state because they knew we were expanding and they knew there were that many more people that they could join. So areas that maybe had competition among 2 providers quickly went to 5. What did that do? That lowered premium rates for everyone. We also saw significant decreases in uncompensated hospital care. So hospitals were seeing that now that they could get their care compensated, they could provide more services. So, learning from some of these examples and from our partners at the Actionable Intelligence for Social Policy Network, we are engaging in a phased approach to develop an integrated data system in Iowa. We're starting with partnership, we're planning what we're going to work on, and we're identifying some pilot projects that are low cost, quick value, where we can show how to use these integrated data. With our partnership approach, it's national, it's state, working with our Department of Health, our Department of Human Services, our Department of Education, and it's local. We're working with the folks on the ground at the programs. And we're also bringing together a key university-public partnership. So as university researchers, I mean, yes, Dr. Dorius and I have our own research interests of things that we want to study. But for this work, we knew it was important for us to go in without our own research agenda and say, what do you need? What is it that you need us to answer? And we would like to do it through a process that we believe in, rather than focusing specifically on our own research agenda. We're now moving into the next phase, which is plan. And that's collecting all the information we can about what do we already have. We sort of started hitting our heads against the wall when we realized just looking at legal agreements alone within the Department of Public Health, we stopped counting at 30. And that's just for them to share data among themselves. They have to have legal agreements within the bureaus, within the Department of Public Health to share data. But we need to know what we already have so we can know what we can build on. And we need to consult established examples. So working through this AISP network, identifying other sites that maybe look like a site that we want to be like. And how did they do it? What are their legal agreements? What are their scientific capacities, and how can they do it? And identifying pilot projects, as I said. What lies ahead? Well, we don't exactly know. We know we have a path. We have a little bit of a roadmap. But we also know there's going to be decisions that are going to have to be made about governance, about what the data system is exactly going to look like. But we're excited. We're looking forward to it. We would love more partners. This is something much bigger than us. And so anyone that's interested or would like to talk with us more, we're going to have a poster this afternoon, and we would love to talk with you about how you might get involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Heather. I think one of the most exciting things about the Midwest Big Data Hub is the combination of the experienced scientists with, are you still both junior faculty? There's our future, and I think that's really stunning to see these people doing this kind of research that really does take us out of the ivory tower, both early in our career and not just after tenure. So I think that's very exciting. Okay, so now we're actually going to her home, For our last proposal, our last presentation, Jamie McGowan is going to present on one of the efforts that the Big Ten Academic Alliance is doing with big data. So this is her house that we're in. She is the Assistant Director of Global Collaborations of the Big Ten Academic Alliance, and they have a number of projects, but today she's going to be talking about health equity.
Thanks so much. And thanks for the opportunity to present. I should say that I come to this as more of an administrative person with our Health Equity Initiative. And so you'll know very clearly when I'm talking about the data side of things that I don't know that much about it, but I'm here to get your feedback, just like my colleagues on this panel, on considerations that I might take back to our working group. So just briefly, the Health Equity Initiative is a partnership between the 14 member institutions of the Big Ten Academic Alliance. We're formerly known as the CIC, or the Committee on Institutional Cooperation, and we're working with our respective state health departments, of which there are 11, to collaborate to bolster health equity. Oh, sorry. All right, keep the next slide secrets. And in doing that, essentially, we're interested in understanding and addressing the social determinants of health. The Health Equity Initiative is poised to improve the health outcomes of the vulnerable infants and children living within the 11-state region of the Big Ten. Briefly about that Big Ten footprint, there are over 3 million vulnerable infants and children living within our 11 states. There are 9 Big Ten states that have a higher Black infant mortality rate than the national average. There are 9 Big Ten states that have higher poverty rates than the national average, and there are 21 of the top 30 most segregated metro areas in the U.S. that lie within the Big Ten region. And these are some of the motivating factors that brought the State Commissioner of Health in Minnesota to begin a dialogue and a conversation with the Big Ten Academic Alliance. He saw this overlap between our region and our footprint with these incredible disparities, and felt that bringing together the state health departments with their universities, we could really leverage some opportunities and create some real differences for the lives of these vulnerable infants and children. So specifically speaking to the opportunities that the Big Ten brings to this, the universities in the Big Ten have raised over $112 million from NIH and other funders, well, specifically NIH, for health disparities research over the last 10 years. We have over 1,000 faculty members in public health at our institutions, and there are 14 NIH or foundation-funded centers or research and action centers focused on health equity within the Big Ten. So our institutions bring a lot of opportunity and certainly capacity for addressing health equity. I've been talking about health equity and the social determinants of health, and essentially, for context, we're approaching this from the perspective that social and economic factors create health in many senses of the word. They are 40% of the determinants of health, according to this diagram, and more so than clinical care or one's access to health or one's genes and biology. It is the social conditions in which you live, the economic factors that impact your life that determine your health outcomes. And what is necessary for health is peace, shelter, education, food, income, stable ecosystems, and so on. We're also using the WHO Social Determinants of Health conceptual framework to guide our study, and so this is just a model of that framework, and you can get a sense based on these different categories of the social and economic and political contexts that inform one's health outcomes, where our different data streams may ultimately come from. So you have governance and macroeconomic policies, social policies, public policies, one's gender, social class, ethnicity, education, occupation, and so on, which inform one's health outcomes. So just to give you a little bit more information about the project, our goals for our planning year were to identify a well-defined research and policy agenda, to convene a multi-state high-level summit involving all of our institutions, to identify a strategy for deploying a data repository on health equity, and then to submit a large-scale interinstitutional grant. Our planning year started in the fall of 2015, and we're still planning at this point. But we secured funding from both the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and the Kellogg Foundation to support this planning phase. We visited over 20 participating institutions, including our state health departments and the Big Ten universities. We've built an array of teams. We've explored options for our data repository development. We held our multi-institutional workshop here and our summit here last year. And we formed 4 working groups that are moving our project forward. And we've developed a major proposal at this stage on health equity. Those 4 working groups and our proposal revolve around these 4 themes: a data repository and data analytics initiative, policy analysis, public health systems capacity building, and community capacity building. And so I'm going to talk specifically about the data repository and data analytics initiative. And here's where I sort of delve into what the faculty and the state health departments have envisioned. And it's not my research area, so I'm going to be talking about their ideas and their concepts, but still I welcome your feedback. And I'll take it back to them. So what I would say is they are interested in initiating a data inventory, making existing data available, of course, and then launching a demonstration project. So in their proposal, they talked a lot about the importance of data and that it would help identify the priority populations and areas in which to work, that it's fundamental to enabling an inclusive planning process that involves community members, that it facilitates the monitoring and improving of progress through the production and use of different rankings, and that making data available to evaluate both national and state policies and the impact on local communities was essential, and data informs that. Lastly, they indicated that informing translation and policy through outcome evaluations and comparisons across the region was another role of data in this project. They had several guiding principles that they identified, and these include investing in mechanisms to facilitate collaboration and data use across our 25 partners, promoting cooperative agreements across states and agencies, facilitating true two-way collaborations between both agency experts and academic researchers to inform the public health practice, then developing a combined harmonized data and contextual data beginning with low-hanging fruit. Lastly, they want to develop capacities for greater sharing of data and potential linkages of data to other administratively collected data sets in controlled environments, helping broker agreements between agencies and the state to facilitate collaboration along the lines of what our colleagues at Iowa State were talking about. So their next steps in this plan for the data inventory is really doing the inventory, looking at both individual and aggregate level data, and here's a few examples of what they might look at. Build on an online inventory and an interface along the lines of the ICPSR and other online inventories or interfaces.
populating and updating that inventory, of course, and making the existing data available. The aims of this are really to develop a harmonized and well-developed or well-documented online database of policies, contexts, and average health outcomes for multiple geographies at the aggregate level. And secondly, to enable Big Ten institutions and the state agencies to access this data information on individual children as well, and the contexts in which they live. Regarding the demonstration project, their aim is to provide access to linked data from multiple agencies, education and housing and labor and certainly the state health departments. The thought is that we would turn to the Federal Statistic Research Data Centers, of which there are a number across the Big Ten institutions, and then develop a package of resources available to state agencies and university-based researchers. The data sources would include geographic information, so you could link with contextual information and understand the circumstances in which people live. And obviously, given the sensitivity of individual data, this would have to be a highly secure computing environment. Technical specifications really are to be determined by the technical team, and so our team did not specify anything beyond that at this stage. And certainly if we're going to work with the RDCs, that would be an important determination of their offices. The overall aim is really to stimulate mutualistic collaborations across the Big Ten and across the agencies and increase the likelihood of major steps being taken so that we can really solve these seemingly intractable problems of health disparities. And that's the Health Equity Initiative of the Big Ten. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jamie. That was really great. So I think we're open to questions, and I'll just be here to pass the microphone to the appropriate person. So yeah, Katarina, if you could come back up.
Yeah. So we've all heard about hacking in this election. How do you protect your databases? Because you're going to be collecting very personal stuff that I don't think anybody wants other people having access to.
So one of the models with the Actionable Intelligence for Social Policy Network that they've identified is what's called a federated data system. And so, which is something that we haven't gotten down to that level of the weeds yet with our partners. But what that system does is the data never actually leave the system that owns them. But when there is a data integration project that's approved, when the governance says you can approve to integrate them, the data go into this black box, right? Only the people that from the agencies have the key for the box. It gets integrated and de-identified for research purposes, and then that data set is the only thing that's used for research. So when you talk about hacking, the only potential for hacking would be of the systems that exist as they are, right? So it would be that someone's hacking the Department of Public Health, because the data that go into the black box get integrated and de-identified immediately before they're even used for research. So that's one model for how you could do that.
Absolutely. One thing that also ties into this is a lot of our partners are really concerned about this issue. And so that was the foremost thing that we've had to talk about every time, is once we start dealing with data and it's about individuals and it's about their health and it's about if they've been in foster care, if they've been abused, can we actually hold a data set like this? And so one of the things that other people have done that we're looking forward to doing is you actually, when you integrate all the data and it's housed in one area, and that's determined based on your governance structure, and there's a lot of different models about who will do the integration and who holds it. But once that's determined, they've brought in, from the different data sets, they'll create a list of indicators. So if the child has been abused, for example, you'll get a certain score. And if the child's comes up in another area, they'll get a certain score. And so then there's a risk score that's given to each individual in the data file, and that risk score is shared backwards to the program officers. So when they get a call, for example, when DHS gets a call and says, we think there might be a case of child maltreatment here, then they won't be able to look and see all of the data from all of the different siloed institutions. But what they will have is a risk score that has been created across the different agencies. And they can use that to determine whether they should actually investigate further. So that's one of the ways that with limited resources, other municipalities have used this to more effectively reach vulnerable populations without sharing data.
Other questions? Yes.
So this may not be applicable in your scenario, but a general problem with any scoring model is scoring models are imperfect, and depending on those imperfections, there can be biases that are systemic, and that can be prejudicial to certain kinds of groups. And for some things, it's just part of the error, and for some things, it's actually a very serious thing. So I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Well, first, my PhD is in sociology and demography, so I agree, like structural inequalities are real and they're things that we need to consider. Definitely think that's an underlying problem in a lot of these issues. One of the things that they've done to test this, because there will be error, and there's so much error just in the integration itself, because the data are so poorly collected across these different agencies. And so the level of error that you're willing to allow is one big discussion that's not what you're bringing up, but is along that same principle, a really big issue that we should think about. But they've been able to go back and it's very similar to the keynote speaker that we had today talking about they've run these experiments to say, what if the health inspectors were given the data and what if they weren't, what would happen? So they've done the same thing on those calls to DHS about child maltreatment. And they said if they had used the risk indicator, what would have happened? And if they didn't, what would have happened? Where would they be? And what they found is when people use the risk indicators, because when they don't use it based on evidence, even if the evidence might have problems, then they're basing it on gut reactions. And when you base it on gut reactions, it's even worse. So we tend to think that an empirically based approach is going to be better, even though we understand there's human potential for error.
Other questions? I know that one of the solutions that they've used in the longitudinal study of adolescent health, which I'm sure you're familiar with, which just recently won the Golden Goose Award from the NIH, which is the opposite of the Golden Fleece Award that Congress gives, is that they dust the data. Can you explain that? Can you explain that? Are you familiar with that?
Dusting the data?
They dust the data. So Peter Behrman at Columbia. So, I mean, I can try to explain it, but probably not very well. But I did ask him about it. What they do is they change parts of the data that don't affect the statistical outcomes of analyses. Right, so there's sort of random changes in the data so that if somebody did hack into the system, they would be misled in identifying a particular person. So these procedures have been worked out, and it's another thing that can be done. I don't know what the strengths and weaknesses are, but I know that that's what they use in that data set.
Just the synthetic data creation.
Yeah, so I mean, I think all of those are very valid, and I think we're all concerned about privacy and confidentiality. And one of the things I just wanted to come back to, the purpose of the type of system that we're talking about is so that program managers and policymakers have data about the people that they're working with. Not that they have individual level data about John Smith and where he's been and what he's been doing, but so that they have real data. They can get real counts of how many children in their municipality have certain types of risks or exposed to certain things or receiving certain types of services. So, we haven't gotten to that level of discussion yet in terms of what our Iowa partners want, but at the end of the day, we do know that they want something that's going to be useful. So we need to figure out a way to bring together the science to make the science valid with protecting the confidentiality and privacy rights of individuals, which is very real, and still make it something useful. I mean, I guess the best thing I can say about it right now is that if 42% of the US exists in one of these systems already, we can figure out something for Iowa as well. There's models out there for how to do that, all different kinds of models, some that include data scrubbing, on the research end, or dusting, or whatever I think I've heard it calling different things. But I think those are all definitely options, and it also kind of depends on how much money you have, with respect to how much time and effort you can spend on the back end. So.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank the panelists again, and thank you for staying for this last session. There is a poster session which follows. It's at the Loft Hotel in the Continental Ballroom. Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. We didn't have the data.
Right, well, yeah, that's right. Talking to you all the time.
All right,
you leaving now? Okay, well, Elsie, we'll be in touch. Okay.
Thank you. Regards to Patty.